Tonight, we follow the turning of the year as it passes quietly from place to place, carried by small rituals rather than grand moments. Across different cultures, the arrival of a new year has long been marked by simple traditions, gestures meant to bring order, luck, and calm to an uncertain future. If you enjoy these slow journeys through history and tradition, you can like the video, subscribe, and let me know where you're listening from and what time it is. Now dim the lights, let a fan or soft background noise fill the room, and allow the night to settle in. The practice of marking time's passage didn't begin with calendars printed on glossy paper or digital reminders chirping from phones. It started with observation, with people noticing that stars moved in predictable patterns, that certain plants bloomed when specific constellations appeared, and that rivers rose and fell with dependable regularity. You can imagine those first astronomers, perhaps Babylonian priests standing on ziggurats 4,000 years ago, tracking the movements of celestial bodies and realizing that time moved in cycles, not straight lines. The Babylonians celebrated their new year in late March, when spring arrived and the barley crops needed planting. Their festival, called Akitu, lasted 11 days and involved elaborate rituals meant to help the god Marduk defeat the forces of chaos for another year. But here's the thing that makes you smile. They also used this time to settle debts and return borrowed farm equipment. Even in ancient Mesopotamia, the new year meant finally giving back your neighbour's plough that you'd been meaning to return for months. The Romans, never ones to leave a good idea alone, borrowed heavily from everyone around them and eventually settled on January 1st as their new year, thanks to Julius Caesar's calendar reforms in 46 BCE. They named the month for Janus, the two-faced god who simultaneously looked backward at the past and forward into the future. A rather perfect metaphor, though the Romans probably didn't realise how perfect. Janus was the god of doorways, of transitions, of beginnings. His two faces weren't meant to suggest duplicity, but rather the wisdom of learning from what came before while stepping into what comes next. You find variations of this same impulse everywhere humans have gathered. The Chinese New Year, based on a lunisolar calendar, falls between late January and mid-February, and has been celebrated for over 3,000 years. The Jewish New Year, Rosh Hashanah, typically arrives in September or October. The Islamic New Year moves through the seasons over time because it follows a purely lunar calendar. Nowruz, the Persian New Year, arrives precisely at the spring equinox. Each culture looked at the sky, at the earth, at their particular corner of the world and decided, here, this moment, this is when we begin again. What's remarkable isn't the diversity of dates, but the similarity of impulses. Almost every culture developed some form of year-end reflection. The Japanese practice of Bonenka, forgetting the year parties, encourages people to leave behind the previous year's troubles over food and drink with colleagues and friends. It's like a socially mandated fresh start, which honestly sounds rather civilised. In Scotland, the tradition of Hogmanay includes first footing, where the first person to cross your threshold after midnight should ideally be a dark-haired male carrying gifts of coal, salt, shortbread and whiskey. The specificity is delightful. Not just any person, not just any hair colour, and definitely not showing up empty-handed. The Ethiopian calendar runs about 7 years behind the Gregorian calendar due to different calculations about the date of Christ's birth, which means Ethiopians get to celebrate the year 2017, while the rest of the world is in 1024. Their new year, called Enkutatash, falls on September 11th and coincides with the end of the rainy season, when fields burst into bloom with yellow daisies. Children gather these flowers and go door to door, singing songs and offering bouquets, receiving small gifts of bread or coins in return. It's charming without being saccharine, a practical way for communities to share what they have at the season's turn. The Thai New Year, Songkran, happens in April and revolves around water, lots of water. What began as gentle rituals of pouring scented water over Buddha statues and elderly relatives' hands has evolved into what might be the world's largest water fight, with entire cities becoming cheerful battlegrounds of super soakers and bucket, prigales. The original symbolism remains, though. Water washes away bad luck from the previous year. It's just that now it does so with considerably more enthusiasm and water pressure than the ancient practitioners probably envisioned. The concept of reflection takes different forms depending on the culture. Some traditions emphasise literal cleaning, sweeping out the old year's dust, washing away accumulated grime, and clearing physical space to make room for new possibilities. Others focus on spiritual or emotional housekeeping. The 10 days between Rosh Hashanah and Yom Kippur in Jewish tradition are called the Days of Awe, a time for serious self-examination and making amends with people you've wronged. It's structured reflection with a deadline, which probably helps people actually follow through rather than just thinking vaguely about improving themselves. In many Buddhist traditions, the New Year involves visiting temples to make merit, offering food to monks, releasing captive birds or fish as acts of compassion, and listening to teachings about impermanence. The Thai practice of building sand stupas at temples during Songkran serves a dual purpose, creating something beautiful and meaningful while also bringing sand back to temple grounds that visitors have carried away on their feet throughout the year. It's environmental consideration wrapped in spiritual practice, which feels very sensible. The Balinese Hindu New Year, Nyepi, takes silence seriously. It's a day of complete stillness. No work, no travel, no electricity, no fires, no entertainment. Even the airport closes. The island goes dark and quiet for 24 hours while people meditate and reflect. Security officers called Pekalang Patrol to ensure everyone observes the silence, which sounds strict until you realise it's one guaranteed day per year where nobody can demand your attention, when your phone won't ring, and when the world simply won't stop spinning quite so frantically. Many Balinese people describe it as their favourite day of the year. The Zoroastrian tradition includes a practice called Jashan, a ceremony of thanksgiving that happens throughout the year but takes on special significance at Nowruz. Participants gather around a white cloth spread with symbolic items: a mirror for reflection, an apple for health, garlic for protection, sumac for sunrise, vinegar for patience, and coins for prosperity. Each item prompts specific contemplations, turning abstract concepts like patience or prosperity into tangible objects you can see and touch. It's meditation with props, which helps wandering minds stay focused. In Estonia, people traditionally eat 7, 9 or 12 times on New Year's Eve, 7, 9 or 12 meals, to ensure abundance in the coming year. The exact number varies by region, but the principle remains: consume multiple complete meals throughout the day, supposedly gaining the strength of 7, 9 or 12 people. It's wonderfully impractical and probably quite uncomfortable, but imagine the sense of community around preparing and sharing all that food, the conversations that happen over the 5th or 6th meal of the day, when everyone's too full to do anything but talk lazily and laugh. The Aboriginal Australian peoples have multiple New Year celebrations depending on their specific nations and regions, often tied to environmental markers, like the first thunderstorms or the flowering of certain plants. The young people of Arnhem Land recognise 6 seasons instead of 4, each with distinct characteristics and associated ceremonies. Their New Year isn't a single day, but a gradual transition marked by observable changes in the natural world. A different way of understanding time that feels more organic and less arbitrary than watching digital numbers flip at midnight. What emerges from all these traditions is a recognition that time's passage matters, and that marking transitions helps humans process change. Whether you're releasing fish in a Bangkok temple, sitting in complete silence in Bali, or sharing your 12th meal in Estonia, you're participating in humanity's collective agreement that some moments deserve acknowledgement, that pausing to reflect isn't wasted time but essential maintenance for your interior life. Not every New Year celebration involves fireworks and champagne toasts at maximum volume. Some of the most meaningful traditions happen in whispers and candlelight, in moments so quiet you can hear your own breathing sync with the rhythm of something larger than yourself. In Japan, the practice of Joya no Kane involves ringing temple bells 108 times on New Year's Eve. The number corresponds to the Buddhist belief in 108 earthly desires that cause human suffering, things like greed, anger, ignorance, and the inexplicable compulsion to check your phone every 30 seconds. Each bell's resonance is meant to dispel one of these afflictions, the sound waves literally carrying away your attachments and aversions. Temple bells in Japan are massive bronze instruments that produce deep, reverberating tones you feel in your chest, as much as hear with your ears. The ringing begins before midnight and extends past it, so you cross into the new year wrapped in that low, humming vibration. Visitors to temples during this time often light incense and stand in the courtyard, eyes closed, letting the bell tones wash over them. There's no rushing, no countdown, no manufactured excitement, just the bell, the incense smoke curling upward, and the understanding that you're participating in a ritual that's been performed exactly this way for centuries. The 108th ring sounds different from the others, not in pitch but in significance, because it's the last, because it completes the set, because after it comes silence and a new beginning. In many Christian Orthodox traditions, particularly in Eastern Europe, the New Year arrives during a period of religious fasting before Christmas, which follows the Julian calendar. This means celebrations are naturally quieter and more introspective. Families gather for modest meals, attend church services that last several hours, and spend time in prayer. The Serbian tradition of Badnjak involves bringing a young oak tree into the house on January 6th, Orthodox Christmas Eve, and burning it throughout the night while family members take turns keeping watch over the fire. It's companionable without being chatty, the kind of shared silence where everyone feels comfortable just existing together. The Quaker practice of silent worship, while not specific to New Year's Eve, offers a template for quiet reflection that some people adopt for marking the year's turning. Participants sit together in a plain room, no music, no liturgy, no planned programme. People speak only if they feel moved by the Spirit to share something, and often an entire hour passes with no one saying a word. For those accustomed to constant noise and stimulation, this depth of silence can feel uncomfortable at first. You become acutely aware of your chair creaking, your stomach gurgling, and your brain throwing up random thoughts like a poorly trained dog, bringing you dead birds. But if you sit with it long enough, the silence stops feeling empty and starts feeling full, pregnant with possibility. In Finland, people practice a tradition called molybdomancy, or tin casting, on New Year's Eve. You melt small pieces of tin in a ladle over the stove, then quickly pour the molten metal into a bucket of cold water. The tin solidifies into abstract shapes that you hold up to lamplight, examining the shadows cast on the wall to interpret what the coming year might hold. It's divination, yes, but quiet divination, just you. A candle and a blob of solidified metal throwing strange shadows. The interpretations are wonderfully subjective. That might be a ship, indicating travel, or it might be a horse, suggesting hard work ahead, or it might just be a lumpy bit of tin that looks like nothing in particular, which probably means you should stop looking for omens and just live your life. The Amish observe New Year's Day as a day of rest, visiting and quiet celebration. No grand parties, no alcohol, no dancing, just families moving between houses, sharing meals, singing hymns, and sometimes holding church services. Young people might play quiet games or go for walks together. Older people nap without apology, which sounds entirely reasonable. The day's pace is deliberate, the opposite of the frantic energy that characterises mainstream New Year's celebrations. There's something countercultural about choosing slowness in a world that insists on speed. In Tibetan Buddhism, New Year celebrations called Lusar include quiet practices like clearing debts, cleaning the house thoroughly, and settling disagreements before the year ends. The night before Losar, families eat a special soup called guthuk that contains 9 ingredients, some of which are dumplings with symbolic items hidden inside. White pebbles for long life, coal for dark hearts. You're supposed to examine your behaviour if you get that one, and wool for good-heartedness. Everyone laughs when someone bites into a suspicious dumpling, but gently, affectionately. After the meal, people perform a ritual called driving out the ghosts by making loud noises and carrying torches. But before that chaos comes hours of quiet preparation, cooking, and contemplation. The Zoroastrian practice of staying awake throughout the last night of the year, called Shabichela, involves gathering with family and friends to read poetry, particularly the works of Hafez, eat watermelon and pomegranates, and share stories until dawn. Poetry reading might not sound inherently quiet, but the way it's practiced in this tradition emphasises listening, savouring language, and thinking about meaning. Someone reads a ghazal by Hafez, and everyone sits with it for a moment before discussing the imagery, the metaphors, and what it suggests about love or divinity or human nature. The conversation meanders like a stream, following interesting tributaries, no particular hurry to arrive anywhere. In some Scandinavian countries, people practice watching the old year out, which involves sitting quietly as midnight approaches, often looking out windows at the dark sky, thinking about the year that's ending. There's no agenda, no structured meditation, just permission to sit with your thoughts without judgment. If you want to cry about losses, you cry. If you want to smile about triumphs, you smile. If you want to stare blankly at the middle distance while your mind wanders through disconnected memories, that's fine too. The point isn't to reach any particular emotional state, but simply to be present with whatever arises. The practice of writing down regrets or disappointments from the past year, then burning the paper, appears in various forms across many cultures. Some people do this alone, sitting at their kitchen tables after everyone else has gone to bed. The writing itself is meditative. You have to think clearly enough to articulate what you're releasing, which often makes you realise that some of your anxieties are fuzzier than you thought, less monster and more shadow. Then you light the paper on fire, watching ink and pulp transform into ash and smoke, watching your words literally disappear. It's symbolic, sure, but symbols work on our psyches whether we believe in them intellectually or not. In convents and monasteries around the world, New Year's Eve often involves extended prayer vigils. Participants move through different forms of prayer, recited liturgies, silent meditation, contemplative reading and chanting, creating a rhythm that carries them from one year into the next. There's something powerful about marking time through practices that humans have performed for hundreds or thousands of years, about connecting your individual experience to a vast chain of people who've performed these same actions, spoken these same words and sat in the same quality of silence. Humans have always understood that eating is never just about nutrition. Every shared meal tells a story, carries meaning, and connects people to their histories and their hopes. When you combine food with fire, humanity's first technology, our oldest friend and most useful servant, you create layers of symbolism deep enough to get lost in. The Scottish Hogmanay tradition includes making a pint, a hot drink of ale, whiskey, beaten eggs, and spices that's prepared in a large pot over a fire and shared at midnight. The fire's heat transforms the raw ingredients into something greater than their sum, and the sharing from a common pot reinforces community bonds. Everyone drinks from the same source, literally and figuratively. The recipe has been passed down through generations, and people argue good-naturedly about the proper proportions, whether you should use more whiskey or less, and if the eggs should be beaten separately or added directly to the pot. These arguments matter because they're not really about ingredients. They're about maintaining connections to ancestors who made hot pint the same way, in the same pots, probably having the same arguments. In Spain and several Latin American countries, eating 12 grapes at midnight, one for each chime of the clock, supposedly brings good luck for each month of the coming year. This is harder than it sounds. Grapes are slippery. You're trying to swallow them quickly while the bells are ringing, and inevitably someone starts giggling, which makes everyone else laugh and accidentally inhale grape bits. The tradition possibly originated from wine growers in Alicante, who had a surplus harvest in 1909 and needed creative marketing, which means this supposedly ancient custom is actually about a century old and based on commercial interests. But that doesn't make it less meaningful to the millions of people who now consider it essential to their New Year's celebrations. The southern United States tradition of eating black-eyed peas on New Year's Day for prosperity, greens for money and cornbread for gold creates a meal that's both symbolic and delicious. The peas are cooked slowly with ham hock or salt pork, absorbing smoke and fat until they're creamy and savoury. Collard greens simmer with vinegar and pepper until they're tender but still have texture. Cornbread emerges from a cast-iron skillet with crispy edges and a tender centre. You pile these together on your plate, and whether or not they bring actual prosperity, they definitely bring satisfaction. The tradition possibly stems from the Civil War, when Union troops raided Confederate food supplies but left behind black-eyed peas, considering them fit only for livestock, which meant Southerners had peas to eat when other foods were scarce. Eating them on New Year's became a way to remember that survival is its own form of wealth. The Dutch tradition of eating oliebollen, oil balls, which are deep-fried dough balls dusted with powdered sugar, on New Year's Eve supposedly dates back to Germanic tribes who believed the fat would help protect them from the sword strikes of Perchta, a goddess who would supposedly slice open bellies during Yule to see if people had eaten well. The sword defence theory is probably nonsense, but oliebollen are definitely delicious, and watching them bubble in hot oil, waiting for them to turn golden, then burning your mouth because you couldn't wait for them to cool, that's part of the tradition too. In Greece, the Vassilopita cake contains a hidden coin, and whoever finds it in their slice receives special blessings for the coming year. The cake is cut at midnight with great ceremony, with the first slice for Christ, the second for the poor, and subsequent slices for family members by age. There's genuine suspense as people eat carefully, watching for the glint of the coin, trying not to crack their teeth on it. Sometimes the coin goes to someone who clearly needs good fortune, and you wonder if the person cutting the cake managed that through skill, or if it really was luck. Either way, the ritual creates a moment of shared anticipation, everyone's attention focused on the same object, the same possibility. The Austrian and German tradition of Bleigießen is similar to Finnish tin casting, but uses lead instead, or used two until they realised lead poisoning wasn't an ideal way to start the year. So now they use tin or wax. The principle remains: you melt the substance, pour it into water and interpret the shapes. But the more interesting tradition happens afterward, gathering around the fire to toast bread on long forks and share stories while eating the toast with butter and jam. The fire's heat on your face, the smell of browning bread, the butter melting into still warm toast. These sensory experiences anchor the memory, making it distinct from every other night of the year. In Iran, the Haftzin table prepared for Nowruz includes 7 items starting with the Farsi letter S, each symbolising something essential. Sabze, wheat or lentil sprouts; for rebirth. Samanu, sweet pudding; for affluence. Senjed, dried or leester; fruit for love. Serka, vinegar for patience. Seeb, apple for beauty and health. Sur, garlic for medicine and protection. And Somak, sumac, for sunrise and new beginnings. Families spend days preparing this table, growing the sprouts, making the pudding, and arranging everything beautifully. The table stays decorated throughout the 13 days of Nowruz, a constant reminder of what matters. When you pass by it multiple times daily, your eye catches on the green sprouts or the gleaming apple, and you remember rebirth, patience, and new beginnings. The Japanese tradition of toshikoshi soba, year-crossing noodles, eaten on New Year's Eve, carries multiple symbolic meanings. The long noodles represent longevity and letting go of the past year's hardships, since the noodles are easy to cut, unlike other traditional Japanese foods. They're served in hot broth with various toppings, and you're supposed to finish the entire bowl before midnight to ensure good luck. Slurping is not just permitted but encouraged. The sound is considered proof of appreciation. The soba must be buckwheat noodles specifically, not other types, because buckwheat plants are resilient and bounce back after storms knock them down, which is the kind of characteristic everyone wants to embody. In the Philippines, round fruits dominate New Year's tables because round shapes symbolise coins and prosperity. People display 12 different round fruits, one for each month, in bowls and on platters. The fruits range from common to exotic: oranges, grapes, watermelons, apples, pomelos and longans. The tradition says you should jump at midnight while holding coins and keeping your pockets full of change, which sounds exhausting if you've also been eating steadily since dinner, but the combination of fruit circles and jumping coins and general roundness is meant to attract circular money. Whether it works financially is debatable, but it definitely creates a visually striking table. The Italian tradition of eating lentils at midnight supposedly brings wealth, because lentils resemble coins, small, round, and plentiful. They're cooked slowly until tender and served with cotticino sausage, a rich fatty pork sausage that's been simmered for hours until it's meltingly soft. You eat them together just after midnight, sometimes still standing, sometimes at the table depending on the family. The lentils are earthy and comforting. The sausage is decadent, and together they ground you. Literally heavy food making you feel anchored, substantial, and ready for what comes next. Fire appears in countless New Year traditions beyond cooking. Bonfires on hillsides, candles in windows, torches carried through streets, and controlled burns in fields. The fire serves multiple purposes: light against winter darkness, warmth against cold, a beacon for community gathering, and purification through burning. In Scotland's Stonehaven, participants swing balls of fire over their heads while walking through the streets. Wire baskets packed with combustible material set alight and whirled in circles to create wheels of flame against the dark sky. It's spectacular and slightly terrifying, which seems appropriate for marking a major transition. The impulse to clean at the year's end seems nearly universal, whether it's washing away bad luck, sweeping out old spirits, or just finally dealing with that accumulation of dust in the corner you've been ignoring for months. Cultures everywhere have developed elaborate cleansing rituals for fresh starts. In Chinese tradition, cleaning the house before the New Year is mandatory but comes with specific rules. You clean thoroughly in the days leading up to the holiday, but on New Year's Day itself you absolutely cannot sweep or take out garbage, because you might sweep away or throw out the New Year's good luck. This means you have to finish all cleaning before the New Year arrives, which creates a deadline that actually motivates people to scrub under furniture and organise closets they've been meaning to tackle. There's also the tradition of hanging few characters, good fortune symbols, upside down, because the words for upside down and arrive are both Dao in Chinese. So an upside down a few means good fortune has arrived. Language and visual puns merge into tradition. The Japanese practice of osoji, or big cleaning, happens in late December. This isn't casual tidying, it's comprehensive deep cleaning that involves everyone in the household. You clean places you normally ignore, behind appliances, inside cabinets, the tops of door frames and window tracks. You throw away broken items, organise paperwork, and clear out closets. The physical act of cleaning becomes a meditation on impermanence and the accumulation of possessions. You discover you own things you forgot about, which raises questions about whether you actually needed them in the first place. The osoji culminates with decorating the cleaned house with kadamatsu, bamboo and pine arrangements, and shimenawa, sacred rope with white paper streamers, marking the home as purified and ready for Toshigami, the New Year deity. In Guatemala, families burn effigies called años viejos, old years, at midnight on December the 31st. These are often handmade figures representing the old year, sometimes crafted to look like disliked politicians or celebrities, stuffed with sawdust and firecrackers. The burning is loud, smoky and cathartic. Watching a representation of the year's frustrations literally explode is satisfying in a visceral way. The tradition combines indigenous burning rituals with Catholic influences and modern political commentary, creating something that's both ancient and immediate. After the burning, people sweep up the ashes and carry them away, physically removing the old year's remnants. In Denmark, people save up old dishes throughout the year, specifically to smash them against friends' doors on New Year's Eve. The more broken pottery outside your door, the more friends you have. It's a quantifiable measure of affection expressed through strategic vandalism. You're supposed to feel honoured when you find ceramic shards on your doorstep the next morning, though you also have to sweep them up, which brings us back to cleaning. Some families have passed down the same plates for generations specifically for this purpose. Great-grandmother's china exists solely to be smashed annually at the neighbour's house, which is a peculiar form of heirloom preservation. The Scottish tradition of redding, or cleaning the house before Hogmanay, includes carrying the ashes from the previous year's fire outside and scattering them in the garden before bringing in the first coal for the New Year's fire. You can't bring in new fire before removing old ash, the sequence matters. This creates a liminal moment when there's no fire in the hearth at all, a brief emptiness before the new flame catches. The ash goes back to the earth it came from. The coal comes in to warm you for another year, and you've completed a circle without really thinking about it. In Iran, before Nowruz, families practice khane takani, literally shaking the house, which means thorough spring cleaning. You wash rugs, scrub floors, clean windows until they're invisible, and air out bedding. Everyone participates, including children who are given age-appropriate tasks. The house smells of cleaning solutions and fresh air, and once everything sparkles, you buy new clothes for everyone to wear on New Year's Day. The combination of a clean house and new clothes creates a feeling of renewal that's physical, not just philosophical. You actually look and smell different, which helps you feel different. Water plays a central role in many cleansing traditions. In Myanmar, the Thingyan Water Festival marks the Burmese New Year with mass water throwing. What began as gentle anointment with blessed water has evolved into full-scale water warfare, with people throwing buckets from balconies, spraying hoses from trucks, and setting up elaborate water cannon stations. Everyone gets completely drenched, which in the hot season is actually pleasant. The water symbolically washes away the old year's sins and bad luck, and the sheer volume of water involved means you're definitely clean by the end, at least temporarily. The Jewish practice of tashlich during Rosh Hashanah involves walking to a body of flowing water, a river, stream or ocean, and symbolically casting away your sins by throwing breadcrumbs or small stones into the water while reciting prayers. You watch the crumbs float away on the current, physically releasing your mistakes. Different communities have different practices about what you throw. Some say the bread feeds the fish, completing a cycle, while others point out that bread isn't particularly good for fish, and suggest using birdseed instead, which leads to theological discussions about whether the point is the symbolism or the ecological impact. In Korea, the practice of burning written wishes or worries from the past year creates smoke that carries your concerns away. You write specific things, not vague anxieties, but particular worries, on small pieces of paper. Then you burn them in a controlled fire, watching the paper blacken and curl, the ink disappearing, and your handwriting turning to ash. The smoke rises and dissipates, and your worries rise and dissipate with it. You know intellectually that burning paper doesn't solve actual problems, but the ritual provides permission to release worry, at least temporarily, which is its own form of problem solving. In parts of South America, people wear coloured underwear on New Year's Eve according to what they want to attract. Yellow for money, red for love, white for peace, and green for health. You wear the appropriately coloured underwear all day and especially at midnight, which means you've thought about your priorities and literally clothed yourself in your intentions. The tradition is both serious and playful. People shop together for lucky underwear, comparing shades of yellow and debating whether burgundy counts as red. The shopping trip becomes part of the ritual, a way of articulating hopes while choosing between lace and cotton. The practice of smudging with sage, cedar, or sweetgrass in various indigenous North American traditions involves burning dried plants and using the smoke to cleanse spaces, objects, and people. You light the bundle, let it catch, then blow out the flame so it smoulders and produces smoke. Then you move the smoke around with your hand or a feather, directing it into corners, around doorways, and over your own body. The smoke has a distinct smell, sharp, resinous, and green, even though you're burning dried plants. Different plants carry different purposes: sage for purification, cedar for protection, and sweetgrass for blessing. The smoke is visible evidence of cleansing happening, tangible proof of intention made manifest. Once you've cleaned house and released the past, the question becomes, what do you want to invite into the emptiness you've created? Intention setting takes countless forms, from private promises to public declarations, from written lists to symbolic actions. The Western tradition of New Year's resolutions has ancient roots, but took its modern form during the early 20th century. Gym memberships spike in January, diet books sell briskly, and self-improvement courses find eager audiences. The cynical view is that most resolutions fail by February, which statistics support. Approximately 80% of resolutions don't make it past the first month. But perhaps the point isn't success rates, but the practice itself. The willingness to imagine better versions of ourselves and take steps, however faltering, toward those visions. In many Latin American countries, people write down wishes for the new year on small pieces of paper, then tuck them into their shoes. You wear these wishes as you walk into the new year, literally stepping into your intentions. Some people keep the papers in their shoes for the entire first day, while others transfer them to wallets or pockets, keeping their wishes close. The papers gradually wear and fade from contact with your life, which seems metaphorically appropriate. Your intention should be lived, not preserved in pristine condition. The Babylonian practice during Akitu involved making promises to the gods and to neighbours, particularly about returning borrowed property and paying debts. These weren't private vows, but public declarations made in temple ceremonies. The accountability built into the practice, promising in front of your community, probably improved follow-through rates considerably. It's harder to forget your resolution when multiple people witnessed you making it, and will definitely ask how it's going. In some Buddhist traditions, people write intentions for the coming year on small wooden tablets called iyame, which they hang at temples. The tablets accumulate throughout the year, hundreds of individual wishes hanging together: success in exams, health for aging parents, courage for new ventures, and patience for daily frustrations. Walking through a temple courtyard and seeing all these hopes suspended on strings creates a powerful sense of shared humanity. Everyone wants similar things: love, health, purpose, and peace. The specifics vary, but the underlying desires connect us. The practice of creating vision boards, collages of images representing your goals, combines artistic expression with intention setting. You flip through magazines looking for pictures that resonate: a kitchen garden, a passport stamp, a person meditating, a graduation cap. You arrange these images on poster board, creating a visual map of your aspirations. Then you hang the board somewhere you'll see it daily. The regular visual reinforcement keeps your intentions accessible to your conscious mind rather than letting them drift into forgetfulness. Some people swear by vision boards, others find them embarrassingly earnest. The effectiveness probably depends less on the board itself than on the clarity of thought required to create one. In Japan, people buy Daruma dolls at New Year markets. These are hollow, rounded dolls modelled after Bodhidharma, the founder of Zen Buddhism. The dolls come with blank white eyes. When you buy one, you colour in one eye while setting a goal for the year. The doll sits in your home, its single eye watching you, a constant reminder of your intention. If you achieve your goal by year's end, you colour in the second eye, completing the doll. Then you return it to the temple to be burned in a ceremonial fire, releasing the commitment. If you don't achieve your goal, you can keep the one-eyed doll or return it incomplete, acknowledging that you weren't ready or the goal wasn't right. The one-eyed doll staring at you all year creates gentle pressure without crushing guilt. The practice of choosing a word for the year, one word that captures your intention or focus, has gained popularity as a less overwhelming alternative to detailed resolutions. Instead of lose £20, save $5,000, learn Spanish and read 50 books, you choose something like balance or courage or simplicity. The word becomes a lens through which you evaluate decisions throughout the year. When facing a choice, you ask, does this align with my word? It's simultaneously more flexible and more focused than traditional resolutions, allowing for interpretation while maintaining direction. In some Hindu traditions, people visit temples on New Year to seek blessings for specific intentions. You bring offerings, flowers, fruit and incense, and explain to the deity what you hope to accomplish. Some temples have priests who bless you and offer guidance. The practice combines personal intention with spiritual petition, acknowledging that while you'll work toward your goals, you also recognize forces beyond your control and ask for divine support. It's practical humility. I'll do my part, but I could use some help from greater powers. The Kemetic practice of making oaths to Maat, the goddess of truth and balance, involved publicly stating your intentions and understanding that Maat would weigh your heart against her feather of truth in the afterlife. The severity of that eventual judgment supposedly encouraged people to follow through on their promises. Modern practitioners of Kemetic traditions often write intentions during the New Year and place them on altars devoted to Maat, understanding that truth and balance should guide their actions. The feather weighing your heart creates memorable motivation. Letter writing as intention setting appears in many cultures. Some people write letters to their future selves, describing current hopes and sealing them to open in 1 year. Reading last year's letter becomes part of the next year's ritual. You discover which intentions you forgot about entirely, which ones evolved into something unexpected, and which ones you achieved without consciously trying. The gap between who you thought you'd be and who you actually became holds valuable information about the difference between wishful thinking and genuine aspiration. In some Caribbean traditions, people make packets of herbs, spices, and other ingredients corresponding to their intentions, then bury these packets in their gardens or at crossroads under the new moon closest to the new year. The packet deteriorates in the earth, releasing its contents slowly, symbolizing intentions gradually manifesting throughout the year. Different ingredients attract different outcomes: cinnamon for prosperity, basil for love, and bay leaves for success. You choose your ingredients thoughtfully, construct your packet with care, bury it with ceremony, then trust the earth to do its work while you do yours. Humans have always looked up at critical moments. When the year turns, we crane our necks to watch fireworks bloom and fade, to count stars, and to witness the sky's response to our celebration. The practice connects us to our astronomical origins and reminds us that we're part of something vastly larger than our individual concerns. The aurora borealis has influenced northern culture's New Year traditions for millennia. In Scandinavia, the dancing lights were sometimes interpreted as spirits of the dead celebrating, sometimes as reflections of the Valkyrie's armour, and sometimes as bridges between worlds. Watching the aurora on New Year's Eve was considered particularly auspicious. You stood in brutal cold, looking up at curtains of green and purple light undulating across the sky, and felt very small in a way that was somehow comforting. The lights dance regardless of human activity, indifferent to your hopes and fears, just physics and magnetism creating beauty. In Polynesian cultures, navigation by stars wasn't just practical but sacred. Star watchers held honoured positions, maintaining knowledge of which stars appeared when and what their positions indicated about seasons and directions. The new year in traditional Hawaiian culture coincided with the rising of Makalii, the Pleiades star cluster, signalling the start of the 4-month Makahiki season. During Makahiki, war was forbidden, taxes were suspended, and people celebrated with sports, dancing, and feasting. The entire social structure shifted based on stars appearing in particular positions. Astronomy literally governed society. Meteor showers near New Year's, particularly the quadrantids, which peak in early January, give modern sky watchers something to search for during cold winter nights. You find a dark location away from light pollution, bring blankets and thermoses of hot drinks, and lie on your back looking up. Your eyes adjust to darkness over 20 minutes, and then you wait. Meteors appear unpredictably. A streak in your peripheral vision, gone before you can properly see it, then nothing for 10 minutes, then 3 in quick succession. The waiting becomes meditative. You're not scrolling, not multitasking, just lying still watching for light. The Chinese tradition of Tianwen, or celestial patterns, involved careful observation of astronomical phenomena and their interpretation as omens. A particularly bright star might indicate the birth of a great leader. A comet could suggest impending change. Imperial astronomers held powerful positions because their readings influenced national policy. While modern science has explained these phenomena in ways that remove the supernatural, the practice of paying attention to the sky remains valuable. You notice things. How quickly clouds move, the moon's changing position throughout the night, and which stars are visible in different seasons. In Zoroastrian tradition, fire temples maintain eternal flames that should never be extinguished. On New Year's Eve, families add special wood to their home fires and stay awake watching flames while telling stories and reading poetry. The fire connects earth to sky, smoke rising, sparks ascending, and heat radiating upward. You feed the fire throughout the night, watching how different woods burn differently, how flames find whatever oxygen they can, and how fire is simultaneously destructive and life-giving. The smoke carries your prayers and intentions skyward, or at least that's the belief. Even without supernatural intercession, watching fire remains hypnotic, the oldest television. The practice of releasing sky lanterns, though now banned in many places due to fire hazards, originated in China and spread throughout Asia. Paper lanterns with small flames inside lift on heated air, rising into the night sky like reversed stars. Hundreds or thousands released simultaneously create a stunning sight, an artificial constellation ascending, each light representing someone's wish or prayer. From the ground, you watch your lantern join others, become indistinguishable, and become part of a collective illumination. Then the flames burn out and the lanterns drift back to Earth, which poses obvious problems but created beautiful moments while aloft. In parts of Mexico, people practice the tradition of las 12 uvas at midnight, but do so outside, looking at the sky between grapes. The logic is that wishes made under open sky have clearer paths to whatever forces grant wishes. This probably doesn't work mechanically, but eating grapes while looking at stars does create a memorable sensory combination. The sweet burst of fruit, the cold air on your face, and the vast darkness above sprinkled with ancient light. The Maori tradition of star observation, called wetu, tied navigation, agriculture and spiritual practice together. Different star clusters signified different seasons and activities. Matariki, the Maori New Year celebrated when the Pleiades rise, involves gathering before dawn to watch these stars appear. The number of stars visible indicates whether the coming year will be abundant or challenging. More stars mean better harvests. Modern celebrations include staying up all night or rising before dawn to witness the rising connecting contemporary Maori with ancestral practices through the same stars their great-grandparents watched. Planetariums sometimes offer New Year's Eve shows that take viewers on journeys through space and time, showing what the sky looked like thousands of years ago and what it will look like thousands of years hence. You sit in reclining seats in a dark dome while stars wheel overhead, planets travel their orbits, and galaxies spin. It's humbling and oddly liberating. Your individual concerns seem less pressing when you're watching the Andromeda Galaxy approach the Milky Way over the next several billion years. The timescales involved make human calendars appear arbitrary, which they are, but no less meaningful for being human inventions. Some people practice earth-gazing instead of sky-gazing, lying on their backs and imagining they're looking down at the Earth from space instead of up at the sky. This perspective shift, understanding that you're on a planet suspended in space, held to the surface by gravity rather than sitting on stationary ground beneath a distant sky, can produce a disorienting exhilaration. You feel the Earth moving beneath you, rotating, orbiting, and moving through the galaxy as the galaxy moves through space. It's all motion and spin, and you're part of it, have always been part of it, clinging to this rock hurtling through darkness. Midnight arrives whether you're watching or not, but there's something powerful about deliberately witnessing the transition. Different cultures mark this moment in ways ranging from reverent to raucous, but all recognise that the instant of change deserves attention. In Times Square, approximately 1 million people gather to watch a Waterford crystal ball drop precisely at midnight, a tradition that began in 1907, though the current LED-lit sphere with 32,000 colours wasn't introduced until 2008. The countdown is broadcast globally, and people in living rooms and bars worldwide count down together. 10, 9, 8. The synchronization creates temporary unity among people who agree on nothing else. For 60 seconds, everyone's counting the same numbers toward the same moment. In Greece, the moment of midnight involves card games. Families play games of chance, believing that winning at midnight predicts good luck for the year. The games are often simple: war, high card, dice rolls, with small stakes. Children stay up to participate, learning that sometimes you win, sometimes you lose, and neither outcome defines you permanently. The next hand, the next year, offers fresh possibilities. In Brazil, the first moments of the new year involve running into the ocean, preferably jumping over 7 waves while making wishes. Beach communities like Rio de Janeiro become masses of people dressed in white, running into the water together. The waves are cold shock, salt spray, and tidal power, nature indifferent to human celebrations, but providing a stage for them anyway. 7 waves because 7 is lucky. There are 7 days in the week, 7 colours in the rainbow, and 7 musical notes. The number accumulates meaning through repetition. The Scottish tradition of first footing requires the first person to enter your home after midnight to be a dark-haired male bearing gifts. In areas where most people are fair-haired, this creates logistical challenges. Some families arrange first footers in advance, others leave their doors unlocked and hope appropriate strangers arrive. The gifts are specific: coal for warmth, salt for flavour, shortbread for food, and whiskey for cheer. The first footer shouldn't arrive empty-handed, shouldn't speak before delivering the gifts, and should only enter through the front door, the same door they'll exit from, not crossing through the house, which might bring bad luck. In the Philippines, families believe that jumping at midnight makes children grow taller. Every child jumps as high as possible precisely at 12, which creates hilarious videos and slightly chaotic moments as everyone leaps simultaneously. The physics don't support the growth claim, but the collective jumping creates joy and memory, which might be the actual point. You jump, you laugh, and you land in the new year already smiling. In Denmark, people stand on chairs and jump off them at midnight, literally leaping into the new year. This combines the jumping impulse from the Philippines with furniture, which adds an element of adventure. You stand on a chair, count down, then jump into the year ahead. It's a small action with clear symbolism, leaving the old year behind, taking a leap and trusting you'll land safely. In some Native American traditions, the first sunrise of the new year calls for ceremony. You wake before dawn, prepare yourself through prayer or meditation, then face east and wait. The sky gradually lightens, black to deep blue to pale blue to pink to gold, and then the sun appears, a sliver of fierce light that grows until you have to look away. That first light touches your face, and you've witnessed the year's first sunrise and participated in the cycle's continuation. Each sunrise is technically the same as the previous one, but this one you've marked as special through attention. In Japan, the first shrine visit of the year, called Hatsumode, typically happens in the first 3 days of January. Shrines become crowded with people waiting in long lines to pray, buy lucky charms and receive blessings. The waiting is part of the experience. Standing in a queue with strangers who are all there for the same purpose creates a temporary community. You might chat with the people around you, or you might stand in companionable silence, but you're together in intention. When you finally reach the shrine, you throw a coin in the offering box, bow twice, clap twice, bow once more, and say a prayer. The ritual's precision is comforting. You know exactly what to do and have seen countless others do the same. In Spain's Basque region, people dress as the mythological character Olencero, a charcoal maker who brings gifts on New Year's. Groups of Olentzerok parade through streets, singing traditional songs and carrying staffs. The character represents the old year departing, rural tradition continuing despite urbanization, and connection to the land even in cities. Children watch these parades, learning stories their grandparents knew, maintaining cultural memory through costume and song. The practice of kissing someone at midnight supposedly comes from English and German folklore, suggesting that the first person you encounter in the new year sets the year's tone. A kiss was meant to purify and strengthen bonds. Now it's become an expectation in many Western cultures, sometimes creating pressure to have someone to kiss at midnight, as though your romantic status determines your year's quality. But a kiss between people who genuinely care for each other, chosen freely rather than performed out of obligation, can be a lovely way to begin a year. Connection, affection, and warmth against winter cold. In some cultures, the first words spoken in the new year matter. You choose them carefully. A blessing, a wish, a hope. Some people remain silent until they've formulated exactly what they want their first words to be. Others shout joyfully, claiming the year with exuberance. The choice reflects personality. Some of us are thoughtful, some spontaneous, some quiet, and some loud. The year accommodates all of us. After the celebration comes the morning. While some people wake with regret and headaches, many cultures have developed traditions that make New Year's Day itself meaningful, quiet, and a gentle beginning rather than a loud continuation. In Japan, New Year's Day morning involves special breakfast foods called osechi ryori, elaborately prepared dishes packed in beautiful lacquer boxes. Each dish has symbolic meaning. Black soybeans for health, herring roe for fertility, and sweet rolled omelette for scholarship. The foods were traditionally prepared in advance so women wouldn't have to cook during the first days of the year, giving everyone rest. Families eat together slowly, discussing the past year and hopes for the coming one. The meal isn't rushed. There's nowhere to go, nothing that can't wait. In the southern United States, New Year's Day often means staying home in comfortable clothes and cooking that traditional meal of black-eyed peas, collard greens and cornbread. The house smells of simmering greens and baking bread. Someone might have a football game playing on television, volume low, just pleasant background noise. The meal simmers for hours, flavours deepening, while family members drift in and out of the kitchen, sampling, adding seasonings, and telling stories about previous New Year's. The Dutch practice of Nieuwjaarsduik involves jumping into cold ocean water on New Year's Day, which sounds terrible but apparently attracts thousands of participants annually. You change into your swimsuit in freezing temperatures, run screaming into icy water, splash around briefly, then run back out and wrap yourself in towels while laughing uncontrollably. The shock of cold water creates an endorphin rush. You feel intensely alive, every nerve alert absolutely present in your body. Then you drink hot chocolate and warm up slowly, feeling victorious for reasons you can't quite articulate. In many cultures, New Year's Day is for visiting. You go to relatives and friends' homes, bringing small gifts, staying for tea or coffee and conversation. The visiting follows patterns, oldest relatives first, then working down through family relationships, then friends. Some households receive dozens of visitors throughout the day. The constant flow of people creates warmth and noise, reaffirms connections, and reminds you that you're part of multiple interlocking circles of care. In Turkey, New Year's Day includes the practice of Nasılsın visits, where children go door to door asking adults, "How are you?" in exchange for small amounts of money or sweets. It teaches children to acknowledge elders, creates intergenerational interaction, and gives adults an opportunity to see which children in the neighbourhood are growing up into polite young people. The children accumulate modest amounts of money that feel like fortunes, and the adults get to participate in tradition and community maintenance. For people who celebrated too enthusiastically the night before, New Year's Day is for recovery. Different cultures have different hangover cures. Menudo in Mexico, a spicy tripe soup that supposedly restores balance. Prairie oyster in the English-speaking world, a raw egg in a glass with Worcestershire sauce and hot sauce that seems designed to punish bad decisions, and pickled herring in Germany and Poland, the salt and vinegar cutting through wooziness. Whether these work medicinally or just distract you from your headache with intense flavours is unclear, but the ritual of cure-seeking creates structure for an otherwise shapeless day. The Quaker practice of spending New Year's Day in silent reflection, possibly attending meeting for worship, offers a dramatically different approach. You wake naturally, without alarm. You sit in silence, maybe at home, maybe at a meeting. You let your mind wander through the past year without forcing it into analytical categories. Memories arise and pass like clouds. You don't judge them as good or bad, just notice them. Hours pass this way. When you finally speak or move, the words and actions feel considered and intentional, arising from stillness rather than reaction. In Iran, the 13 days of Nowruz are for visiting, feasting and celebrating, but the 13th day specifically is for getting out of the house. People picnic outdoors, seeking nature, fresh air and open space. The custom supposedly helps avoid bad luck, but practically it gets everyone outside after nearly 2 weeks of heavy eating and indoor socialising. You spread blankets in parks, bring food, play games, and breathe deeply. The grass smells like the beginning of spring, even if the calendar says otherwise. The practice of taking a New Year's Day walk appears in many cultures. You bundle up and go outside, walking familiar routes or exploring new ones. The world looks different on this particular day, even though nothing has actually changed. Same trees, same buildings, same streets. But you're paying attention differently, noticing details you usually overlook. The way frost patterns on windows catch light, how shadows fall at this particular time of year, the specific quality of winter afternoon sun. Some people spend New Year's Day organising, taking seriously that impulse to start fresh. They clean out closets, file paperwork, organise digital photos, and answer old emails. The productivity feels virtuous after a day of celebration, and there's satisfaction in creating order and seeing physical results of your effort. Drawers that close properly now. Desktops, physical and digital, that display only relevant items. Space where clutter used to live. For some, New Year's Day is for doing absolutely nothing. You wake late, stay in comfortable clothes, read without purpose, and nap without guilt. The day stretches out with no obligations, no schedule, and no demands. This luxury of unstructured time is rare enough to feel special. You don't have to optimize the day or make it meaningful. It can just be a day of rest, breathing room between the old year and the year's coming demands. The afternoon light on New Year's Day has a particular quality. Winter sun slanting through windows, creating long shadows, illuminating dust motes floating in the air. You sit in a patch of warmth, maybe with tea or coffee, maybe with a book, maybe with nothing at all. The year ahead contains unknowns, possibilities, potential difficulties, and joys. But right now, in this moment, there's sunlight and warmth and quiet, and that's enough to begin with. Imagine waking up on a Tuesday morning in 1963, somewhere in a modest semi-detached house in suburban Manchester, or Birmingham, or any of a dozen similar cities across Britain. The alarm clock, one of those wind-up affairs with the twin bells on top, rattles to life at 6:30, and you shuffle to the bathroom in slippers that have seen better days. The Britain outside your window is a curious hybrid of old and new. Some homes on your street still have outside toilets, relics of Victorian construction that nobody's gotten around to modernising. But there's also a television aerial sprouting from nearly every rooftop, and if you listen carefully you can hear the distant rumble of morning traffic that's beginning to clog roads never designed for this many vehicles. For Detective Inspector Thomas Henley, let's call him Tom because everyone at the station does, this particular Tuesday begins like most others. He shaves with a safety razor over a porcelain sink, the mirror still foggy from the limited hot water his immersion heater provides. His wife has already been up for an hour, preparing breakfast in a kitchen where a new electric kettle sits proudly next to the old stovetop one she can't quite bring herself to discard. The smell of toast and marmalade drifts up the stairs. This is the Britain of hearty breakfasts, where a proper meal means fried eggs, bacon, grilled tomatoes, and toast soldiers if you're feeling particularly traditional. Tom's wife believes a man can't possibly solve crimes on an empty stomach, and who is he to argue with 3 decades of married wisdom? The newspaper waiting by his plate carries headlines about the Profumo scandal and the Beatles' latest chart success. This peculiar moment when Britain seems caught between its stiff upper lip past and something looser, younger, and decidedly more colourful. But Tom is more interested in the local news section, where a small article mentions a burglary at a chemist shop on the high street. Not his case, but he reads it anyway, because a good detective develops habits of attention that extend beyond official assignments. His journey to the station takes him through streets that would be unrecognisable to someone from our time. The corner shop, not yet called a convenience store, displays hand-lettered signs advertising prices in pounds, shillings, and pence. The tobacconist is doing brisk business even at this hour, because smoking is something nearly everyone does, everywhere, all the time. The local pub won't open for hours yet, but its windows are already being washed by someone who takes pride in keeping the etched glass gleaming. Tom walks past the new Wimpy bar, which opened last month and represents the leading edge of American-style fast food culture creeping into British life. The teenagers love it, though Tom can't quite understand paying money for something called a hamburger when a proper fish and chips shop is right across the street. But then again, he's never quite understood teenagers, even when he was one. The police station is a solid Victorian building that smells perpetually of floor wax, damp wool, and the particular mustiness that seems to accumulate in any British institution of sufficient age. The front desk sergeant nods as Tom enters, a gesture they have exchanged nearly every working day for 15 years. Some partnerships are built on conversation. Theirs is built on comfortable silence and shared understanding. Tom's office is on the 2nd floor, upstairs that creak in a way that announces visitors long before they arrive. The room contains a desk, 2 filing cabinets, a telephone that connects to the switchboard downstairs through a system of mysterious clicks and buzzes, and a window that looks out onto a car park slowly filling with Morris Minors, Ford Anglias, and the occasional Rover belonging to someone higher up the chain of command. The morning briefing won't start for another 20 minutes, so Tom uses the time to review his active cases. There's the matter of the missing garden gnomes from the residential area near the park. Probably teenagers, though proving it will require either catching them in the act or someone's mother finding a dozen ceramic gnomes hidden in their son's bedroom. There's a string of shoplifting incidents at the Woolworths that suggest either the same person returning repeatedly, or a small group working together. And there's the peculiar business of threatening letters being sent to the headmaster of the local grammar school, written in block capitals on paper that might have come from anywhere. None of these are murders or bank robberies or the kinds of cases that make headlines. They're the steady, unglamorous work of maintaining order in a community where most people are basically decent, but occasionally fall into bad decisions or temporary madness. Tom has solved exactly 3 murders in his career, and each one was solved through patience, attention to detail, and the kind of shoe-leather detective work that involves knocking on doors until someone mentions something useful. The tea trolley arrives, pushed by Mrs. Patterson, who's been providing tea to police officers since before Tom joined the force. She knows everyone's preference. Tom takes his with milk and 1 sugar, though his doctor has suggested he might want to cut back on the sugar. The tea is strong enough to stand a spoon in, brewed in a pot that's probably older than some of the younger constables, and served in cups that don't quite match because institutional crockery has a way of gradually becoming an eclectic collection. This is how detective work begins in 1960s Britain, not with dramatic car chases or shootouts, but with tea, paperwork, and the quiet accumulation of small details that might, eventually, form a pattern worth investigating. If you've ever watched a modern crime show, you've probably seen detectives request DNA analysis, check surveillance footage, and pull up computer records that tell them everything about a suspect in seconds. Now imagine doing that same job with none of those tools, and you'll begin to understand the particular challenges facing British detectives in the 1960s. Tom's filing cabinets contain what passes for a database in this era. Folders organised alphabetically, then by date containing handwritten notes, typed reports done on manual typewriters that require real finger strength, and photographs developed in the darkroom in the basement. Finding information means remembering where you filed it, because there's no search function beyond your own memory, and whatever organisational system you've managed to maintain. The telephone on his desk connects to other police stations through operators who manually plug cables into switchboards, creating connections that sometimes involve waiting several minutes for a line to become available. Long-distance calls to Scotland Yard in London require planning and often involve frustrating delays, where you can hear other conversations bleeding through the line, ghostly fragments of other people's business mixing with your own. Fingerprint analysis exists and is considered remarkably sophisticated, but it requires first lifting prints from a crime scene using powder and tape, then photographing them, then manually comparing them to cards in files that are organised by pattern type, whorls, loops and arches. An experienced fingerprint examiner can perform this matching work with impressive accuracy, but it takes hours or days rather than the seconds you see on television. Photography is both essential and frustratingly limited. Crime scene photographs must be taken with film cameras, which means you get one chance to capture each angle correctly. There's no deleting and trying again, no checking the image on a screen to make sure you got it right. The film must be developed, which means waiting, and prints must be made, which means waiting more. A complete photographic record of a crime scene might not be available until the following day, by which time memories have already started to fade and details to blur. The forensic laboratory that serves Tom's region is located in a converted country house, an hour's drive away, staffed by scientists who work with microscopes, chemical reagents, and the kind of meticulous attention to detail that would make a watchmaker nod with approval. They can analyse blood types, examine textile fibres, identify soil samples, and perform other tests that would have seemed like magic a generation earlier. But each test takes time, requires careful documentation, and produces results that must be interpreted by people who understand both science and its limitations. Tom has learned to work within these constraints through a combination of experience, intuition, and what he thinks of as aggressive common sense. When a burglar strikes, Tom doesn't wait for forensic results before beginning his investigation. Instead, he walks the neighbourhood, talking to people, asking about strangers they might have noticed, unusual vehicles, or anything that broke the normal pattern of their daily routines. Most people are surprisingly observant about their own streets, even if they don't realise it. Mrs. Jenkins at number 43 might not think she knows anything useful, but when Tom asks the right questions, she remembers that there was a van parked on the corner Tuesday afternoon. Unusual because it's normally permit parking only, and she noticed because she was worried about getting a ticket herself. That van probably means nothing, but Tom writes it down anyway, because you never know which detail will matter until you've assembled enough of them to see a pattern. The local Bobby, the police constable who walks the same beat every day, becoming a familiar fixture in his neighbourhood, is one of Tom's most valuable resources. P.C. Williams knows everyone on his patch, knows which teenagers are heading for trouble, and which ones are just going through a phase, knows which houses have been empty during the day, and which shops have had new employees recently. This kind of knowledge can't be stored in any filing system. It exists only in human memory, and the relationships built through years of daily contact. When Tom needs to check someone's background, he can't simply run their name through a computer. Instead, he places telephone calls to other stations, sends telegrams to the central registry, and sometimes writes actual letters that travel through the post, waiting days for replies that might or might not contain useful information. Criminal records exist, but they're paper documents stored in specific locations, and accessing them requires knowing where to look and having the patience to wait for files to be retrieved and copied. The interview room where Tom questions suspects and witnesses is furnished with a table, 3 chairs, and nothing else. There's no two-way mirror, no recording equipment, and no video cameras documenting every moment. Instead, a constable sits in the corner taking notes in shorthand, creating a written record that will later be typed up and filed. The accuracy of this record depends entirely on the constable's skill, attention, and honesty. There's no backup, no way to review what was actually said beyond what someone wrote down. This means that a detective's memory, observation skills, and ability to read people become paramount. Tom has trained himself to notice body language, to hear what people aren't saying, and to spot the small inconsistencies in someone's story that might indicate deception or confusion. He's learned that the truth usually emerges not in dramatic confrontations, but in quiet moments when someone lets their guard down, often over tea, often when they think the formal interview has ended. The tools of 1960s detective work are fundamentally human. Attention, patience, persistence, and the ability to convince people to tell you things they might prefer to keep hidden. Technology helps, fingerprints, photographs, forensic analysis, but these are supplements to human judgment rather than replacements for it. The morning briefing is held in a room with a large map of the district pinned to one wall, marked with coloured pins indicating different types of incidents. Red for burglaries, blue for assaults, green for traffic accidents, and yellow for what the sergeant calls miscellaneous mischief. The pattern of pins tells a story to anyone who knows how to read it. Clusters near the train station suggesting opportunistic theft, a line of red pins along the main shopping street, and isolated blues in residential areas that usually involve domestic situations nobody wants to discuss. Detective Chief Inspector Morrison runs these briefings with the efficiency of someone who learned his trade during the war and sees no reason to waste words. He's the sort of man who uses a pipe as a prop, pointing with it to emphasize certain points, consulting it during thoughtful silences, and occasionally forgetting to actually light it. The younger officers find this mildly amusing, but nobody mentions it because Morrison is both respected and slightly feared in the way that very competent people often are. Tom's assignment for the day involves following up on the threatening letters to the grammar school headmaster. The letters themselves are unsettling without being explicitly dangerous. Vague warnings about consequences and justice, written in pencil on cheap-lined paper that could have come from any newsagent in Britain. The handwriting is deliberately disguised, each letter formed carefully in block capitals that tell you nothing about the writer's natural hand. The school itself is a Victorian Gothic structure that was probably impressive when it was built, but now just looks stern and slightly forbidding. The headmaster's office smells of old books, furniture polish, and the peculiar mustiness that seems to pervade British educational institutions. Headmaster Richardson is a man in his late 50s who still wears an academic gown for assemblies and believes firmly that education should build character as well as knowledge. Richardson has kept all 5 letters in a folder, handling them by the corners to preserve any fingerprints, though he's probably contaminated them thoroughly already. Tom examines each one carefully, noting that they're written on different paper, suggesting either the writer has access to multiple sources or is deliberately varying the materials. The messages are similar but not identical, each one slightly escalating the implied threat while remaining just vague enough to avoid being actionable. What's interesting is what the letters don't say. There's no specific grievance mentioned, no clear demand, and no indication of what the writer actually wants. This suggests either someone who enjoys causing anxiety for its own sake, or someone building toward a demand they haven't yet articulated. Tom's experience tells him this is likely either a disgruntled former employee or a parent who feels their child was treated unfairly. The 2 most common sources of grievances against school administrators. He spends the next several hours conducting interviews. The school secretary, who has worked there for 20 years and knows everyone, can't think of anyone who would do such a thing. The deputy head, who handles disciplinary matters, mentions 3 recent expulsions, but doesn't believe any of the parents involved would resort to anonymous letters. The caretaker, who sees the building from a different angle than the academic staff, recalls that someone tried to break into the chemistry lab last month, though nothing was taken. Each interview adds a small piece to a puzzle that doesn't yet have a clear shape. Tom takes notes in a pocket notebook, writing in a personal shorthand he's developed over decades, not the formal shorthand used by secretaries, but his own system of abbreviations and symbols that would be nearly illegible to anyone else. The notebook itself is a physical record that he'll later transcribe into formal reports, but in the moment, it's just a way of capturing thoughts before they evaporate. Lunchtime finds Tom at the local cafe, the sort of establishment that serves meat pies, mashed potatoes and tea strong enough to revive the dead. The cafe is run by a woman named Doris, who's been feeding local workers for 30 years and has opinions about everything from politics to proper pie crust. Tom eats here several times a week, partly because the food is decent and cheap, partly because Doris sees and hears everything that happens on this street, making her cafe an unofficial intelligence gathering operation disguised as a working class restaurant. Today, Doris mentions that young Billy Thompson, one of the teenagers Tom suspects in the garden gnome thefts, was in yesterday spending money on the new pinball machine. This is notable because Billy's family isn't well off, and unexplained wealth in a teenage boy usually means either employment that his mother doesn't know about, or income from activities she definitely doesn't know about. It's a small detail, possibly meaningless, but Tom files it away in the mental drawer labelled worth checking. The afternoon is spent on the more tedious aspects of police work, typing reports, making telephone calls, and reviewing witness statements from other officers. Tom's typing is competent but not elegant, the product of a brief course years ago that taught him hunt and peck efficiency without any claim to proper technique. Each keystroke requires real force on the manual typewriter, and errors must be corrected with a special erasing paper that never quite makes the page clean again. A telephone call to the paper manufacturer reveals that the paper used in the threatening letters is sold at approximately 300 shops across the region, too common to be useful for narrowing down suspects. A call to a handwriting expert suggests the disguised printing is probably done by someone educated, based on certain letter formations that suggest familiarity with cursive writing. These aren't breakthroughs, but they're data points that gradually constrain the universe of possibilities. By late afternoon, Tom has developed a theory that he can't yet prove. The letters strike him as coming from someone with some connection to education, not necessarily a teacher, but someone who speaks the language of schools and understands their hierarchies. The lack of specific grievances suggests someone nursing a general resentment rather than a particular wrong, and the careful preparation, different papers, disguised handwriting, envelopes posted from different locations, suggests someone methodical and patient. He decides to request the school's personnel records for the past 10 years, looking for anyone who left under circumstances that might breed resentment. It's a long shot that will require hours of reading through files, but long shots and patient reading are what detective work actually consists of, as opposed to the dramatic revelations that populate fictional mysteries. The day ends with Tom walking back through streets now busy with evening commuters, shops closing for the day, and the smell of dinners cooking behind the curtained windows of terraced houses. He carries his case files home in a leather satchel that's starting to show its age, planning to spend the evening reviewing statements while his wife watches television in the next room. This is the rhythm of detective work in 1960 Britain. Long stretches of routine punctuated by moments of significance that only become apparent in retrospect, patterns emerging slowly from accumulated detail, and truth revealed not through brilliant deduction, but through thorough, patient, unglamorous labour. One of the peculiar aspects of police work in the 1960s is how visible it remained to ordinary citizens. There's no internet to report crimes anonymously, no social media to follow investigations from a distance. Instead, crime and its investigation happen in physical spaces where people can see and participate in the process. The police box on the corner near the main shopping district is one of these visible symbols of law enforcement. It's a blue-painted wooden structure, not unlike the TARDIS from Doctor Who, containing a telephone that connects directly to the station. Local officers use it as a reporting point, and citizens can use it to report crimes or request assistance. There's something reassuring about its solid presence, a physical reminder that help is theoretically available at the corner of Oak Street and the High Road. When a burglary occurs, neighbours gather to discuss it, not on online forums, but on front steps and over garden fences, sharing theories and observations with the kind of engagement that social media would later channel into different forms. Mrs. Patterson saw someone unfamiliar walking past around tea time. Mr. Chen at the Chinese restaurant noticed a vehicle idling where it shouldn't have been. The postman remembers that the house was empty during his rounds because usually someone answers when he needs a signature. These conversations create an informal network of surveillance that predates CCTV by decades. People notice things not because they're particularly observant, but because the rhythm of daily life in residential neighbourhoods follows predictable patterns, and deviations from those patterns stand out like misplaced notes in familiar music. Tom has learned to tap into this network through community relationships that he's carefully cultivated over years. The newsagent knows him by name and often mentions unusual purchases, someone buying an odd number of the same newspaper perhaps, or a stranger asking detailed questions about the neighbourhood. The librarian at the public library, a formidable woman named Miss Thornbury, who runs her institution with the precision of a military operation, notices who reads what and occasionally mentions when someone's interests strike her as unusual. This isn't official police work exactly. There are no reports filed about these casual conversations, no formal records of information gathered while buying tobacco or returning library books, but it's the substrate on which actual investigation builds, the community context that helps detectives understand what's normal and what's not. The relationship between police and public in 1960s Britain exists in an interesting space. There's more deference to authority than would be common a generation later. Officers are still called sir by most people, and there's a general assumption that police are basically working on the side of good, even if individual officers might be more or less competent. But there's also a wariness, particularly among working-class communities, where police have historically been seen as enforcers of rules made by and for other people. Tom navigates this territory through a combination of fairness, honesty, and what his wife calls his relentless reasonableness. He doesn't pretend to be something he's not. He's clearly middle class, clearly educated, and clearly part of the establishment. But he treats everyone with the same straightforward respect, whether he's interviewing a company director or a market porter, and people generally respond to that consistency. When a shoplifting case brings Tom into contact with a teenage girl caught stealing makeup from Boots, he doesn't lecture her about morality or threaten her with dire consequences. Instead, he asks her why. Not aggressively, just genuinely curious about what drove this particular decision on this particular day. The girl, expecting to be treated as a criminal, finds herself instead talking to someone who seems interested in understanding rather than judging. It turns out she was trying to impress an older group of girls who had essentially dared her to steal something. Not an excuse exactly, but a context that transforms the incident from simple criminality into something more complex: peer pressure, adolescent insecurity, and the desperate desire to belong that can drive people to decisions they know are wrong even as they're making them. Tom arranges for the girl to return to the store to apologise and work off the value of the stolen items through supervised community service. It's not official police business to arrange such things, but the store manager is willing, the girl's mother is relieved, and everyone involved gets something closer to justice than a formal prosecution would have provided. These small interventions, unofficial, unrecorded, barely visible even to other police officers, are where Tom does some of his most important work. The newspapers of the era treat crime stories with a particular style that blends sensationalism with peculiarly British understatement. A brutal assault might be described as an unfortunate incident, while a garden gnome theft could warrant dramatic headlines if it's a slow news week. Tom has learned to work with journalists, feeding them just enough information to keep them satisfied without compromising investigations or invading victims' privacy more than necessary. One reporter, Jenkins from the local paper, has been covering police news for 15 years and has developed an almost supernatural ability to appear at crime scenes shortly after the police themselves. Tom suspects Jenkins has connections at the station, possibly someone on the switchboard who tips him off, but can't prove it and isn't entirely sure he wants to. Jenkins is generally fair in his reporting, and the relationship between police and press, while sometimes tense, is built on mutual need and grudging respect. The forensic laboratory where Tom occasionally visits occupies a converted manor house on the outskirts of the city, its Victorian grandeur now dedicated to the systematic analysis of blood, fibre and trace evidence. The scientists who work here are a particular breed, methodical, patient and possessed of the kind of attention to microscopic detail that would drive most people to distraction. Dr. Margaret Chen runs the textile analysis section, working with a microscope that she treats with the reverence most people reserve for religious artefacts. She can identify fibre types by their cellular structure, distinguish cotton from different regions based on subtle variations in growth patterns, and determine with reasonable accuracy how long a fibre has been separated from its source material. Her testimony in court is delivered with the calm precision of someone explaining simple facts to people who happen to be less informed, and juries generally believe her because she makes complexity feel accessible without dumbing it down. Tom brings her a fibre found on a windowsill at a burglary scene, a single thread, barely visible, caught on a rough edge where someone presumably climbed through. Under the microscope, it reveals itself as wool, dyed a particular shade of blue-grey that narrows down its likely source to certain manufacturers. Dr. Chen consults reference books filled with fibre samples, comparing the evidence under different lighting conditions, measuring properties that Tom barely understands. 3 days later, she calls with results. The fibre matches a type of wool used primarily in manufacturing industrial coveralls, sold through workwear suppliers rather than regular clothing stores. It's not proof of anything by itself, but it's information that constrains possibilities. If Tom's suspect works in construction or a similar trade, this becomes corroborating evidence. If they work in an office and wear suits, it suggests either an accomplice or a completely different line of investigation. The Fingerprint Bureau operates in a different wing of the building, staffed by specialists who view the world through the lens of friction ridge patterns. They maintain files of known criminals organised by pattern type, allowing for comparison when prints from crime scenes are clear enough to be useful. The problem is that prints from actual crime scenes are often partial, smudged, or contaminated with multiple overlapping impressions that make analysis challenging. The fingerprint examiner working on Tom's burglary case, a methodical man named Roberts who apparently never hurries and never makes mistakes, has spent 2 days analysing prints lifted from a medicine cabinet. He's identified 3 distinct individuals, The homeowner, the homeowner's wife, and a third party whose prints don't match anyone in the known criminal files. This means either a first-time offender or someone who's been lucky enough not to be caught before. Roberts explains this in the tone of someone discussing weather patterns, showing Tom the comparison images that demonstrate his analysis. To Tom's untrained eye, the prints look nearly identical, but Roberts points out specific ridge characteristics, a bifurcation here, an ending ridge there, and a pattern of minutiae that he's counted and documented with the precision of an accountant balancing complicated ledgers. Blood analysis in the 1960s can determine type but not individual identity. When blood is found at a scene, analysts can tell you whether it's type A, B, AB, or O, which might help eliminate suspects but rarely provides definitive proof. The science exists in a space between useful and frustrating, capable of providing information that narrows possibilities without often delivering absolute certainty. Tom watches a blood analyst perform typing on a sample from an assault case, adding reagents that cause reactions visible under specific lighting conditions. The process is meticulous, repeated multiple times to verify results, and documented with the kind of detailed note-taking that would satisfy the most demanding auditor. The analyst explains that the sample is type A positive, which matches approximately 40% of the British population. Helpful for eliminating suspects who are type O or B, useless for proving anything about those who match. Ballistics analysis, used when firearms are involved, relies on the principle that every gun barrel leaves unique markings on bullets fired through it. The ballistics expert maintains a comparison microscope that allows side-by-side analysis of test-fired rounds and crime scene evidence, looking for matching striations that suggest a common origin. Tom has seen this expert spend entire afternoons examining a single bullet, making measurements, taking photographs, and building documentation that might eventually support testimony in court. What strikes Tom about all these specialists is their patience with uncertainty. They understand that forensic science in this era provides suggestions and probabilities rather than certainties, that their role is to narrow possibilities and support other evidence rather than solve cases single-handedly. They're comfortable saying possibly, likely, and consistent with, rather than definitely and certainly. This stands in interesting contrast to how forensic science is portrayed in popular culture, where laboratory analysis provides clear, definitive answers that immediately identify perpetrators. The real work is messier, more qualified, and infinitely more dependent on human judgment than the public generally understands. Tom has learned to work within these limitations, treating forensic evidence as one data source among many rather than the ultimate arbiter of truth. A fibre that matches the suspect's clothing is interesting, but it's not proof. Clothing fibres transfer easily, and could have arrived through innocent contact. Fingerprints are more definitive, but only if they're clear enough for confident matching, and found in locations that couldn't be explained by legitimate access. The real power of forensic science in this era isn't in providing smoking gun evidence, but in helping detectives focus their investigations, eliminating unlikely scenarios, and supporting theories that can be tested through traditional detective work. It's a support system for human judgment rather than a replacement for it. The discovery of a body in the canal near the industrial district creates ripples through the community that extend far beyond the immediate crime scene. This is the sort of event that transforms abstract concepts of danger into immediate personal fear, particularly when the victim is identified as a young woman who worked at the textile mill. Tom arrives at the scene in early morning fog, the kind of thick clinging mist that makes everything look slightly unreal. The canal path is lined with officers maintaining a perimeter, keeping away the curious crowd that has already gathered despite the early hour. News travels through working-class neighbourhoods with remarkable speed, passed along through networks of gossip and concern that operate far faster than official channels. The woman, identified from her handbag as Sarah Mitchell, appears to have been in the water for several hours. She's wearing a good coat, not expensive but well kept, and shoes suitable for walking home from work. There's no obvious sign of violence, though the pathologist who examines her at the scene notes bruising that could indicate either assault or the body being moved by water and debris. Tom's initial investigation focuses on establishing a timeline and last known movements. Sarah lived with her parents in a terraced house 15 minutes walk from the mill. She typically worked the evening shift, finishing at 10 o'clock, and walked home along well-lit streets that should have been reasonably safe. Her parents expected her home by 10:30 and called the police when she hadn't arrived by midnight. The mill manager, a harried man named Preston who clearly hasn't slept since hearing the news, confirms that Sarah left work at her normal time, wearing the coat and carrying the handbag that were found with her body. Several co-workers saw her leaving but didn't walk with her. She preferred to walk alone, apparently, enjoying the quiet after a day of industrial noise. The pathologist's preliminary examination suggests drowning as the likely cause of death, but there are questions that won't be answered until a full post-mortem examination. The bruises on her arms could indicate that someone grabbed her, or they could have been sustained when she fell into the water. There's no water in her lungs, which might suggest she was already dead when she entered the canal, or might simply mean the drowning was rapid enough not to leave that evidence. The community's reaction to Sarah's death reveals much about how 1960s Britain processes sudden tragedy. The mill stops production for a day as a mark of respect, which costs money the company can ill afford but feels necessary to honour a dead employee. The local church holds a special service, attended by people who haven't set foot in the building for months, but feel compelled to mark this particular loss. Sarah Street organises a collection for her parents, gathering small donations that add up to enough for funeral expenses. But there's also fear, particularly among young women who work similar shifts and walk similar routes. The mill's evening shift sees several women who would normally walk home alone now travelling in groups, staying later than necessary to find companions. Parents who previously allowed their daughters independence now insist on escorts, or taxi services they can barely afford. Tom finds himself conducting dozens of interviews with people who didn't really know Sarah, but feel compelled to share whatever tangential information they possess. A shopkeeper mentions that Sarah sometimes stopped on her way home to buy cigarettes. A neighbour recalls seeing her the previous week carrying library books. The newsagent remembers that she had a sweet tooth and usually bought chocolate on Fridays. None of this is immediately useful for determining what happened, but Tom listens anyway, because sometimes useful information emerges from these seemingly irrelevant details, and because people need to feel they're contributing something in the face of senseless tragedy. The physical evidence is frustratingly limited. The canal path where Sarah presumably entered the water shows signs of a scuffle, disturbed gravel, a button that might have come from her coat, but also shows signs of regular foot traffic that makes distinguishing relevant evidence from background noise nearly impossible. There are no clear footprints, no conveniently dropped identification, and no witnesses who saw anything definitive. Tom's investigation expands to include known sex offenders in the area, men with previous convictions for assault or harassment of women, and anyone who might have reason to be on that canal path at that hour. Each interview follows a similar pattern, establishing alibi, gauging reactions, and looking for inconsistencies that might suggest involvement or knowledge. The breakthrough, when it comes, arrives through patient persistence rather than dramatic revelation. A factory worker who uses the canal path for his commute mentions, almost as an afterthought, that he saw someone running from the area around the time Sarah would have been there. Nothing particularly suspicious. People jog for exercise, but unusual enough at that hour to register. The running figure was male, wearing dark clothing and moving away from the city centre along the canal path. The witness didn't think much of it at the time, but hearing about Sarah's death made him wonder if it might be relevant. He can't provide a detailed description. It was dark, he was tired, he only glimpsed the figure briefly, but he remembers the general build and the direction of travel. This fragment of information, combined with patient checking of alibis and whereabouts, eventually leads Tom to David Porter, a foreman at a factory along the canal route. Porter's initial alibi, that he was home with his wife, falls apart when Tom establishes that his wife was actually visiting her mother that evening. Under gentle but persistent questioning, Porter's story develops inconsistencies that suggest both guilt and poor judgment about how to handle a crisis. The truth, when it finally emerges, is both tragic and mundane. Porter had been having an affair with Sarah, conducted in furtive meetings that both parties had hoped to keep secret. On the night in question, they argued near the canal. Porter wanted to end the relationship, and Sarah was upset and perhaps threatened to reveal it to his wife. In the heat of the argument, Porter grabbed Sarah's arm. She pulled away, lost her balance, and fell into the canal. Porter's subsequent actions, running from the scene, lying about his whereabouts, hoping the death would be ruled accidental, transformed a tragic accident into something requiring criminal prosecution. His panic and poor decision-making turned him from a man who made mistakes into someone facing charges of manslaughter and leaving the scene of death. The community's reaction to this resolution is complex. There's relief that a dangerous predator isn't stalking the streets, but also discomfort with the messiness of real human behaviour, the affair, the argument, the series of small decisions that cascade into tragedy. It's harder to process than a simple story of good versus evil would have been. Sarah's funeral is well attended, the service focusing on her life rather than her death. Her mother accepting condolences with the dignified grief of someone who understands that life sometimes makes no sense, and all you can do is endure. The mill returns to its normal operations, though Sarah's usual workstation remains empty for several weeks, before someone new is quietly assigned to it. Tom files his final reports with the satisfaction of having reached truth, if not justice in any simple sense. The case will proceed through the courts. Porter will likely face prison time, and the community will gradually absorb this tragedy into its collective memory. Another story told in hushed tones about why you should always be careful, why you should never trust anyone completely, and why life is fragile in ways we prefer not to acknowledge. Between the headline cases, the deaths, the serious assaults, the crimes that communities discuss for months afterward, lies the vast majority of police work, consisting of matters so ordinary they barely register as mysteries at all. Yet these cases, in their own way, reveal as much about human nature as any dramatic investigation. The matter of the missing garden gnomes, for instance, turns out to involve exactly the perpetrators Tom suspected from the beginning. A group of teenage boys who thought relocating ceramic dwarfs to increasingly absurd locations was the height of comedy. Tom finds the gnomes arranged in elaborate tableaux in an abandoned shed, some fishing in a dry fountain, others apparently engaged in a ceramic cricket match, all positioned with the kind of creative effort that suggests these boys might have actual talent if they could find legal outlets for it. Rather than formal charges, Tom arranges for the boys to return each gnome personally, apologising to the owners face to face, experiencing the discomfort of seeing the actual human consequences of what seemed like harmless pranks. Most of the gnome owners, confronted with sheepish teenagers rather than faceless criminals, respond with a mixture of relief and the kind of stern lectures that British people have perfected over generations. One elderly man whose prized gnome had gone missing tells the culprit about receiving it as a gift from his late wife, who had bought it on their honeymoon in Brighton 40 years ago. The boy, suddenly understanding that he hadn't just stolen a tacky garden ornament but a tangible connection to someone's personal history, looks genuinely stricken in a way that no formal punishment could have achieved. The shoplifting ring at Woolworths proves more complex and considerably sadder than simple teenage theft. The perpetrators are a mother and her two daughters, systematically stealing food, children's clothing and other necessities that they can't afford on the mother's meagre wages from her cleaning job. The father left 2 years ago and sends no support. The mother is too proud to apply for assistance, and convinced herself that stealing from a large company that wouldn't even notice was somehow less wrong than accepting charity. Tom finds himself navigating the gap between law and compassion, between what the rules require and what actual justice might look like. The store manager wants prosecution to deter others, which Tom understands from a business perspective, but finds deeply unsatisfying from a human one. He eventually brokers a compromise where the mother agrees to repay the stolen value through additional cleaning work and to apply for the social assistance she's entitled to. While the store agrees not to press charges, it's not elegant, and it probably wouldn't satisfy anyone looking for clear moral lines. But it addresses the actual problem, a struggling family's desperate attempt to survive, rather than just punishing the symptom. Tom drives the mother to the social services office himself, helping her navigate forms that seem deliberately designed to confuse and humiliate, and feels more satisfaction from this than from many more celebrated investigative successes. The threatening letters to the headmaster are eventually traced to a former janitor who was dismissed for drinking on the job and nursed his grievance into an elaborate revenge fantasy. The man turns out to be more pitiable than frightening, living alone in a bedsit, consuming too much cheap whiskey, clinging to imagined slights because they give shape to a life that has otherwise lost meaning. Tom arranges for him to receive a caution rather than prosecution, with the understanding that he'll seek help for his drinking and stay away from the school. These cases don't make the newspapers or feature in annual crime statistics as anything more than numbers, but they consume the majority of Tom's time and energy, each one requiring the same patient attention to detail, the same careful gathering of evidence, and the same navigation of human complexity that characterises detective work regardless of the crime's severity. If you were to chart Tom's work week on a graph, it would show a rhythm that cycles between intense focus and administrative routine, between human interaction and solitary contemplation, and between the immediate demands of active cases and the patient accumulation of knowledge that makes future investigations possible. Monday mornings typically begin with the weekend's accumulated incidents. Domestic disputes that escalated after Saturday night drinking, burglaries committed when families were out visiting relatives, and traffic accidents involving drivers who misjudged their capacity to handle Sunday lunch followed by Sunday driving. Tom reviews reports filed by weekend duty officers, deciding which require his attention and which can be handled by uniformed constables. The paperwork is relentless and multiplying. Each investigation generates reports that must be typed, filed, and cross-referenced. Witness statements require careful transcription and verification. Evidence must be logged, stored, and tracked through chains of custody that will withstand court scrutiny. Tom spends hours at his typewriter, hunting and pecking his way through formal language that transforms human drama into bureaucratic prose. Tuesday and Wednesday often involve court appearances for cases that have worked their way through the judicial system. Tom sits in witness boxes, swearing on Bibles to tell the truth, then answering questions from barristers who treat cross-examination like a competitive sport. He's learned to answer precisely what's asked without volunteering additional information, to acknowledge uncertainty when he's uncertain, and to present findings in language that juries can understand without feeling patronised. The courts themselves are exercises in tradition and formality. Judges in wigs and robes, barristers in their own wigs addressing each other with elaborate courtesy, and a ceremonial dignity that some find reassuring and others find absurd. Tom appreciates the theatre of it, understanding that justice requires not just correct outcomes, but visible processes that inspire public confidence. Thursdays are often dedicated to community policing, visiting schools to talk about safety and law, attending neighbourhood meetings where residents raise concerns about parking and noise, and maintaining the relationships that make his job possible. Tom speaks to a group of primary school children about stranger danger and road safety, simplifying complex concepts into memorable rules while trying not to terrify them about the world they live in. The children ask questions with the unself-conscious directness that adults have learned to suppress. Have you ever arrested anyone? Yes. Have you ever been scared? Yes. Do you carry a gun? No, British police officers generally don't. Have you ever met the Queen? No, but I met the Mayor once, which seemed impressive at the time. Friday afternoons often involve reviewing active cases with other detectives, sharing information and theories in informal sessions that generate more useful insights than formal briefings. These discussions range across topics: patterns in recent burglaries, concerns about a particular individual's behaviour, and techniques for getting reluctant witnesses to cooperate. The accumulated wisdom of experienced officers, passed along through conversation rather than written procedure, forms an invisible curriculum that new detectives absorb through participation. Tom shares his theory about burglaries tending to cluster near major roads where thieves can make quick escapes, while Detective Sergeant Williams counters that proximity to railway stations seems equally predictive. Neither can prove their hypothesis definitively, but the discussion sharpens everyone's attention to these factors when examining new cases. The evenings that Tom doesn't spend reviewing case files are often dedicated to reading. Not just detective manuals and legal updates, but psychology, sociology, and anything that helps him understand why people do what they do. He's currently working through a book about adolescent development, trying to understand the teenage mind well enough to predict when minor misbehaviour might escalate into serious trouble. His wife occasionally asks if he ever stops being a detective, and the honest answer is probably no. He notices things constantly. The man at the bus stop who's watching people too intently. The shop window that has the same display week after week, suggesting the business might be struggling, and patterns in neighbourhood foot traffic that might indicate nothing, or might indicate something worth remembering. This constant awareness is both the strength and burden of long-term police work. You become very good at reading environments and people, noticing discordances and anomalies, but you also lose the ability to simply exist in spaces without analysing them. Every social gathering includes mental notes about who's drinking more than usual, whose marriage seems under strain, and which teenagers are gravitating toward trouble. Tom's desk drawer contains the essential equipment of 1960s detective work, a collection that would seem quaintly inadequate to modern investigators, but represents the best available technology of its time. There's a magnifying glass, genuinely useful for examining documents and small pieces of evidence, a measuring tape for documenting crime scenes, a camera, though the good cameras are kept in the evidence room and signed out when needed, several notebooks in various stages of completion, an address book containing contact information for informants, experts, and useful officials across the region. The police radio system, introduced during the 1950s and still being expanded, allows limited communication with patrol cars, but requires speaking in codes and dealing with interference that sometimes makes conversations nearly unintelligible. Officers learn to repeat information, confirm understanding, and accept that some messages will need to be delivered through other means. The squelch and crackle of radio transmission becomes background noise, occasionally punctuated by urgent calls that send everyone scrambling. The patrol cars themselves are mostly small British saloons, Morris Minors, Ford Anglias, and occasionally a larger Rover for senior officers. They're not particularly fast or powerful, but they're economical and can navigate narrow British streets that would challenge American-style police cruisers. Each car contains basic emergency equipment, a first aid kit, a blanket, a torch that always seems to have batteries that are nearly dead, and a collection of forms for documenting various types of incidents. Photography at crime scenes requires actual skill and judgment. The photographer must decide which angles matter, how to light scenes in buildings without proper illumination, and how to capture both overview shots that show context and detail shots that document specific evidence. There's no instant review, no digital deletion of failed attempts. Each photograph consumes film that must be carefully managed, developed, and archived. The evidence room in the station basement is a fascinating archaeology of recent crime. Boxes containing clothing from assaults, bags of items stolen and recovered, weapons ranging from knives to improvised clubs, and documents photocopied for investigative purposes. Each item is tagged with case numbers and dates, creating a physical database that requires careful organisation and occasional purges when storage space becomes critical. Tom sometimes visits this room just to refresh his memory about cases, pulling files and examining evidence that didn't quite solve mysteries, but remains available if new information emerges. The unsolved cases bother him more than he admits. Files that represent questions without answers, victims without justice, and families without closure. The interview techniques available to detectives in this era rely entirely on human psychology, rather than technological aids. There's no recording equipment to capture exact words, and no video to document body language and emotional reactions. Instead, detectives must remember, take notes, and work with witnesses who may be honest but unreliable, dishonest but revealing, or simply confused about events that happened quickly in stressful circumstances. Tom has developed a particular approach that combines patience with strategic persistence. He doesn't typically confront suspects with aggressive questioning or dramatic accusations. Instead, he presents information gradually, letting people construct their own narratives, noting where those narratives conflict with established facts. Many criminals, he's learned, want to talk about their crimes, not to confess necessarily, but to explain, justify, or relive significant experiences. The gap between what someone says and what they reveal through omission, hesitation, or overemphasis often tells Tom more than direct statements. A suspect who provides an extremely detailed alibi for a specific hour, but remains vague about the surrounding time, may be constructing fiction for the period that matters, while relying on memory for less critical moments. Someone who answers questions about their relationship with a victim with unexpected anger or defensiveness may be revealing more than they intend. As the 1960s progress toward their conclusion, Tom increasingly finds himself training younger detectives who will carry police work into the next decade and beyond. These newer officers have different backgrounds, some university educated, bringing academic knowledge to complement practical training, others from working class neighbourhoods, bringing street wisdom and cultural fluency that help navigate community relationships. Detective Constable Janet Morrison represents the slowly increasing presence of women in investigative roles, though she still faces assumptions and barriers that male colleagues don't encounter. Tom makes a point of assigning her cases based on skill rather than gender. Watching her develop the particular combination of persistence and empathy that characterises effective detective work. She handles interviews with assault victims with a sensitivity that some male officers struggle to achieve, but also demonstrates the kind of analytical rigour that solves complex cases. The forensic techniques that Tom learned to use are evolving, becoming more sophisticated and more reliable. Blood typing is being supplemented by enzyme analysis that can provide additional identifying information. Fingerprint classification systems are being refined and expanded. New chemical tests for gunshot residue and trace evidence are being developed in laboratories that are becoming increasingly professionalised. Tom attends workshops on these emerging techniques, sitting in rooms with other middle-aged detectives learning about scientific advances that would have seemed like fantasy when they began their careers. The workshops are taught by younger scientists who treat established investigators with the kind of careful respect you show to people who might feel threatened by change, and Tom appreciates both their knowledge and their diplomatic handling of egos. The social changes sweeping through 1960s Britain are creating new challenges for police work. Drug use, previously limited to specific subcultures, is spreading among young people experimenting with marijuana and increasingly with harder substances. The sexual revolution is complicating traditional approaches to morality crimes. Immigration is diversifying communities in ways that require cultural sensitivity and language skills that older officers often lack. Tom finds himself navigating these changes with mixed feelings. Some shifts seem obviously positive, the increasing unwillingness to tolerate domestic violence, for instance, or the growing recognition that criminal justice should serve victims rather than simply punish offenders. Other changes feel more ambiguous, representing the loss of shared social norms that made community policing simpler, even if those norms weren't always just or fair. The threatening letters to the headmaster, the shoplifting family, the garden gnome thieves, all these cases reveal a Britain in transition, caught between traditional values and emerging alternatives, between the tight-knit communities of the past and the more individualistic society being born. Tom's role increasingly involves mediating these tensions, finding justice that serves both law and human complexity. His reputation within the force has evolved over decades from promising newcomer to reliable veteran to unofficial mentor. Younger detectives seek his advice not just about specific cases, but about career decisions, ethical dilemmas, and the challenge of maintaining professional objectivity while remaining emotionally available to victims who need compassion. Tom answers these questions as honestly as he can, acknowledging that experience provides perspective rather than certainty, and that every detective must ultimately find their own path through moral complexity. The regular Friday evening gathering at the pub near the station, an informal tradition, involving whoever finishes their shift around the same time, provides space for this mentoring to happen naturally. Over pints of bitter and packets of crisps, detectives trade stories, discuss cases they can legally discuss, and gradually transmit the accumulated wisdom that makes police work something more than just following procedures. Tom shares the story of his first major investigation, a fatal hit-and-run that he solved through patient door-knocking and attention to vehicle damage that most people wouldn't have noticed. The lesson isn't about the specific techniques, but about the value of thorough, unglamorous work that produces results through accumulation rather than inspiration. Young detectives nodding over their drinks are absorbing not just methods, but attitudes and approaches to work that will shape their careers for decades. The Britain that Tom polices is a country of specific textures and rhythms that will largely disappear by the next decade. Shops close at 5:30 and remain firmly shut on Sundays, creating weekly cycles of activity and rest that structure community life. Pubs serve as social centres where neighbourhood business gets conducted, relationships form and dissolve, and the informal news network that predates mass media continues to flourish. The high street near the station contains a butcher, a baker, a greengrocer, a chemist, and a Woolworths that serves as a department store for people who can't afford actual department stores. Tom knows the proprietors of most of these establishments, not through formal community policing, but through the simple fact of working in the same area for years, becoming a familiar figure whose presence provides reassurance. The butcher, a man named Harris, who wears a striped apron spotted with blood in ways that would probably violate modern health codes, occasionally mentions customers whose behaviour strikes him as odd. Not criminal, necessarily, but notable. Someone buying unusual quantities of meat, perhaps, or asking strange questions about cutting techniques. These observations rarely lead anywhere, but they form part of the texture of information that Tom accumulates without conscious effort. The chemist is more useful from an investigative perspective, since poison and pharmaceutical theft occasionally feature in cases. The chemist maintains meticulous records of controlled substance prescriptions, noting any patterns that might suggest doctor shopping or forged prescriptions. Tom has solved 2 separate cases involving prescription fraud through information provided by this methodical, slightly fussy man who takes his regulatory responsibilities seriously. The tea rooms where Tom sometimes conducts informal interviews provide neutral territory, where witnesses feel less intimidated than they would at the police station. Over tea and biscuits served on mismatched china, people share information they might withhold in more formal settings, perhaps because the domestic setting makes conversation feel social rather than investigative. Tom has learned to read the specific vocabulary of British class and region, understanding that how someone speaks often tells you as much about their background as what they say. A particular accent suggests specific neighbourhoods, certain word choices indicate education level and social class, and patterns of speech reveal whether someone is local or from elsewhere. This isn't profiling in any prejudicial sense, but rather the kind of contextual understanding that comes from decades of listening carefully. The telephone in Tom's office rings with a particular bell tone that's unique to the station's internal system, different from external calls in ways that allow him to prepare mentally for different types of conversations. Internal calls usually mean assignments or updates from other officers. External calls might be witnesses, victims, informants, or occasionally criminals who've decided to turn themselves in through this specific detective rather than dealing with the front desk. Tom's handwriting in his notebooks has evolved over the years into a personal script that's efficient rather than elegant, combining abbreviations with symbols that would be nearly meaningless to anyone else. The notebooks themselves become physical repositories of investigations, occasionally consulted years later when old cases develop new leads, or when patterns emerge that connect seemingly unrelated incidents. As Tom approaches the end of his career, though he'll work several more years before retirement, he finds himself reflecting on what justice actually means in practice, rather than theory. The law provides frameworks and procedures, but individual cases rarely fit neatly into legal categories. Real human behaviour is messier, more complicated, and more driven by circumstance and emotion than criminal codes acknowledge. The theft by the struggling mother, for instance, was clearly illegal. But was it truly criminal in the moral sense? The law says yes, but Tom's conscience remains uncertain. He followed procedure, sort of, while also finding a solution that addressed underlying problems rather than just punishing symptoms. Whether this represents good policing or overstepping his authority depends on whose perspective you adopt. The accidental death by the canal, followed by a panicked cover-up, transformed a tragic accident into criminal liability through David Porter's subsequent choices. Was justice served by his prosecution? Sarah's mother seemed to think so, but her daughter remained dead regardless of legal outcomes. The community received closure, perhaps, though the messy truth satisfied nobody's desire for simple morality. Even the garden gnome theft required judgments about appropriate responses. Formal prosecution would have given those boys criminal records for essentially stupid pranks, potentially affecting their future employment and educational opportunities. The informal resolution Tom arranged probably taught them more useful lessons while avoiding disproportionate consequences. But it also meant different treatment based on Tom's judgment rather than consistent application of law. These ambiguities used to bother Tom more than they do now. Experience has taught him that justice is a direction you aim toward rather than a destination you reach. That most cases involve balancing competing goods rather than choosing between obvious right and wrong. The law provides useful guardrails, but the space between those guardrails requires human judgment that can't be reduced to procedure. The forensic science he's seen develop during his career represents humanity's attempt to make justice more objective, to replace subjective judgment with measurable facts. Blood types, fingerprints, and fibre analysis, all these reduce uncertainty and constrain possibilities. But they don't eliminate the need for human interpretation, for understanding context and motivation, or for distinguishing between legal guilt and moral culpability. Tom has prosecuted people he personally liked and felt sympathy for, because they broke laws that serve important social purposes regardless of individual circumstances. He's also declined to prosecute people who were technically guilty, but whose prosecution would serve no useful purpose. These decisions haunt him sometimes, late at night when sleep won't come, and he reviews choices that seemed clear at the time, but look more ambiguous in retrospect. The victims he served, some grateful, some disappointed by outcomes they couldn't control, some angry that justice moved too slowly or incompletely, remind him that police work affects real lives in ways that paperwork and procedures can obscure. A solved case might be a satisfying checkmark on his annual review, but for the victim, it's the difference between closure and endless wondering, between vindication and abandonment. As you prepare for deep sleep, or if you are already there, consider the detectives who work tonight in cities across Britain and beyond. People conducting investigations with tools that would astound Tom's generation, solving crimes through DNA analysis and digital forensics that seem like magic compared to 1960s technology. Yet the fundamental work remains unchanged. Paying attention, asking questions, and accumulating small facts into larger truths. The mysteries Tom investigated weren't always dramatic or violent. Many involved property rather than persons, mistakes rather than malice, and human weakness rather than calculated evil. But each one mattered to someone. The elderly man whose gnome connected him to his late wife, the mother struggling to feed her children, the headmaster receiving anonymous threats, and Sarah Mitchell's parents seeking understanding if not comfort. Detective work in the 1960s existed in a particular historical moment, after the introduction of scientific crime solving but before its full flowering, and communities cohesive enough to notice anomalies, but diverse enough to generate friction, using technology that was revolutionary for its time, but primitive by our standards. Tom and his colleagues navigated this landscape with tools both crude and sophisticated. relying on human observation, supplemented by laboratory analysis and community relationships enhanced by careful record keeping. The Britain they policed is largely gone now, replaced by something faster, more connected, and less constrained by tradition and social hierarchies. The high streets where Tom knew every shopkeeper have been transformed by chain stores and online shopping. The close-knit neighbourhoods where everyone knew everyone else's business have fragmented into more anonymous patterns of living. The deference to authority that made police work simpler has been replaced by healthier scepticism that makes it more accountable. But human nature, the mix of decency and selfishness, courage and fear, honesty and deception, remains remarkably constant across generations. People still steal when desperate or opportunistic, still harm each other through passion or calculation, and still make terrible decisions that cascade into tragedy. And other people still dedicate their careers to sorting through these failures, seeking truth and some approximation of justice. Tom's legacy isn't measured in dramatic cases or headlines, but in the steady accumulation of small successes. Crime solved, communities served, younger officers trained, and victims given whatever closure the law and human limitation allow. His career represents thousands of hours spent listening, observing, documenting and testifying, always working within a system that's imperfect, but striving toward ideals that justify the effort. The quiet mysteries of 1960s Britain, garden gnomes and threatening letters, accidental deaths and opportunistic thefts, reveal a society in transition, struggling to maintain order while navigating rapid change. Tom's generation of detectives served as guides through this transition, applying old wisdom to new challenges, adapting traditional methods to emerging circumstances, and building bridges between the Britain that was and the Britain becoming. As you drift towards sleep, you might imagine Tom in his later years, retired but still alert to the world around him, still noticing discrepancies and anomalies through a habit too deeply ingrained to abandon. Perhaps he volunteers with youth programs, sharing stories about justice and consequences. Perhaps he simply tends his garden, finding peace in growing things rather than hunting people. Perhaps he occasionally visits the old station, now updated with computers and modern technology, and marvels at how much has changed while recognising how much remains the same. The mysteries continue in every era and every place where humans live together in communities. The tools for solving them evolve, the social contexts shift, but the fundamental work endures. Paying attention to what others miss, asking questions until truth emerges, seeking justice in an imperfect world that nonetheless demands the effort. Sleep well, knowing that in the long tradition of people dedicated to that work, you've just spent time with one detective's ordinary career in an extraordinary moment of British history. Tom Henley isn't famous and won't be remembered in history books, but represents thousands of professionals who served quietly and competently, with more dedication than glory. And perhaps that's the most important mystery solved tonight. That ordinary work, done with care and persistence, creates the foundation of civilization itself. The dramatic cases capture attention, but it's the patient, unglamorous resolution of everyday mysteries that actually holds communities together. You're sitting in a cave entrance on a hillside in what will someday be called County Clare, Ireland. The year doesn't matter because years haven't been invented yet, but the season does. It's deep winter, and the sun has just slipped below the western horizon around 4 in the afternoon. Your breath makes small clouds in the frigid air, and your fingers are already going numb despite the sheepskin wrapped around your shoulders. Behind you, deeper in the cave, someone has been tending the fire all day. This isn't just any fire, it's the fire, the one your family group has kept alive for 3 generations. You know this because your grandmother told you, and her grandmother told her. The fire predates everyone's memory, a living thing that demands constant attention. Let it die, and you'll spend hours trying to coax new flames from a friction drill and a piece of dried fungus, your arms aching, your patience worn thin as birch bark. The firelight doesn't reach far, perhaps 15 feet from the hearth, maybe 20 if someone's just added fresh pine logs that spit and crackle enthusiastically. Beyond that radius, the darkness isn't just an absence of light. It's a presence, something thick and alive that presses against your small circle of warmth. You can hear things moving out there in the winter night. Probably just a fox. Hopefully just a fox. Your cousin is rotating a haunch of venison over the flames, and the smell makes your stomach clench with hunger. Firelight plays across her face, making her features shift and dance in the shadows. In this light, everyone looks different, older, stranger, like versions of themselves from some other world. The flames create a theatre of shadows on the cave walls, enormous and distorted, turning simple human gestures into mythic pantomimes. Fire was humanity's first great technology, more important than the wheel and more revolutionary than agriculture. Before fire, your species huddled in darkness 12 hours out of every 24, vulnerable to everything with sharper teeth and better night vision. After the fire, you had pushed back the darkness just enough to create a space that was yours, not conquered, never that, but negotiated with. An agreement between humanity and the night. The hearth is never just about light, though light is certainly part of its magic. It's about heat, yes, and cooking, and keeping predators nervous enough to maintain their distance. But watch how everyone arranges themselves around it. Always facing inward, backs to the protected cave wall, eyes drawn to the flames. Fire is hypnotic. You could watch it for hours, and sometimes you do because there's not much else to do once darkness falls and the day's work is finished. Firelight is intimate. It only reaches so far, creating a boundary between your group and everything else. Inside this circle of illumination, you're safe, warm, and fed. Outside it, the world is full of things that would happily eat you. This is the first human experience of inside versus outside in the metaphorical sense. The division between civilization and wilderness, safety and danger, and us and them. All of it starts here, with a fire at the centre and darkness at the edges. The quality of firelight is something you'll never experience in your modern life. No matter how many candles you light during a power outage, it's not steady. It doesn't stay the same colour or intensity for more than a few seconds at a time. The flames surge and subside like breathing, casting everything in shades of orange and gold and deep red. Faces appear and disappear. Objects at the edge of the firelight seem to flicker in and out of existence. Your ancestors weren't just sitting around fires, they were performing one of the most important maintenance tasks in human history. Someone always had to watch the flames, add fuel before they died too low, and protect the coals through the night. In some cultures, letting the communal fire go out was considered such a serious failure that it carried severe social penalties. You'd let down not just your family, but your entire community, condemning everyone to cold darkness until fire could be rekindled, an arduous process that might take hours. There's an art to fire tending that you learn young. Too much wood smothers the flames. Too little, and they die to embers that provide warmth but no light. Wet wood creates more smoke than illumination, sending everyone into coughing fits. Resinous pine lights quickly, but burns fast. Oak burns slowly and steadily, but takes forever to catch. Birch bark makes excellent kindling. Dry dung. Well, it's not pleasant to think about, but it burns surprisingly well when wood is scarce. The smoke from your fire rises and pools against the cave ceiling before finding its way out through cracks in the cave entrance. Your eyes water constantly. Your clothes, your hair, your skin, everything reeks of smoke all the time. You stopped noticing months ago. This is just what people smell like. Centuries from now, archaeologists will be able to identify where ancient peoples lived by testing soil samples for microscopic charcoal particles. Your presence here, in this cave, around this fire, will remain detectable for thousands of years. Beyond your fire circle, the winter night is absolute. No streetlights, no house lights, no distant glow from a neighbouring village. Just darkness so complete that you can't see your hand 6 inches from your face. The stars are brilliant when clouds permit, brighter than anything you've seen in your light-polluted modern life, but starlight doesn't help you see where you're walking or what might be watching you from the shadows. So you stay near the fire. You arrange your entire life around its maintenance and its limited radius of illumination. You wake when there's enough dawnlight to see by, work through the day, then retreat to the fireside as darkness falls. Your world shrinks to what the flames reveal. Stories are told here, skills are taught, tools are repaired, and children fall asleep to the sound of crackling wood and quiet conversations. This is humanity's first experience of artificial light, though artificial seems like the wrong word for something so elemental. Fire is half-tamed nature, neither fully wild nor fully domesticated. It consumes whatever you feed it, indifferent to your needs, dangerous even when contained. A spark jumps from the hearth and lands on your wool cloak. You brush it away quickly before it can smoulder into a hole. Fire serves you, but only if you remain vigilant, respectful, and properly afraid. The elders in your group remember stories passed down from their elders about times when fire went out during a harsh winter, when illness or accident meant no one could tend it properly. The darkness that followed was terrifying, not just physically cold, but spiritually desolate. Restarting a fire required finding dry wood in wet weather, preparing tinder carefully, and spending hours creating friction hot enough to ignite the kindling. Success was never guaranteed. Some groups, the stories say, didn't survive such failures. You watch the flames dance and realise that this fire connects you to an unbroken chain of light stretching back further than memory. Every night for thousands of generations, humans have gathered around fires just like this one. The particular wood might change, the shape of the hearth might differ, but the essential experience remains constant. Warmth, light, safety, and community, all contained within a small radius of flickering illumination. Your youngest sibling is learning fire tending now, watching the flames intently, learning to read their language. When the fire burns yellow and high, you're using fresh wood. When it settles to blue flames close to the coals, the wood has mostly burned away. Red embers mean the fire is dying but can be revived with careful attention. Black smoke means wet wood or insufficient oxygen. These lessons are as important as any other knowledge the child will acquire. The fire shapes your understanding of time as well as space. You measure the evening by the amount of wood remaining, by how low the flames have burned, and by when coals need to be banked for the night. There are no clocks here, no precise measurements of hours and minutes. Time is the fire burning down, daylight fading and stars wheeling overhead. The rhythms are natural, tied to observable phenomena rather than abstract numbers. As the evening deepens, people begin preparing for sleep. The fire is built up one final time, then carefully arranged so it will burn slowly through the night. Someone, tonight it's your turn, will wake periodically to add wood to ensure the fire doesn't die completely. This night watch is necessary, but not particularly arduous. You've done it since childhood. You know the feel of waking in darkness, the brief moment of disorientation, and then the automatic movement toward the hearth to add fuel. The problem with fire is that it wants to stay in one place, and you frequently need to be in another place. This created certain logistical challenges that occupied your ancestors' considerable ingenuity for thousands of years. You're walking through a forest at dusk, following a path you know by feel as much as sight. In your hand, you're carrying a torch. Nothing fancy, just a branch of pine wrapped with strips of birch bark soaked in animal fat. It burns with a smoky, sputtering flame that smells like a combination of campfire and old cooking grease. Every 30 feet or so, you have to stop and scrape away the accumulated carbon at the burning end. Otherwise, it will crust over and extinguish itself. This torch will last perhaps 45 minutes if you're lucky and the wind doesn't pick up. After that, you'll need to light another one from the dying flames of the first. You're carrying 3 spares in your other hand, already prepared. The mathematics of torch life versus distance to travel is something you calculate automatically now, the same way you might calculate whether you have enough gas to reach the next station. Torchlight is democratic in a way that firelight isn't. It moves with you and extends your radius of safety beyond the hearth. But it's also limited, creating a small bubble of illumination in an ocean of darkness. The light reaches perhaps 10 feet ahead of you, enough to see routes that might trip you, and to make large predators think twice before approaching. It doesn't, however, let you see much of what's happening beyond that circle. The darkness outside your torchlight isn't just dark. It's somehow darker than it was before you lit the torch, as if the flame creates shadow as much as light. Ancient peoples used torches the way you use flashlights, with the same frustrations and benefits. They carried torches to and from the fields after dark. They carried torches down mine shafts and into caves. They carried torches through city streets before street lighting existed. Torches were so fundamental to ancient life that they show up in mythology, art and literature constantly. The Olympic torch, the torch-carrying Statue of Liberty, and the torches that angry villagers always seem to have handy in classic horror. Films, making a good torch required genuine skill. Simply setting a stick on fire produced terrible results. It burned too fast, created too much smoke, and extinguished at the slightest breeze. The best torches combined materials carefully. A dense core of hardwood, wrapped with bark or fabric strips, soaked in fat or resin or pitch. Some cultures added sulphur for a brighter flame. Others experimented with different wrapping techniques to control the burn rate. There were professional torch makers in ancient cities, specialists who understood the chemistry and physics of combustion, centuries before those sciences had names. You pass another traveller going the opposite direction, also carrying a torch. You nod to each other as you pass, two small moving points of light in the immensity of darkness. For a moment, as you walk away from each other, you can see their torchlight receding into the distance behind you. A small comfort, proof that you're not completely alone out here. The forest at night is a different place than the forest by day. Sounds carry differently. Distances become impossible to judge. That tree you walked past this morning looks vaguely threatening in torch shadow. Your torch illuminates the eyes of something watching from the underbrush. 2 points of reflected light, greenish gold, unblinking. You pause. Whatever it is pauses. You take a step. It fades back into darkness. Your heart is pounding harder than it should be for a simple walk home. Torches had significant disadvantages beyond their short burn time. They required both hands in a sense, one to hold the torch and one to steady it against wind or to carry other items. They created sparks that could ignite your clothing or dry grass. They broadcast your position to anyone or anything watching. In wet weather they were nearly useless, sputtering and smoking but providing minimal light. Smart people carried extra kindling and fat-soaked cloth to restart torches that refused to stay lit. Yet despite these limitations, torches represented a revolution in human mobility. Before torches, darkness meant staying put. After torches, darkness meant proceeding carefully, but still proceeding. You could travel at night if necessary. You could work after sunset. You could investigate strange noises outside your settlement rather than huddling inside wondering what was making them. The torch extended human agency beyond daylight hours, pushing back against the tyranny of the sun's schedule. In ancient cities, torchbearers were common sights on streets after dark. Sometimes servants lighting the way for wealthy employers, sometimes hired guides who knew the safest routes through dangerous neighbourhoods. A torch meant you had somewhere to be, resources to spare, and the confidence to travel after dark. It was a small statement of power over natural rhythms that had governed human life since the species began. Your own torch is burning lower now, the flame creeping down toward your hand. You stop and light your second torch from the first, holding them together until the new one catches properly. The first torch you drop and grind out with your heel. Can't risk leaving it burning where it might start a forest fire. These small, careful actions, repeated by millions of people over thousands of years, prevented disasters you'll never know about. The path begins to slope upward, and you can see lights ahead. The fires of your village glowing orange through the trees. Each house has its own hearth, creating a constellation of warm light against the hillside. During winter, before everyone goes to sleep, the village glows softly in the darkness, visible for miles. That glow means safety, shelter, food, and family. You quicken your pace, eager to be home, to put down your torch and warm yourself by a fire that doesn't need to be carried through the night. The invention of the lantern, essentially a torch protected by translucent panels, solved some of the torch's problems. Horns scraped thin enough to be semi-transparent could protect a flame from wind while still allowing light to pass through. Later, oiled paper served a similar function. These early lanterns were crude by later standards, but represented significant improvements over exposed flames. A lantern was less likely to be extinguished by a sudden gust, less likely to drop sparks on flammable materials, and could be carried more safely through crowded spaces. You've seen lanterns in the market town, carried by merchants and officials who could afford such luxuries. The light they cast is softer than torchlight, more diffused, but also more reliable. A good lantern with adequate oil could burn for hours without attention, making it ideal for night watches and extended travel. The town's night watchman carries one as he makes his rounds, calling out the hours and checking doors. His lantern has become so associated with his role that children play at being watchmen, carrying makeshift lanterns and mimicking his calls. Torches also played important ceremonial roles in your culture. Weddings often included torchlit processions, with the bride being escorted to her new home by torchbearers. Funerals similarly used torches, the flames representing the spirit's journey from this world to the next. Summer solstice celebrations involved building enormous bonfire towers, then using torches to light them simultaneously at sunset, creating spectacular displays visible across the countryside. The military applications of torches were equally significant. Armies on the march needed light to set up camp, post sentries and coordinate movements after dark. Signal fires on hilltops could transmit messages across vast distances faster than any messenger on foot or horse. A chain of beacon fires stretching along a coastline could warn of invasion within hours, alerting populations to danger long before the threat arrived. You remember hearing stories about the great beacon chain that once stretched across the land, linking watchtowers and fortifications. When enemies approached, the first tower would light its beacon, which would be seen by the next tower, which would light its own fire, and so on down the line. The system was simple but effective, turning light itself into a communication network spanning hundreds of miles. You're sitting in a stone house on the Mediterranean coast, and it's sometime around 800 BCE. Night has fallen, and rather than retiring to bed, you're working on a fishing net that needs repair before tomorrow's expedition. You're able to do this because of the object sitting on the table beside you. A simple clay oil lamp no larger than your palm, filled with olive oil and fitted with a small linen wick. The lamp's light is modest, barely enough to illuminate your hands and the section of net you're mending, but it's steady in a way that torchlight never was, and it doesn't require constant attention. The wick draws oil upward through capillary action, a phenomenon you don't understand but have learned to trust, and burns with a small bright flame that smells faintly of olives and smoke. Oil lamps represented a massive leap forward in lighting technology, though they still had significant limitations. The light they cast was weak by modern standards, enough for close work but not for illuminating an entire room. You needed multiple lamps for that, and olive oil was expensive enough that most families used it sparingly. The wealthy might burn lamps freely throughout their homes. Everyone else calculated carefully how many hours of lamplight they could afford. The oil lamp's invention appears independently in multiple ancient cultures. Mediterranean peoples used olive oil, Asian cultures used various vegetable oils, and Northern Europeans used fish oil or animal fat. The principle remained the same: a reservoir to hold fuel, a wick to draw that fuel to a flame, and a design that prevented the entire apparatus from becoming a fire hazard. Early lamps were simply shells or hollowed stones filled with fat and a plant fibre wick. Later versions became more sophisticated, shaped clay, bronze or iron vessels with spouts to hold the wick and handles for carrying. Your lamp is beautiful in its simplicity. The clay is reddish-brown, shaped like an elongated teardrop with a pinched spout at one end where the wick emerges. There's a small hole at the wide end for refilling. The potter who made it decorated the top with a simple pattern of radiating lines. You bought it from him last year for 3 fish. It's one of your prized possessions. The light it produces has a different quality than firelight from the hearth. More focused, less flickering, with a slightly bluish tinge compared to the orange glow of burning wood. You can read by this light if you're literate, which you're not. But your neighbour who runs the wine shop keeps his accounts by lamplight well into the night. The lamp allows him to extend his working hours, to review his numbers, and to plan his orders in the evening when his shop is closed. Oil lamps changed nighttime behaviour in ways that torches never could. They enabled sedentary work. You could sit and weave, write, mend, calculate or repair tools for extended periods without constantly tending to a torch or moving closer to the hearth. They were portable but didn't require constant replacement like torches. A well-made lamp with a good supply of oil could burn all night if needed, though that level of extravagance was rare outside wealthy households or temples. The wick requires occasional trimming. You do this now, pinching off the charred end with your calloused fingers. The flame sputters for a moment, then burns brighter and steadier. A properly trimmed wick is the difference between a lamp that smokes and smells and one that burns cleanly. You learned this through trial and error, wasting oil and filling your house with black smoke before you figured out the correct technique. Different oils produce different results. Olive oil burned cleanly but was expensive. Fish oil was cheaper but smelled distinctly oceanic, especially when the flame wasn't burning hot enough. Castor oil burned brightly but required specific wick materials to work properly. Animal fat could be used but tended to produce more smoke and needed higher temperatures to remain liquid. Every culture developed preferences based on what resources were locally available. Religious ceremonies relied heavily on oil lamps. Temples and shrines kept perpetual flames burning in dedicated lamps, tended by priests or temple servants. These flames represented divine presence, continuity, and connection between the human and divine realms. Letting a temple lamp go out was considered a terrible omen. Some lamps were designed specifically for religious use, elaborate bronze vessels with multiple wicks, ornate decorations and chains for hanging. You're almost finished with your net repair when you notice the flame dimming slightly. You check the oil level, low, but enough to finish this work. Tomorrow you'll need to refill the lamp from the large clay vessel in the corner where you store your olive oil supply. You budget carefully, balancing the need for evening light against the oil's other uses in cooking and preserving food. Life is a series of small calculations like this, trade-offs between competing needs with limited resources. Outside you can hear the night watchman passing through the street, calling out that all is well. He carries a lantern, essentially an oil lamp enclosed in a frame with translucent panels of horn or animal skin to protect the flame from wind. His light bobs and sways as he walks, casting moving shadows against the walls of houses. His voice is reassuring, a reminder that someone is watching, that the darkness isn't entirely unguarded. Lamp design evolved continuously over centuries. Simple open bowls gave way to covered vessels with small filling holes and pinched spouts. Spouts became longer to project the flame forward. Multiple wick lamps provided more light from a single reservoir. Reflective surfaces behind lamps amplified their illumination. Each improvement was incremental, but collectively they transformed a crude light source into a sophisticated technology. The Romans became particularly skilled at lamp making, producing thousands of ceramic lamps in standardized workshops. These lamps were decorated with images of gods, animals, gladiators, and geometric patterns, art objects as much as functional tools. Wealthy Romans owned dozens of lamps, using them to illuminate dinner parties and evening social gatherings. The lamps were arranged strategically around rooms, creating lighting effects that showcased the host's wealth and taste. Lamp fuel was sometimes scented with herbs or flowers to mask the smell of burning oil and create pleasant atmospheres. Lavender oil, rosemary or rose petals might be added to the fuel, creating fragrances that mix with the warm smell of burning oil. This practice was expensive and reserved for special occasions, but it demonstrated how people sought to make their artificial light not just functional, but beautiful and pleasant. The trade in lamp oil was substantial and economically important. Olive growers, oil pressers, merchants, and lamp makers all depended on the demand for illumination. In Mediterranean regions, olive oil production was geared as much toward lighting as toward cooking. Poor olive harvests meant not just food shortages, but darkness, as families rationed their remaining oil carefully through the winter months. You finish your net repair and trim the wick one final time before extinguishing the lamp. The process is deliberate. You don't just blow out the flame, which would fill the room with acrid smoke. Instead, you use a small bronze tool designed for the purpose, pressing the wick down into the oil until the flame is smothered. The room plunges into darkness, leaving only the dim glow from the hearth fire across the room. Your eyes need a moment to adjust before you can safely navigate to your sleeping area. You're standing in a monastery in medieval England, sometime around 1200 CE. It's late evening, and you're in the scriptorium where monks spend their days copying manuscripts. The room is filled with a soft, steady glow from dozens of candles. Beeswax candles that burn with a gentle honey scent, and a light that's bright enough to read by, but soft enough not to strain the eyes. Candles weren't new by this period, but their widespread use represented a significant advancement over oil lamps in many situations. They were portable, created no liquid fuel to spill, produced minimal smoke if made properly, and could be extinguished and relit with relative ease. They also burned down gradually, which made them useful for measuring time. Specially marked candles could track hours during religious services or night watches. The candles illuminating the scriptorium are expensive, made from beeswax collected from the monastery's hives. Beeswax candles burn cleanly and smell pleasant, making them the preferred choice for churches and wealthy households. The common people use tallow candles made from rendered animal fat, much cheaper but also smellier and smokier. A tallow candle burning is a distinctly different olfactory experience than beeswax, with undertones of old meat and grease that never entirely dissipate. You watch a monk working at his desk, copying lines from an illuminated manuscript. The candle beside him is thick, perhaps 6 inches tall, burning steadily in a simple iron holder. Every hour or so he trims the wick with a small pair of scissors designed specifically for this purpose. Snuffers, they're called, though that name is slightly misleading since they're for trimming rather than extinguishing. The trimmed wick falls away, leaving behind a cleaner, brighter flame. Candle making was both a household task and a professional trade. Families made their own tallow candles by dipping wicks repeatedly into melted fat, building up layers until the candle reached the desired thickness. Professional chandlers produced higher quality candles using moulds and better materials, selling them in markets and to institutions. The Chandlers' Guild in medieval cities was powerful and well respected. Light was valuable, and those who provided it enjoyed special status. The process of making a dipped candle is meditative and tedious. You prepare your wick, usually braided cotton or linen strands. You heat your wax or tallow until it's fully melted. Then you begin dipping. Sink the wick into the liquid, pull it out, let it cool slightly, and dip again. Each dip adds a thin layer. You need dozens of dips to create a candle of useful size. The work takes hours and fills your house with the smell of hot wax or cooking fat. Moulded candles were faster to produce but required equipment. A pewter or tin mould shaped like a tube, with a hole at the bottom for the wick to pass through. Pour in the melted wax, let it cool completely, then push out the finished candle. Multiple moulds allowed chandlers to produce candles in batches, making the process more efficient. The best moulds created candles with smooth sides and even burning characteristics. The amount of light a candle produced became a unit of measurement. The foot candle, defined as the illumination cast by one candle at a distance of 1 foot. This unit persisted into the modern era, eventually evolving into the lumen. Medieval people were intimately familiar with how many candles were needed to illuminate a room adequately, and wealthy households employed servants specifically to manage candle supplies and ensure proper lighting throughout the house. Candles had one significant advantage over lamps in certain contexts. They could be easily moved and positioned. You could carry a candle in a simple holder upstairs, down hallways, and into storage rooms. Candlesticks came in elaborate varieties: tall stands for hallways, short holders for tables, wall sconces for rooms, and chandeliers with multiple arms for great halls. Each design solved a specific lighting problem, while also displaying wealth and status. The Catholic Church was perhaps the largest consumer of candles in medieval Europe. Altar candles burned during every service. Votive candles flickered in alcoves dedicated to saints. Processional candles were carried during ceremonies. The Pachal candle, blessed during the Easter Vigil, represented Christ's light entering the world. Religious candle use was so extensive that monasteries with their own apiaries had significant economic advantages. They could produce their own beeswax rather than purchasing it. You notice how the candlelight in this scriptorium creates a particular atmosphere, quieter somehow than daylight, more contemplative. The monks work in near silence, their pens scratching against parchment, the only sounds being the occasional turned page or whispered prayer. The light seems appropriate for this work of preservation and devotion, as if the candles themselves participate in the sacred task of copying religious texts. A draught from somewhere causes several candles to flicker simultaneously, and a monk rises to investigate. Candles were sensitive to air movement. A strong draught could extinguish them entirely, or cause them to burn unevenly, creating long drips down one side. Windows were kept closed at night not just for warmth, but to protect the lights. Heavy curtains served double duty, insulating against cold and blocking winds that might disturb the flames. The monk trimming wicks carries a small ceramic bowl to collect the trimmed portions. Nothing is wasted. Even these tiny scraps of wick and adhering wax will be saved and eventually incorporated into new candles. Wax was too valuable to discard, even in an institution as wealthy as this monastery. The principle of careful resource management permeated every aspect of life in ages when materials were expensive and labour was cheap. Candle snuffers, bell-shaped tools on long handles, were used to extinguish candles without spreading smoke or spattering hot wax. You watch as a monk makes his rounds with a snuffer, carefully extinguishing candles that are no longer needed as monks complete their work and retire for the night. The process is ritualistic, performed with the same care and attention as any other monastic duty. Different coloured candles serve different purposes in church settings. White candles were standard for most services. Red candles appeared during certain feast days. Black candles were used during Good Friday. The colours carried symbolic weight, part of the elaborate visual language of medieval Christianity. Even the number of candles had meaning. 2 candles represented the dual nature of Christ, and 7 candles corresponded to the 7 gifts of the Holy Spirit. The wealthy experimented with candles made from spermaceti, a waxy substance derived from sperm whales. These candles burned even more cleanly than beeswax and produced bright white light. However, they were extraordinarily expensive, reserved for royalty and the highest nobility. A spermaceti candle represented not just light, but an ostentatious display of wealth, a statement that the owner could afford to burn the finest materials simply for illumination. Poor households used rushlights as an economical alternative to candles. These were made by soaking the pithy core of rush plants in animal fat. They burned quickly and produced minimal light, but they were cheap enough for even the poorest families to afford. A rushlight might burn for just 20 minutes, requiring constant replacement throughout the evening. Families using rushlights lived with much dimmer illumination than their wealthier neighbours. You walk through the monastery cloisters as evening deepens into night, and the transformation is striking. During the day, the stone arches and corridors seem austere, almost cold. By candlelight they become warm and mysterious, shadows pooling in corners, the vaulted ceiling barely visible above. This is a different building after dark, experienced in a fundamentally different way. Architecture designed for daylight takes on new character when revealed by flickering flames. The monastery bell tower houses a special candle used for timekeeping, a thick candle marked with hours, burning at a consistent rate that allows the bell ringer to track time through the night. When the flame reaches each mark, he rings the bell to call monks to prayer. This system isn't perfectly accurate, but it's reliable enough for the monastery's needs. Time measured by a burning candle has a different texture than time measured by mechanical clocks, more fluid, more connected to physical processes of consumption and transformation. You're attending a Diwali celebration in India sometime around 1500 CE. The entire city is transformed into a constellation of small lights, thousands upon thousands of clay oil lamps called diyas, arranged on windowsills, doorsteps, rooftops and streets. Each diya is a simple thing, a small clay bowl filled with oil or ghee, with a cotton wick floating in it. Individually, they provide minimal illumination. Collectively, they create a spectacle that transforms the night into something magical. Light has always carried meaning beyond the merely practical. In cultures around the world, light represents knowledge, divine presence, hope, celebration, and triumph over darkness, both literal and metaphorical. The ways people used light, when, where, and why they lit lamps or candles or fires, reveal as much about their spiritual lives as their material ones. You walk through the streets admiring the displays. Some households have arranged their diyas in elaborate patterns, spirals, lotus flowers, and geometric designs that seem to glow with intention. Children carry sparklers, waving them to create brief trails of light in the darkness. The smell of burning oil mixes with incense and the scent of festival foods being prepared. This is light used not for work or safety, but for joy, for creating beauty, for honouring the divine. The festival celebrates the return of Lord Rama to his kingdom after 14 years of exile, and the lights represent the lamps that citizens lit to guide him home and celebrate his return. But the meaning has deepened over centuries to encompass broader themes: the victory of light over darkness, knowledge over ignorance, and good over evil. Each tiny flame becomes a prayer, a hope, a connection to something larger than individual existence. In another time and place, you're standing in a Jewish household on the 8th night of Hanukkah. The menorah holds 9 candles, 8 for the 8 nights of the holiday, plus the shamash, the helper candle used to light the others. The ritual of lighting the menorah follows a specific order, right to left, adding 1 candle each night until all 8 are burning on the final evening. The light from these candles is not to be used for practical purposes. You don't read by them or navigate by them. They exist purely to remember, to commemorate, and to maintain connection with history and faith. The story being commemorated is specific. The rededication of the Second Temple in Jerusalem and the miracle of oil that should have burned for 1 day lasting 8 days. But like all religious observances, the particular story opens onto universal themes. Light as endurance, light as unexpected grace, light as persistence against overwhelming odds. The menorah's placement in a window ensures that the lights proclaim their message to the street, sharing the miracle publicly rather than keeping it private. The Christians had their own traditions of sacred light. Candlemas, celebrated on February 2nd, involved bringing all the household candles to church for blessing. These blessed candles would protect the home, ward off evil, and ensure prosperity for the coming year. The tradition acknowledged that light was more than mere illumination. It carried power, meaning, and protection beyond its physical properties. In Celtic lands, before Christianity arrived, the festival of Samhain marked the transition from the light half of the year to the dark half. Large bonfires were lit on hilltops, visible for miles around. Families carried torches lit from these sacred fires back to their own hearths, rekindling their household flames with sanctified fire. The ritual connected individual homes to the community and to the turning of seasons, using light as both a practical tool and a spiritual symbol. The Japanese Obon festival honours deceased ancestors, and part of its observance involves lighting lanterns to guide spirits back to the living world. Paper lanterns hang from eaves and posts, glowing softly in the summer darkness. On the final night of the festival, floating lanterns are set adrift on rivers and lakes, carrying prayers and farewells back to the spirit world. The lights bob and drift downstream, gradually disappearing into the darkness, a beautiful, melancholy image of impermanence and connection. Winter solstice celebrations across numerous cultures involved lighting fires or lamps to encourage the sun's return, to prove that light still existed even in the darkest part of the year. The Scandinavian tradition of Saint Lucia's Day involved young women wearing crowns of candles, bringing light and food to households during the darkest weeks of winter. The symbolism was clear. We carry light through the darkness, we maintain hope, and we refuse to surrender to the long night. You're at a Buddhist temple during Vesak, the celebration of Buddha's birth, enlightenment and death. The temple complex is adorned with thousands of lanterns, creating a warm glow that seems to pulse with spiritual energy. Monks and lay people alike carry small lamps in procession, circling the temple grounds, the accumulated light of hundreds of individual flames creating an illumination that feels qualitatively different from any electric light you've experienced in your modern life. Light in these contexts wasn't measured in lumens or foot candles. It wasn't evaluated based on efficiency or duration. Instead, it was appreciated for its symbolic weight, its connection to meaning and memory, and its devotion. A single candle burning in memory of a deceased loved one provided almost no practical illumination, but its purpose wasn't practical. It was witness, remembrance, and continuing connection. The ancient Zoroastrians maintained sacred fires in fire temples, tended continuously by priests. These fires were considered living manifestations of the divine, requiring careful feeding and protection. Different grades of fire existed: household fires, community fires, and most sacred of all, the Atash Behram, a fire requiring the gathering and combination of 16 different types of fire in elaborate purification ceremonies. The fire could never be allowed to go out, with priests maintaining constant vigil over its preservation. You observe how different cultures develop distinct aesthetics of light. Chinese lanterns made of paper and bamboo painted with auspicious symbols and proverbs. Moroccan lanterns of pierced metal creating intricate shadow patterns on surrounding walls. Indian hanging lamps of brass with multiple wicks arranged in rows. Each tradition expressed something about how people understood and valued light, turning functional objects into works of art. Even in the darkness, you find that the human impulse toward ritual and celebration manifests through light. Birthday candles represent years lived and wishes made. Memorial candles honour those who died. Vigil candles accompany prayers for the sick or troubled. The Olympic torch carries flame across continents, connecting nations through a shared symbol of hope and excellence. None of these uses make economic sense. They're inefficient, expensive, and accomplish no practical work, yet they persist because light means something beyond mere visibility. Processions by torchlight or candlelight created memorable spectacles. Medieval religious processions wound through streets with participants carrying candles, creating rivers of light flowing through darkness. Japanese shrine festivals featured participants carrying illuminated portable shrines through streets. These moving lights transformed familiar spaces, making the everyday world seem strange and sacred. In some traditions, the act of lighting itself became ritualized. Specific prayers accompanied the lighting of Sabbath candles. Certain holidays required fires to be lit in particular ways, from specific materials at specific times with specific invocations. The lighting was as important as the light itself, and the act was as meaningful as the outcome. You notice how sacred light often involves community participation. One person lights a candle, then shares that flame with others, who share with still others, until hundreds of individual lights bloom from a single source. The metaphor is obvious but powerful. Light multiplies without diminishing. Knowledge shared enriches everyone, and one small flame can illuminate an entire gathering. You're reviewing the household accounts in a middle-class London home sometime around 1750. The numbers are frustrating. The cost of candles alone represents a significant portion of your family's budget. Not as much as food or rent, certainly, but enough to require careful management. You burn cheap tallow candles in the kitchen and servants' quarters, but save the better beeswax candles for the parlour where you entertain guests. Even so, the expense adds up. Before electricity, lighting was expensive enough to meaningfully constrain behaviour. Poor families went to bed soon after sunset because they couldn't afford to burn lights. Middling families carefully rationed their lighting, using good candles sparingly and making do with cheaper alternatives when possible. Only the wealthy could afford to light their homes as freely as they wished, and even they paid attention to the cost. The economics of light affected every level of society differently. Rural farmers had access to animal fat for tallow candles, but might lack the means to buy better alternatives. Urban workers could purchase various grades of candles and lamp oil, but earned barely enough to afford basic necessities. The wealthy employed specialised servants, lamp boys, candle snuffers and torch-bearers, whose entire role involved managing the household's lighting needs. You calculate how many hours of light you can afford this week. Evening gatherings must be planned carefully. If you're hosting guests, you need to burn more candles to make a good impression. but that means fewer hours of light on other nights. Reading must be done during daylight or by the most economical light sources. Sewing, mending and other close work are scheduled for the brightest parts of the day or postponed until you can justify the cost of proper illumination. The poor made difficult trade-offs. A family earning barely enough to eat might choose between buying candles and buying food. Often, food won. People went to bed early not because they were especially tired, but because sitting in darkness was depressing and unproductive. Winter evenings were long and dark, and the inability to afford light made them longer and darker still. Some crafts and trades required light to function, and the cost of that light was built into the price of goods and services. A shoemaker needed good light to work leather properly. A tailor needed it for fine stitching. A watchmaker absolutely required it for delicate repairs. These skilled tradespeople invested in better lighting because their livelihoods demanded it, but they paid a price in the form of significant ongoing expenses for candles or lamp oil. Street lighting, where it existed at all, was rudimentary and expensive. In London, householders were required by law to hang lanterns outside their doors on dark nights, creating a patchwork of light that barely illuminated the streets. The system was unreliable. People forgot or couldn't afford the oil, or simply ignored the requirement. Walking through the city after dark remained dangerous, with criminals taking advantage of poorly lit areas and victims having limited ability to see threats approaching. The cost of light created a kind of temporal inequality. The wealthy could extend their days, hosting evening salons and parties that continued well past dark. They could read, work and socialise during hours when poorer people had no choice but to sleep. This wasn't a trivial advantage. It meant more hours for education, networking, entertainment and productive work. The ability to light the darkness was, in effect, the ability to buy time itself. Institutions had different economics than individuals. Churches could afford to keep multiple candles burning because they served communities rather than families. Universities and colleges maintained reading rooms with adequate lighting, enabling scholars to study after sunset. Governments lit official buildings and public spaces as demonstrations of power and resources. These institutional lights created islands of illumination in otherwise dark cities. You've heard about experiments with new types of lamps, something about gaslighting being tested in some public spaces. The idea seems fantastical. Pipes carrying flammable gas through the streets, with flames burning at regular intervals from special fixtures. It sounds dangerous, but apparently the light is much brighter than candles or oil lamps, and the cost per hour of illumination is lower. Still, you doubt it will become widespread. How could such a system possibly be maintained across an entire city? The economics of light influence social structures in ways you're only beginning to understand. Servants rose before dawn and worked until well after dark, often by inadequate light that strained their eyes and made their work more difficult. Their labour subsidised their employers' comfort, including the management of expensive lighting systems. The distribution of light within a household reflected the distribution of power. Masters got the best light, and servants made do with minimal illumination, or worked by daylight whenever possible. Professional lamplighters formed guilds and maintained regular employment in cities with street lighting systems. They made rounds each evening with ladders and long poles, lighting lamps along designated routes. In the morning they reversed the process, extinguishing lamps and collecting unused oil. The work was steady but not glamorous, and the pay reflected the low status of manual labour. Still, it was preferable to many alternatives available to working-class men. The market for lighting products was substantial and stratified. Expensive beeswax candles for the wealthy, middling tallow candles for the respectable poor, and cheap rush lights for those barely scraping by. Different grades of lamp oil served different markets. Candlesticks, lanterns, snuffers, and other lighting implements came in versions appropriate for every social class. You could tell a family's approximate wealth and status by examining their lighting provisions. Some households tried to economise by making their own candles, but this required time, skill, and access to raw materials. The tallow had to be rendered from animal fat, filtered to remove impurities, then used for dipping or moulding. The process was time-consuming and smelly, filling the house with the odour of hot animal fat. Many families decided that purchasing candles from professional chandlers was worth the extra expense to avoid the unpleasant work. This seasonal variation in daylight hours affected household economics significantly. Summer evenings required less artificial light, reducing expenses and allowing families to extend their waking hours without additional cost. Winter demanded much more light, straining budgets precisely when other expenses, heating, warm clothing, preserved foods, also increased. The darkest months were often the hardest months economically, with multiple needs competing for limited resources. You finish your accounting with a sigh. The candle budget will need to be reduced next month to cover an unexpected expense. This means fewer evening social gatherings, more work completed during daylight hours, and earlier bedtimes. It's a small adjustment, but it reminds you how much of your life is constrained by the economics of something as basic as light. You long for a time when illumination might be cheap and abundant, though you can't imagine how such a world could possibly come to exist. You're in a blacksmith's forge late in the evening, and work continues despite the darkness outside, but the forge provides its own illumination. The fire burning at temperatures hot enough to soften iron casts enough light to see by, especially once your eyes adjust. The glow is reddish-orange, painting everything in shades of warmth and shadow. You can see the blacksmith's face clearly when he leans close to the forge, but he disappears into silhouette when he steps back to his anvil. Certain types of work created their own light, and people organised their labour around this fact. Blacksmiths could work into the evening because their forges illuminated their workspaces. Bakers started their days in the middle of the night, but their ovens provided light as well as heat. Metalworkers, glass blowers, and anyone else whose craft involved fire had a built-in lighting solution, though it wasn't always sufficient for detail work. The quality of forge light is particular, very bright near the fire, but the illumination falls off quickly. Colours are distorted, with everything taking on warm tones that make it difficult to judge the true appearance of objects. The blacksmith knows this and often takes worked pieces outside during daylight to examine them properly. What looks smooth and even by forge light might reveal flaws in natural illumination. You watch as the blacksmith heats a piece of iron until it glows, first red, then orange, then yellow-white at the hottest point. The metal itself becomes a source of light, bright enough to read by if you were foolish enough to get that close. He hammers it against the anvil and sparks fly with each impact, creating brief fireworks that illuminate the workshop in flickering bursts. The darkness between sparks is somehow darker, your eyes constantly adjusting to changes in light level. The rhythmic work of the forge creates a kind of temporal structure to the evening. Heat the metal, hammer it, check the shape, and return it to the fire. Each cycle involves moving between different light levels, the brilliant glow of the forge, the dimmer light of the work area, and the near darkness of the corners where tools and materials are stored. The blacksmith navigates these transitions automatically, his body remembering where everything's located. Other trades found different solutions to working after dark. Fishermen often worked by moonlight when the lunar cycle permitted or carried torches when necessary. Night fishing required different skills than daylight fishing. You learned to navigate by feel and sound as much as sight, to interpret ripples and splashes you couldn't see clearly. The torch attracted certain fish while scaring others away, creating different opportunities and challenges than daylight fishing presented. Miners worked underground where no natural light ever reached, entirely dependent on lamps or candles. A miner's lamp was a critical piece of equipment, as important as any tool. Running out of light while deep underground could be fatal. You might become disoriented, unable to find your way back to the shaft, surrounded by darkness so complete it created a kind of panic. Miners learned to ration their light carefully, to navigate partially by memory and feel, and to always carry backup illumination. The dangers of working by inadequate light were real and common. Craftspeople strained their eyes trying to see detail by dim lamplight. Accidents increased after dark. Misjudged distances, missed steps, tools that slipped because you couldn't quite see what you were doing. Some trades simply couldn't be performed safely without good light, and people learned which tasks to save for daylight and which could be attempted by flame. Women's work often continued after dark out of necessity. Spinning, weaving, sewing and mending needed to be done, and days weren't long enough to complete everything during daylight hours, so women worked by firelight or lamplight, sitting close to the flame, eyes straining to see fine details. The cost was measured in headaches, eye strain, and gradual loss of close vision over years of working in inadequate illumination. You observe a spinner working by the hearth in the blacksmith's home. She sits close to the fire, distaff in one hand, spindle in the other, drawing out fibre and twisting it into thread through movements so practised they're almost unconscious. The firelight casts her hands in sharp relief, making the thread visible as it forms, but the light is inconsistent, surging and fading with the flames, requiring constant adjustment and attention. Textile work, spinning, weaving, sewing, demanded good vision and steady hands. Women performing this work by inadequate light developed eye problems earlier than men doing outdoor physical labour. The strain of focusing on fine detail in poor illumination took a cumulative toll. Some women were effectively blind for close work by their 40s, unable to thread needles or see fine stitches, relegated to simpler tasks that didn't require acute vision. The potter's workshop operates on a different rhythm. Clay work requires good light to see subtle imperfections and variations in thickness. Potters who had to work after dark positioned their wheels near windows to capture the last of the evening light, or arranged multiple lamps around their workspace at considerable expense. Throwing pots by firelight alone was nearly impossible. The inconsistent illumination made it too difficult to judge the vessel's shape and symmetry. Glassblowers had perhaps the best nighttime working conditions among craftspeople. The molten glass itself glowed brilliantly, and the furnaces provided ample light and heat. Watching a glassblower work after dark was spectacular. The blob of glowing glass on the end of the blowpipe lit the entire workshop, casting the worker in silhouette as they shaped and formed the material. Sparks and smaller pieces of glass flew like tiny meteors when glass was cut or broken. You notice how different crafts developed different relationships with darkness. Some resisted it, struggling to maintain adequate light for precise work. Others accommodated it, adjusting work schedules to maximize use of daylight and minimize dependence on artificial illumination. Still others incorporated it, like the blacksmith, whose work actually created the light necessary to see by. The apprentice system partly reflected the economics of light. Young apprentices were sent to bed early, partly to conserve candles and lamp oil. They rose before dawn and worked by daylight under supervision, learning their trades during hours when light was free. Masters who could afford to work longer hours by artificial light gained competitive advantages, more productivity, faster completion of complex projects, and the ability to take on urgent orders requiring nighttime work. Seasonal variations affected work patterns significantly. Summer meant long working days, taking full advantage of extended daylight. Winter meant shorter days and more dependence on expensive artificial light, with some trades essentially shutting down after dark while others invested in lighting and continued working. The rhythm of work followed the rhythm of the sun more closely than any modern workplace can imagine. The night shift, as modern industry understands it, barely existed. Some work continued after dark out of necessity, bakers preparing morning bread, night watchmen patrolling streets, and midwives attending births at any hour. But the idea of deliberately scheduling large numbers of workers to labour through the night was largely impractical before adequate lighting made such arrangements feasible. You're walking through Edinburgh on a moonless night in 1780, and the darkness is thick enough to feel solid. The street lighting is sporadic at best. Some oil lamps hanging from posts at major intersections, but long stretches of road remain completely dark. You're carrying a lantern, which helps, but the light doesn't extend far enough to prevent you from occasionally stepping in something unpleasant that you'd rather not identify. Cities after dark were dangerous places, and insufficient lighting was a major reason why. Criminals worked under cover of darkness, knowing that victims couldn't identify them and constables couldn't easily give chase. Getting home safely after dark often meant hiring a link boy, a youth carrying a torch to light your way, or travelling in groups for safety. The wealthy had servants who accompanied them with lanterns. Everyone else took their chances. The watch system attempted to maintain order, with night watchmen patrolling streets and calling out the hours. But watchmen were often elderly, poorly paid, and not particularly effective at preventing crime. Their lanterns helped them navigate but also advertised their positions to anyone wanting to avoid them. Criminals simply worked in the areas between watch routes, in the dark spaces where no one was looking. Some cities experimented with public lighting systems. Paris had been installing oil lamps on major streets since the 1660s, creating a network of lights that were lit each evening and extinguished at dawn. The system required an army of lamplighters and lamp snuffers, workers who made their rounds with ladders and long poles, managing thousands of lamps across the city. The cost was enormous, but the benefits in terms of reduced crime and improved nighttime commerce made it worthwhile. London was slower to adopt comprehensive street lighting, relying on the patchwork system of householder lanterns, supplemented by a few public lamps in busy areas. The result was inconsistent. Some streets were reasonably well lit, while others remained dark passages best avoided after sunset. Maps of London published in this period sometimes included notations about which streets were safe to traverse at night, a strange form of cartography that mapped danger as much as geography. You pass a tavern, light and noise spilling from its open door. Inside you can see customers drinking by candlelight, the room hazy with tobacco smoke. Taverns stayed open late because they could afford the light necessary to do business after dark. They became social centres by default. Where else could people gather in the evening? The pub served as a kind of communal living room, a lit space in the dark city where news was exchanged, deals were made, and the hours between supper and bedtime could be passed in company. Night soil collectors were working, emptying chamber pots and cesspits, doing work that polite society preferred not to think about. They worked at night partly to avoid offending daytime sensibilities, but also because darkness provided some cover for work that no one wanted to watch. Their lanterns bobbed through alleys and rear courts, marking their progress through tasks that were necessary if deeply unpleasant. You hear the nightingale man making his rounds, a vendor selling small songbirds in cages, conducting business primarily after dark because that's when his customers were home from work. He carries a lantern to show his wares, and the birds sing despite the darkness, their voices strangely cheerful in the night streets. You wonder if they're confused about the time of day or if they simply don't care when they sing as long as someone is listening. Street lighting transformed urban geography in subtle ways. Well-lit streets became desirable addresses, with property values reflecting the relative safety and convenience of good illumination. Dark streets were avoided when possible, creating invisible boundaries within cities. The pattern of light and shadow shaped how people moved through urban spaces, creating preferred routes and no-go areas. The introduction of gaslighting would revolutionize cities in ways that were only beginning to be imagined. Within your lifetime, though you don't know this yet, streets will be lit by gas lamps that burn brighter and more steadily than oil lamps ever could. The change will transform urban life, extending commerce, reducing crime, and making nighttime navigation far less treacherous. But for now, you navigate by lantern light and moonlight, stepping carefully through a city that darkness still controls. Public squares and marketplaces receive priority for lighting installations. These were spaces where commerce happened, where people gathered, and where a city's prosperity and civility were on display. Good lighting in these areas served both practical and symbolic functions. It facilitated trade and social interaction, while also demonstrating civic order and progress. You notice how the few street lamps create pools of light separated by expanses of darkness. Walking between lamps means periodic transitions from relative visibility to near total darkness, with your eyes constantly adjusting. The psychological effect is unsettling. You feel exposed under the lamps, vulnerable in the darkness between them. The profession of link boy emerged to address the lighting gap. These were typically poor youth who carried torches or lanterns and escorted people through dark streets for a small fee. The work was irregular and poorly paid, but it was available to anyone with access to a torch and knowledge of the city streets. Link boys positioned themselves at busy corners and near theatres, offering their services to anyone venturing into the night. Theatre-goers provided reliable business for link boys and sedan chair carriers. Performances ended after dark, releasing well-dressed audiences into streets that were often quite dark. The wealthier audience members hired sedan chairs or private carriages with attendant torchbearers. Middle-class patrons hired link boys or walked in groups. The poor simply walked home as quickly as possible, hoping for the best. Prostitutes worked the dark streets, using shadows for anonymity and negotiating business in doorways and alleys. The darkness that made streets dangerous also made them useful for activities that required discretion. The relationship between illumination and moral order was something city authorities understood well. Better lighting meant better surveillance, and better surveillance meant better control of behaviour. You passed the remains of someone's evening meal thrown into the street. Bones, vegetable peelings, and other less identifiable materials. In darkness, streets become repositories for all kinds of waste, with people disposing of things they wouldn't dare throw out during daylight. The morning cleaning crews will deal with it, but for now, the debris adds another hazard to nighttime navigation. The sound of footsteps behind you causes a moment of anxiety. You turn to see another pedestrian with a lantern, nodding as they pass. The encounter is brief, but illustrates constant calculations people make about risk and safety. Who else is on the street? Are they walking with purpose, or lingering suspiciously? Do they have light? Every encounter after dark carried a potential threat. Churches and cathedrals often maintained exterior lamps as acts of charity, providing light for travellers and demonstrating religious commitment to aiding the vulnerable. These lamps burned throughout the night, tended by church caretakers, creating small sanctuaries of light in the darkness. Travellers knew to look for church lamps when navigating unfamiliar areas after dark. The contrast between daytime and nighttime cities was stark. During the day, streets filled with vendors, workers, vehicles and pedestrians moving purposefully through familiar spaces. After dark, the same streets became different places, emptier, more dangerous, and navigable only with artificial light and considerable caution. The city effectively contracted after sunset, with large areas becoming virtually uninhabitable until dawn. You're in Baltimore in 1816, and you've just witnessed something remarkable, a demonstration of gaslighting in a downtown building. The light is like nothing you've ever seen, steady, bright, almost harsh compared to the soft glow of candles and oil lamps you've known your entire life. The room is illuminated evenly, with none of the shadows and dark corners that characterize every other lit space you've experienced. This is the beginning of the end for the world you've known, though you can't fully appreciate that yet. Gaslighting represents a transitional technology, still based on combustion, still requiring pipes and maintenance, still producing heat and using oxygen. But it's the first lighting technology that divorces the source of fuel from the point of use. The gas is manufactured elsewhere, transported through pipes and burned at fixtures throughout the building. It's a small conceptual step, but it changes everything. The gas itself is made from coal, heated in sealed retorts until it releases flammable vapours. These vapours are captured, purified and stored in large gas holders before being distributed through iron pipes. The entire system requires significant infrastructure investment: gasworks, pipes, meters and fixtures. It's not something individuals can create in their homes. It requires organised systems, companies, capital and technology that transforms lighting from a household concern into a public utility. You watch as the demonstrator adjusts the flame, turning a small key that increases or decreases the flow of gas. The light responds instantly, brightening or dimming with precise control that would be impossible with candles or oil lamps. This controllability is part of the revolution, light that obeys your immediate commands, that requires no trimming or refilling, that burns consistently hour after hour as long as the gas flows. The smell is different too. Coal gas has a distinctive, slightly unpleasant odour, though the demonstration organisers have added ventilation to make the space comfortable. Later systems will add aromatic compounds to gas to make leaks detectable, but for now the smell is just part of the experience. You notice that despite the bright light, the room is getting warm. Gas lights produce substantial heat, a side effect that will make summer evenings uncomfortable in gas-lit spaces. Outside, you're told, they're beginning to install gas streetlights in major cities. Baltimore itself will have gas street lighting within a few years. The lampposts will be taller than oil lampposts, the flames enclosed in glass to protect them from wind. Lamplighters will still make their rounds each evening, but now they'll be lighting gas rather than oil, using long poles to turn the gas valves and ignite the flames. The economic implications are enormous. Gas lighting costs significantly less per hour of illumination than candles or oil lamps, making extended nighttime activity affordable for more people. Factories will be able to run evening shifts, shops will stay open after dark, social life will extend further into the night. The working day will stretch beyond the boundaries the sun had always set. Not everyone is enthusiastic about these changes. Candle makers see their livelihood threatened. Some people find gaslighting garish and unpleasant compared to the familiar glow of candles. There are safety concerns. Gas leaks can cause explosions, and several well-publicised accidents have made people nervous about having flammable gas pipe through their walls. The change is met with a mixture of excitement and trepidation. Theatres were among the first to adopt gaslighting enthusiastically. The ability to control light levels revolutionised stagecraft, allowing for effects impossible with candles or oil lamps. Lights could be dimmed gradually for dramatic effect, brightened for comedic scenes, and adjusted throughout performances to enhance mood and meaning. The theatre became a showcase for lighting technology, demonstrating possibilities that would eventually spread to other venues. The installation of gaslighting infrastructure created new occupations. Gas fitters who installed pipes and fixtures, gas inspectors who checked for leaks and safety compliance, and meter readers who tracked consumption. An entire industry emerged around this new technology, employing thousands of workers and generating substantial capital investment. You're seeing the future, though you don't realise it yet. In your lifetime, gaslighting will transform cities, factories and homes. But even gaslighting is just another transition. Already, scientists are experimenting with something called electric light, using batteries and metal filaments to create illumination without combustion. It sounds like science fiction, and you can't imagine it will ever be practical for everyday use. Some enthusiasts envision entire cities lit by gas, with streets bright enough to read by, homes illuminated as thoroughly as daylight, and work continuing around the clock. Others warn of dangers, explosions, fires, and the moral hazards of extending human activity into hours that God intended for rest. The debate reflects broader anxieties about technology and change, about whether progress serves humanity or threatens it. The gas company representatives are taking questions from the audience. How much will installation cost? How is gas consumption measured and billed? What happens if pipes break or leak? Can gas lighting be used safely in homes with children? The questions reveal both interest and concern, a community trying to understand how this new technology will affect their lives. Walking home that evening, your own oil lamp seems dimmer and less satisfactory than it did this morning. You've seen what's possible, and the old ways suddenly feel inadequate. The light you carry has served humanity for thousands of years, but its days are numbered. Within a century, almost no one will use oil lamps or candles as primary light sources. They'll become decorative, nostalgic, and reserved for special occasions and power outages. The darkness that surrounded your ancestors, that shaped their days and structured their societies, that created fears and rituals and careful economies of light, that darkness is about to retreat further than anyone imagined possible. The night will never be fully conquered, but it will be pushed back, contained, and made less threatening and less absolute. You're witnessing the beginning of that transformation, standing at the threshold between the world of fire and the world of artificial light that will define the future. Elsewhere, in laboratories and workshops, experimenters are working with electricity. Arc lamps using electric current between carbon electrodes can produce brilliant light, though they're too bright and hot for most practical applications. The light they create is harsh, bluish-white, and fundamentally different from any flame-based illumination. Most people who see arc lamp demonstrations are impressed but doubtful about practical applications. Thomas Edison hasn't been born yet, but the trajectory toward his eventual breakthrough is being established. Each improvement in lighting technology creates demand for more and better illumination. Each new capability reveals limitations of existing systems. The path from fire to electricity passes through gas lighting, and that transition is beginning now, in your time, in your city. You think about your grandparents who lived their entire lives by candle and lamplight, never imagining alternatives. You think about your grandchildren who might grow up in a world where lighting is cheap, abundant and controllable in ways you can barely imagine. The pace of change is accelerating, and you're living through a pivotal moment when millennia of lighting history are being compressed and transformed. Rest well, knowing that the darkness your ancestors navigated with such care and ingenuity has been mapped and measured and made familiar through thousands of years of human persistence. Their solutions to the problem of darkness, simple, practical and deeply meaningful, light the path backward through time, showing us who we were before we could banish the night with the flip of a switch. The flames they tended, the lamps they filled, the candles they dipped, and the streets they lit. All of these represent humanity's long conversation with darkness, a dialogue that continues even now in the age of electric light. Sleep peacefully, surrounded by the glow of understanding, wrapped in the knowledge that light has always been about more than mere visibility. It's been about safety, community, meaning, and hope, carried carefully through the long night. Check this out. I'm about to take you on the most comfortable ghost tour you've ever experienced. No creaking floorboards under your feet tonight, just the gentle rustle of turning pages in history's most intriguing chapters. You won't need a flashlight or courage for this journey, though you might want to pull that blanket a little closer as we explore why Europe's castles earned their spooky reputations. You know how some houses just feel different the moment you walk through the front door? Well, European castles are like that house in your neighbourhood, the one with the overgrown garden and the windows that seem to watch you, except these places have been collecting stories for 1,000 years instead of just a few decades. Take Edinburgh Castle, perched on its volcanic rock like a stone crown that forgot to come down from the heights. You've probably seen it in movies, looking all majestic and mysterious against the Scottish sky. But here's what Hollywood doesn't tell you. This place has been continuously occupied longer than most countries have existed. Imagine if your house had been lived in by Vikings, medieval kings, Renaissance courtiers, and Georgian soldiers, all leaving behind their hopes, fears, and probably a few unfinished arguments. The thing about calling castles haunted is that it's a bit like calling your grandmother's attic mysterious. Sure, there are strange sounds and unexplained shadows, but mostly there's just an overwhelming amount of history crammed into every corner. When you've got centuries of human drama playing out in the same stone rooms, things are bound to feel a little crowded with memories. Edinburgh's famous Grey Lady, for instance, supposedly wanders the castle's corridors. Now, before you start imagining some ethereal figure in flowing robes, consider this. The castle employed dozens of women over the centuries as servants, cooks, and caretakers. These women knew every secret passage, every hidden stair, and every shortcut through the maze of stone corridors. If you were a practical woman who'd spent 40 years learning the most efficient way to navigate those halls, wouldn't you keep using your preferred routes even after retirement? The Grey Lady might just be history's most dedicated employee, still showing up for work out of pure habit. But let's be honest about why we love these stories. There's something deliciously cozy about being scared in a completely safe way. It's like watching a thunderstorm from inside a warm house, all the drama and excitement with none of the actual danger. Medieval castles were designed to be intimidating after all. Their builders wanted visitors to feel small and impressed, to crane their necks at soaring walls and wonder at the power of whoever lived there. The architects of these places were essentially medieval special effects artists. They knew exactly how to use shadows, echoes, and unexpected spaces to create atmosphere. Are there spiral staircases that appear to never end? They were designed to disorient attackers, but they work just as well on modern visitors. Does your flashlight fail to properly illuminate those deep dark corners? It is perfect for storing grain, but it is also perfect for your imagination to run wild. What's really happening in these haunted castles is a kind of time travel that doesn't require any special equipment. You're walking through rooms where real people lived, loved, schemed, and died. Their stories have soaked the stones like wine on a tablecloth, leaving permanent stains that change colour depending on the light. The Tower of London, for example, has hosted more drama than a season of your favourite soap opera. Kings, queens, traitors, and saints have all spent time within the walls of this place, often not by choice. When you visit today and feel that peculiar chill in the bloody tower, You're not necessarily sensing supernatural activity, you're sensing history itself, thick and heavy as London fog. So as we begin this journey together through Europe's most storied castles, remember that every ghost story starts with a human story. Every mysterious footstep once belonged to someone who was simply trying to get from one room to another. Every cold spot marks a place where someone once stood, perhaps looking out a window at a world that was changing faster than they could understand. The real magic of these places isn't in their ghosts, it's in their ability to make the past feel present, to collapse centuries into moments, and to let you feel the weight of all the lives that came before yours. Now that you're comfortable, let's talk about why these castles feel so naturally spooky, starting with the very practical reasons medieval people built them to be unsettling. You need to realise that intimidation was intentionally included in the architectural plan. These weren't just homes for rich people, they were psychological warfare made of stone and mortar. Medieval castle builders were master manipulators of human emotion, and they didn't even need a degree in psychology to pull it off. They understood instinctively that if you wanted to keep people in line, you made your home look like something that could swallow them whole. Are those walls impossibly high? They weren't just for defence. They were billboards advertising power, visible from miles away, making sure everyone knew exactly who was in charge. Take Warwick Castle in England. When you approach it today, even knowing you're just a tourist with a perfectly lovely car waiting in the parking lot, something primal kicks in as you walk toward those towers. It's the same feeling your ancestors would have had when approaching the local lord's stronghold, except they were probably carrying a complaint about their neighbour's goat, and hoping not to be thrown in the dungeon for their trouble. The genius of medieval castle design was in the details that most visitors never consciously notice. Do those narrow windows appear so picturesque in photographs? They were specifically designed to be too small for attackers to climb through, but also too small to let in much cheerful sunlight. The result is interior lighting that would make a horror movie director weep with envy, always just dim enough to leave your peripheral vision uncertain about what might be lurking in the corners. And speaking of corners, medieval architects had a particular talent for creating spaces that felt slightly off. Rooms weren't quite square, corridors didn't quite run straight, and stairs spiralled in ways that left you feeling vaguely dizzy. This wasn't poor craftsmanship, it was deliberate. When you're defending a castle, you want attackers to feel disoriented and uncomfortable. The fact that these same design tricks work on modern tourists is just a delightful bonus. Consider the psychological effect of living in one of these places if you were, say, a servant in the 14th century. You'd wake up before dawn in a small, cold room, navigate stone corridors lit only by flickering torches, and spend your day in vast halls where your footsteps echoed like whispers from the grave. Is it surprising that the castle staff cultivated a rich tradition of ghost stories? When you're already living in a place designed to make you feel small and nervous, every unexplained sound becomes significant. The heating system, or lack thereof, added another layer to the atmosphere. Medieval castles were chronically cold, despite massive fireplaces that consumed entire trees' worth of wood. You've probably noticed how your mood changes on dreary winter days when the house just won't warm up properly. Now imagine living in a stone building where warm was a relative concept and cosy was something that happened to other people in other places. This constant chill meant that everyone who lived in these castles became experts in reading the subtle variations in coldness. A sudden drop in temperature, the kind that makes modern ghost hunters reach for their thermometers, was just Tuesday afternoon near the North Wall. But it also meant that people became incredibly sensitive to atmospheric changes, primed to notice when something felt different from the usual catalogue of discomforts. The social dynamics added another layer of psychological pressure. These castles housed intricate hierarchies, where understanding one's position could literally determine one's fate. Servants learned to move quietly, to appear and disappear without drawing attention, and to navigate the halls like shadows. After centuries of people perfecting the art of moving unseen through these corridors, is it really surprising that later generations started seeing mysterious figures in the periphery of their vision? Food storage in medieval castles created its own share of mysterious sounds. Those deep cellars and underground chambers weren't just convenient for keeping wine cool, they were essential for storing enough provisions to survive a siege. But grain settling, barrels creaking, and small animals getting into the stores created a constant symphony of unexplained noises echoing up through the floors. If you were lying in bed in the dead of night, already on edge from living in what was essentially a beautiful stone bunker, those sounds could easily become something much more sinister in your imagination. The medieval mind, shaped by a world where the supernatural was considered perfectly normal, was already primed to interpret unusual experiences as ghostly encounters. When your daily reality included believing in miracles, demons, and divine intervention, a cold spot in the corridor or a door that creaked open by itself wasn't necessarily evidence of poor maintenance. It was evidence of the spirit world intersecting with your own. Let's get comfortable with some of history's most famous royal residents, who apparently never got the memo about checking out. You'd think being dead would come with some kind of forwarding address service, but Europe's noble ghosts seem to have a remarkable attachment to their earthly real estate. Considering the property values, it's understandable why they would feel that way. The Tower of London deserves special attention here because it's essentially a 5-star resort for famous ghosts. Anne Boleyn, that unfortunate queen who lost her head in more ways than one, supposedly makes regular appearances around the grounds. Now, before you start picturing a headless figure dramatically swooping around the battlements, consider Anne's actual personality. Historical records show she was intelligent, strong-willed, and had a flair for making memorable entrances. If you were going to haunt a location, wouldn't you prefer a place where you had already made a significant impression? The thing about Anne Boleyn's ghost story is that it perfectly captures her historical character. She was never one to fade quietly into the background when she was alive, so why would death change her approach? Visitors report seeing a figure in Tudor dress walking the grounds, sometimes carrying her head under her arm like a particularly morbid handbag. It's theatrical, it's impossible to ignore, and it's exactly the kind of dramatic statement Anne would have appreciated. But here's where it gets intriguing from a historical perspective. The Tower of London has been a tourist attraction for centuries, not just decades. Even in the 1800s, individuals travelled specifically with the hope of witnessing something supernatural. When you've got generations of visitors showing up with ghost stories already in their heads, and tour guides whose livelihood depends on keeping those stories alive, the line between historical fact and entertaining fiction gets charmingly blurry. Moving across the channel, let's visit Château de Brissac in France's Loire Valley, where the Green Lady has been making herself at home for centuries. Unlike Anne Boleyn's dramatic appearances, the Green Lady seems to prefer a more domestic approach to haunting. She's been spotted in the tower room, apparently just going about her business as if she still lives there. Guests have reported waking up to find her standing in their room, not menacingly, but almost as if she's checking to make sure they have everything they need for a comfortable stay. The current Duke of Brissac, whose family has owned the chateau for centuries, talks about the Green Lady the way you might discuss a long-time neighbour who has a key to your house. She's part of the family now, a presence that's more familiar than frightening. This casual acceptance says something fascinating about how European aristocracy has learned to live with their history, literally. What's particularly charming about royal ghosts is how they seem to maintain their social protocols even after death. They appear in the finest rooms, wear their best clothes, and generally conduct themselves with the dignity befitting their station. You don't hear stories about royal ghosts hanging around the kitchens or the servants' quarters. Even in death, apparently, one must maintain proper standards. Glamis Castle in Scotland, childhood home of the Queen Mother, hosts several ghostly nobles who seem to have turned haunting into a social activity. The Grey Lady, the White Lady, and various other colourfully named spirits apparently share the castle's corridors like a supernatural house party that's been going on for centuries. The current residents speak of these ghosts with the kind of fond tolerance usually reserved for elderly relatives who tell the same stories every family gathering. There's something deeply human about our fascination with royal ghosts. These people live such extraordinary lives that they could have been fairy tale characters. Their ghosts allow us to imagine them as real people with real problems, real regrets, and real attachments to the places they called home. The persistence of royal ghost stories also reflects something profound about how we process historical trauma. Many of these noble spirits died violently or tragically, executed for treason, poisoned by rivals, or simply crushed under the weight of impossible expectations. Their ghost stories become a way of acknowledging that suffering, of saying that these weren't just names in history books, but real people whose pain echoes through the centuries. When you visit these castles today and feel that familiar chill, you're not just experiencing atmospheric theatrics. You're standing in places where the most dramatic moments in European history played out, where decisions that shaped nations were made, and where real people faced impossible choices with consequences that rippled through generations. The royal ghosts of Europe's castles aren't just entertainment, they're our way of keeping faith with the past, of ensuring that the human stories behind the grand historical narratives never fade completely from memory. Settle back with your tea, because we're about to explore how the everyday reality of medieval castle life created the perfect conditions for ghost stories to flourish like mushrooms in a damp cellar. The truth is, if you designed a building specifically to generate supernatural legends, you'd probably end up with something remarkably similar to a medieval castle. Let's start with the most practical consideration: medieval plumbing, or more accurately, the complete absence thereof. Those romantic-looking garderobes, medieval toilets built into the castle walls, were essentially stone seats with holes that dropped waste directly into the moat or castle courtyard. The smell alone was enough to make people avoid certain areas of the castle, creating haunted zones that were really just uninhabitable due to medieval sanitation practices. But odours weren't the only atmospheric challenge. The acoustic properties of stone castles meant that every footstep, every closing door, and every conversation echoed and travelled in unexpected ways. Sound could bounce around stone corridors for what felt like miles, appearing to come from empty rooms or vanishing into walls. If you were a medieval person trying to sleep, the constant, unexplained noises would have made you very creative. Consider the daily rhythm of castle life. Most activities happened during daylight hours because candles and torches were expensive and dangerous. Once darkness fell, the castle transformed into a maze of shadows and uncertain spaces. People learned to navigate by memory and feel, which meant that anyone moving through the halls after dark would naturally move quietly and cautiously, exactly the way modern people imagine ghosts would move. The servants' quarters tell their story. Castle staff often lived in tiny rooms tucked into walls, under staircases, or in converted storage spaces. They appeared and disappeared through hidden passages and back stairs, going about their duties while remaining largely invisible to the noble families. Given that generations of servants knew how to move through the castle unseen, is it any wonder that people began to see mysterious figures in the corridors? Food preparation added another layer of mysterious activity. Castle kitchens operated almost around the clock, with staff starting bread before dawn and banking fires late into the night. The combination of heat, smoke, steam, and the constant movement of people carrying supplies through service corridors created an atmosphere thick with shadows and unexpected sounds. Modern visitors experiencing these lingering effects often interpret them as supernatural rather than the ghost of medieval meal prep. The sheer number of people who lived and worked in these castles over the centuries creates what you might call historical density. A successful castle might house 50 to 200 people at any given time. Over 500 years, that's tens of thousands of individuals who called these stone walls home. Each person brought their habits, superstitions, and stories. The mathematical probability of strange experiences starts looking pretty favourable when you multiply human nature by that many people across that much time. Medieval medicine deserves special mention in our ghost tour. People died frequently and often mysteriously, simply because medical knowledge was limited and life expectancy was short. In a world where sudden death was common, the boundary between the living and the dead felt much thinner than it does today. People were already primed to believe that those who died might stick around to finish unfinished business. The medieval calendar was packed with religious observances, many of which involved honouring the dead or contemplating the afterlife. All Saints' Day, All Souls' Day, and various feast days dedicated to martyrs kept death and the spiritual world at the forefront of daily consciousness. In that context, seeing a ghost wasn't a shocking supernatural event, it was practically a religious experience. Castle construction itself contributed to the mysterious atmosphere. Medieval builders worked with the materials and techniques available, which meant that walls settled, foundations shifted, and joints creaked as the buildings aged. Doors that had hung perfectly straight for decades might suddenly start swinging open due to structural settling. Windows that once fit snugly might begin rattling in their frames. These perfectly normal signs of an aging building became evidence of supernatural activity to people who were already expecting such things. The isolation of many castles amplified every mysterious experience. When your nearest neighbours might be miles away, and winter travel was nearly impossible, your castle became a closed world where every unexplained event took on outsized significance. There was no one to compare notes with, no outside perspective to provide rational explanations. If 3 people in the castle saw something strange, it became fact rather than shared imagination. Weather patterns around castles often created their own special effects. The tall stone structures affected local air currents, creating sudden temperature changes, unexpected drafts, and localized fog that could appear and disappear without warning. These natural phenomena, filtered through medieval understanding of the world, became evidence of otherworldly presence. Pour yourself another cup of tea, because the Renaissance brought some fascinating changes to castle haunting, though perhaps not in the ways you might expect. While the rest of Europe was discovering perspective in art and revolution in science, castle ghosts were getting a major upgrade in sophistication and style. The Renaissance mind was caught in a delightful contradiction. On one hand, humanist scholars were promoting rational thinking and scientific observation. On the other hand, this period was also characterized by elaborate court ceremonies, theatrical drama, and artistic expression that celebrated the mysterious and sublime. Renaissance ghosts, it seems, decided to embrace both trends simultaneously. Take the haunting of Bran Castle in Romania. Yes, Dracula's supposed stomping grounds, though Vlad the Impaler probably never actually lived there. During the Renaissance period, this castle became a customs post between Wallachia and Transylvania, which meant it hosted a constant stream of merchants, diplomats, and travellers. Each visitor brought their stories, superstitions, and cultural interpretations of what they experienced in those ancient walls. The Renaissance was when ghost stories became more literary, more detailed, and frankly more entertaining. Medieval ghost accounts tend to be brief and practical. Brother Thomas saw the deceased abbot walking the cloister at midnight. Renaissance ghost stories read like short novels, complete with atmospheric details, character development, and dramatic plot twists. This shift happened partly because more people could read and write, but also because the Renaissance celebrated storytelling as an art form. Castle residents were no longer content with simple appearances by the deceased. Their ghosts needed to have style, motivation, and preferably a tragic backstory that would make for enjoyable dinner party conversation. The Château de Chambord in France's Loire Valley exemplifies Renaissance ghost sophistication. Chambord, originally built by Francis I as a hunting lodge, accidentally became one of the most architecturally complex buildings in Europe, designed to impress and confuse in equal measure. Its famous double spiral staircase means that 2 people can climb to the same floor without ever meeting. Perfect for mysterious encounters that leave witnesses questioning what they actually saw. Renaissance castle ghosts also became more interactive. Instead of simply appearing and disappearing, they began leaving signs of their presence. Rearranged furniture, mysterious music, and doors that opened at significant moments. This wasn't just medieval drafts and settling foundations. These were ghosts with a sense of timing and theatrical flair. The period's fascination with alchemy and natural philosophy created a new category of castle spirit, the scholarly ghost. Libraries in Renaissance castles started reporting mysterious research activities, books found open to specific passages, quill pens discovered still wet with ink, and candles burning in studies that should have been empty. These weren't your typical chain-rattling spectres. These were intellectual ghosts pursuing post-mortem continuing education. What's particularly intriguing is how Renaissance ghost stories reflected the period's political uncertainties. This was an era of religious reformation, shifting alliances, and social upheaval. Many Renaissance castle ghosts were said to appear during times of political crisis, as if the spirits of the past were commenting on contemporary events. Nostradamus would have loved the job security. The Renaissance also brought us the concept of the romantic ghost. Medieval spirits were usually either benevolent religious figures or dangerous entities to be avoided. Renaissance ghosts introduced the idea of tragic lovers, noble spirits seeking justice, and beautiful spectres whose stories inspired poetry rather than prayers for protection. These ghosts had backstories that would make modern romance novelists take notes. Italian Renaissance castles developed their own particular flavour of haunting. The Castello de Fenis in the Ulster Valley reports appearances by a lady in white who was supposedly walled up alive for adultery, a story that perfectly captures Renaissance themes of passion, betrayal, and dramatic justice. Unlike medieval ghost stories that focused on moral lessons, Renaissance hauntings explored complex human emotions and motivations. The period's artistic sensibilities influenced how people interpreted supernatural experiences. Renaissance castle residents were trained to appreciate beauty, symbolism, and dramatic effect. When they saw something unexplained, they didn't just record it, they analysed its aesthetic qualities, its symbolic meaning, and its artistic merit. This led to much more detailed and colourful ghost stories. Technical innovations also changed the ghost game. Better glassmaking meant clearer windows, which meant better visibility for mysterious appearances. Improved metallurgy created doors and hinges that moved more smoothly, allowing for more subtle supernatural effects. Even the ghosts benefited from technological progress. The Renaissance practice of commissioning detailed portraits of family members created a new phenomenon. People started recognising their ghosts. Instead of vague figures in outdated clothing, castle residents could now identify specific ancestors based on their painted likenesses. "Oh, that's just Great-Aunt Margarita in the blue dress from her portrait in the main hall," became a perfectly reasonable explanation for supernatural encounters. This period established many of the ghost story conventions we still recognise today. The tragic lover, the warning spirit, the unfinished business theme, and the idea that ghosts have distinct personalities and motivations rather than being generic spooky phenomena. Now we're getting to the dramatic chapters of our castle stories, where European history provided enough real-life horror to make any ghost story seem like a gentle bedtime tale. Wrap that blanket a little tighter, because we're about to explore how centuries of warfare and disease created the perfect conditions for supernatural legends to flourish. The Black Death of the 14th century deserves special attention in our ghost tour, not just because it killed roughly 1/3 of Europe's population, but because of how it transformed the relationship between the living and the dead in castle communities. When plague struck a castle, death wasn't a rare, solemn occasion. It was a daily reality that could claim anyone from the lowliest servant to the Lord himself. Caerphilly Castle in Wales experienced multiple plague outbreaks over the centuries, and each one left its mark on the castle's supernatural reputation. During plague years, normal burial practices became impossible. Bodies were often interred quickly in unmarked graves within the castle grounds or in nearby fields. Centuries later, visitors report cold spots and unexplained sensations in areas that archaeological surveys have revealed contain forgotten plague burials. The psychological impact of living through a plague outbreak created ideal conditions for ghost stories to develop. Survivors were traumatized, grieving, and hyper-vigilant for signs of continued danger. In this heightened emotional state, every unexplained sound, every shadow in peripheral vision, and every cold draught became potentially significant. People who had watched friends and family die suddenly were primed to believe that the dead might return. Wartime added its own layer of supernatural activity to castle life. The siege of Carcassonne during the Albigensian Crusade lasted for months, with attackers and defenders locked in a brutal standoff. Modern visitors to this remarkably preserved medieval city report hearing phantom sounds of combat, the clash of metal on metal, shouts in languages they don't recognise, and the thunder of horses' hooves on stones. But here's what makes these war-related hauntings particularly interesting. Many of the reported phenomena match historical accounts of medieval siege warfare. The mysterious sounds visitors hear aren't random ghostly noises. They're acoustically consistent with the specific weapons and tactics used during documented historical battles. It's as if the stones themselves recorded the events and occasionally play them back for modern audiences. Castle dungeons deserve their own chapter in any respectable ghost story collection. Places like the Tower of London and Château de Vincennes housed political prisoners for centuries, many of whom died in captivity under less than pleasant circumstances. These underground chambers were designed to be psychologically oppressive, with minimal light, poor ventilation, and acoustics that amplified every sound into an echoing reminder of isolation. The fascinating thing about dungeon hauntings is how they reflect the specific fears of different historical periods. Medieval prisoners worried about eternal damnation, so dungeon ghosts from this period often appear seeking religious absolution. Renaissance prisoners feared political disgrace, so their spirits seem concerned with clearing their family names. More recent political prisoners were often intellectuals, and their ghosts reportedly engage in more sophisticated haunting activities, rearranging books, leaving written messages, or appearing in libraries rather than just rattling chains. Plague and warfare also created a phenomenon unique to castle communities, collective trauma that lasted for generations. Unlike villages that might be abandoned after a disaster, castles were too valuable to abandon completely. New residents moved into spaces where terrible things had happened. inheriting not just the buildings but also the psychological atmosphere created by previous tragedies. The Château de Brézé in France's Loire Valley illustrates this beautifully. Built on the site of earlier fortifications that were destroyed during various conflicts, the current castle incorporates stones from buildings where people lived, fought and died over more than 1,000 years. Modern visitors report a sense of layered history, not just one ghost story, but multiple eras of human experience compressed into a single location. Battlefield castles developed their own special category of haunting. Edinburgh Castle, built on a strategic military position that has been fortified for over 1,000 years, reportedly hosts ghostly reenactments of battles from different eras. Visitors describe seeing phantom soldiers in armour from various historical periods, as if different conflicts have left their mark on the same piece of ground. The Great Fire of London in 1666 affected several castle-like structures in the city, and the rebuilding process created opportunities for new ghost stories to develop. When you're constructing new buildings on foundations where people died in traumatic circumstances, you're essentially creating a supernatural time capsule. The new structures inherit the emotional resonance of what came before. Medical practices of earlier eras also contributed to castle hauntings. Medieval and Renaissance medicine often involved procedures that were essentially torture by modern standards. Castle infirmaries and chambers where medical treatment took place became associated with supernatural activity, not because of malevolent spirits, but because of the intense human suffering that occurred in these spaces. As we reach the end of our cosy journey through haunted castle history, let's explore how these ancient stones continue to mystify and enchant visitors in our modern world. Pour the last of your tea, because we're about to discover that the boundary between history and mystery has only gotten more intriguing with time. The advent of photography in the 19th century created an entirely new dimension to castle ghost stories. Suddenly, people could document their supernatural experiences, leading to the famous ghost photographs that still circulate today. Of course, Victorian photography was particularly susceptible to double exposures, light leaks, and other technical issues that could create mysterious figures in images. But here's the charming part. Many of these photographic spirits appeared in exactly the locations where oral traditions had been reporting ghosts for centuries. Modern technology has brought new tools to old mysteries, but the results are fascinatingly contradictory. Electromagnetic field detectors register unusual readings in castle chambers where people have reported supernatural activity for generations. Thermal cameras capture cold spots that correspond to traditional ghost sightings. Digital voice recorders pick up unexplained sounds in empty corridors. Yet none of this modern equipment can definitively prove or disprove the presence of supernatural activity. It just adds new layers to the mystery. What's particularly interesting is how different generations of visitors interpret the same phenomena. Your grandparents might have attributed mysterious experiences to family spirits watching over the castle. Your parents might have looked for psychological explanations involving suggestion and atmospheric pressure. Today's visitors often approach castle mysteries with a mixture of scientific skepticism and hopeful curiosity, armed with smartphone cameras and a willingness to believe that reality might be more complex than we understand. Tourism has transformed these castles into stages where history and mystery perform together for modern audiences. Guides at places like Warwick Castle or the Tower of London have become skilled storytellers who can weave historical facts and legendary ghosts into narratives that satisfy both skeptics and believers. They've discovered that the most effective ghost stories aren't just about supernatural encounters, they're about human connections across time. Conservation efforts have revealed fascinating new information about how these castles were actually used, which often contradicts romantic notions about medieval life. Ground-penetrating radar has discovered hidden rooms, sealed passages and forgotten burial sites. Each archaeological discovery adds new chapters to the castle's story, and sometimes provides rational explanations for mysteries that have puzzled people for centuries. But here's what remains beautifully unexplained: the emotional impact these places have on modern visitors. You can understand the architectural techniques that create dramatic acoustics, the historical reasons for intimidating designs, and the psychological factors that make people susceptible to supernatural interpretation. Yet none of that knowledge diminishes the feeling you get when you walk through a medieval Great Hall or climb a spiral staircase that has been worn smooth by centuries of footsteps. Contemporary castle residents, the families, caretakers and staff who actually live and work in these places, offer perhaps the most balanced perspective on their supernatural reputations. They've learned to coexist with both the history and the mystery, treating unusual experiences as just another aspect of daily life in an unusual setting. They're neither dismissive skeptics nor credulous believers. They're simply people who found practical ways to live with the inexplicable. The real magic of Europe's haunted castles isn't in their ghost stories, it's in their ability to collapse time, to make the past feel immediately present, and to remind us that we're part of a human story that stretches back centuries. When you stand in a medieval chamber and feel that familiar chill, you're not necessarily encountering the supernatural. You're encountering the accumulated weight of human experience, the emotional residue of all the lives that have touched that space. These castles serve as bridges between our world and the worlds of our ancestors, places where the modern and the ancient coexist with remarkable grace. Whether you leave believing in ghosts or simply in the power of history to move and inspire, you've participated in a tradition of wonder that connects you to every other person who has ever looked up at those ancient walls and felt the presence of something larger than themselves. So as you settle down to sleep tonight, remember that the real haunting power of Europe's castles lies not in their supernatural residence, but in their ability to keep human stories alive across centuries. They remind us that we're all temporary residents in the grand castle of history, each adding our own small chapter to stories that will continue long after we're gone. Sweet dreams, fellow traveller. May your own adventures be filled with just the right amount of mystery and just enough solid ground beneath your feet to keep you safe while you explore the beautiful unknown. The afternoon light has that particular amber quality that makes dust motes visible in still air. You've been aware of the approaching dinner hour since about 4 o'clock, when the household's rhythm shifted almost imperceptibly. The parlour-maid appeared with fresh coals for the drawing-room fire. The kitchen below stairs grew louder with purposeful activity. Even the house itself seemed to straighten its posture. You're upstairs in your dressing room now, and the act of changing for dinner feels less like vanity and more like suiting up for a performance. Your day clothes, perfectly respectable for receiving morning callers or writing correspondence, won't do for the evening meal. That's simply not how things work. The woman who helps you dress 3 times daily is already laying out your dinner attire with the practiced efficiency of someone who could do this blindfolded. The fabric she's selected feels heavier than your afternoon dress. Darker too. There's a practicality to this that nobody discusses openly. Evening clothes hide stains better under gaslight, and the richer colours photograph well if someone important drops by with a new camera. But mostly the weight of the fabric itself reminds you to move differently, slower, more deliberately. You become a slightly different version of yourself in dinner clothes. Your corset gets tightened again, though not as severely as it would be for a ball. You need to breathe well enough to eat multiple courses without looking distressed. There's an art to this, tight enough to create the fashionable silhouette, loose enough that you won't need smelling salts before the fish course. The woman dressing you knows exactly where that line falls. She's been doing this long enough to recognise the difference between your sharp inhale of discomfort and your sharp inhale of I actually cannot breathe. The house smells different now than it did 2 hours ago. Cooking odours are rising through the floorboards despite everyone's best efforts to contain them. You can detect roasting meat, something sweet and caramelised, bread warming, and underneath it all the ever-present coal smoke that defines London air. These smells don't offend you the way they might if they appeared in the drawing room. Here, in the private process of dressing, they're almost comforting. They mean dinner is happening. The household is functioning as it should. Your hands get special attention. They'll be visible all evening holding utensils, lifting glasses and gesturing politely during conversation. The woman helping you dress produces a small dish of almond paste mixed with honey and rose water. You work it into your palms while she fastens the seemingly infinite row of buttons up your back. Your nails have been cleaned with a small brush. Any ink stains from letter writing have been scrubbed away. Your hands now look like they've never done anything more strenuous than needlework. The jewellery you wear tonight is real but not ostentatious. A simple gold brooch at your collar, small earrings, your wedding ring if you're married, or perhaps a family ring if you're not. The massive jewels stay locked away for actual social events. Dinner at home, even a formal dinner at home, doesn't call for anything that might be mistaken for showing off. That would be vulgar. The Victorians have very specific ideas about vulgarity, and they're more than happy to discuss them at length behind closed doors. Your hair has been dressed since this afternoon, but it gets refreshed now. A few pins repositioned. Any loose strands tucked back. The style itself is elaborate enough to show you've made an effort, but not so elaborate that it looks like you're trying to impress your own family. There's a sweet spot here too, and finding it requires the kind of social mathematics that everyone pretends doesn't exist, but everyone absolutely practices. From somewhere below, you hear the dining room door open and close. The butler is doing his final inspection. He'll be checking that every glass is spotless, every fork aligned, and every candle trimmed to the proper height. He approaches this task with the gravity of a general inspecting troops before battle. In his mind, he probably is preparing for battle, against disorder, against impropriety, against anything that might suggest this household is less than perfectly managed. You can hear your husband in his dressing room across the hall. The sounds of male dressing are different, sharper, quicker, less fabric rustling, more drawer closing. He's probably struggling with his collar studs. He struggles with them every evening, and every evening he refuses to admit he finds them annoying. Men's formal wear in this era seems designed specifically to test patience. The high starched collars, the multiple waistcoat buttons, and the cufflinks that never want to cooperate. But he'll emerge looking effortlessly dignified, as though these clothes assembled themselves. The clock on your mantel shows 6:30. Dinner is at 7. This gives you just enough time to finish dressing, compose yourself, and descend to the drawing room where you'll wait the final minutes before the meal. Nobody arrives in the dining room early. That would suggest you're too eager to eat, which would suggest you're not quite in control of your appetites. Self-control is everything in this world. Your dress is finally fastened. You stand and feel its weight settle around you. The skirt is heavy enough that you'll need to think about doorways and furniture corners. The bustle at your back creates a silhouette that photographs beautifully, but sits awkwardly. You've long since stopped noticing this. It's simply how clothes work. A last look in the mirror shows you transformed from your afternoon self into your evening self. Same face, different presentation. Your expression has changed too, though you haven't consciously adjusted it. You look more composed now, more formal, ready for the small theatre production that is a proper Victorian dinner. The drawing room serves as a staging area. You're here now with your husband, waiting for the butler to announce that dinner is served. Neither of you has much to say. This isn't uncomfortable silence. It's expectant silence. You're both mentally preparing for the performance ahead. The drawing room fire has been built up to combat the autumn chill settling over London. Outside your windows, the street is growing dark. Lamplighters are making their rounds. You can hear their footsteps on the pavement and the small whoosh of each gas lamp igniting. In a few minutes your street will glow with that particular yellowish light that makes everything look slightly unreal. Your husband is pretending to read the evening newspaper, but he's really just holding it. You're pretending to examine some needlework, but you're really just holding that too. These are the props of waiting. Everyone knows you're both simply marking time until the formal part of the evening begins. The butler appears in the doorway with perfect timing. He doesn't speak, he simply stands there with a slight incline of his head. This is the signal. You set down your needlework. Your husband folds his newspaper with audible crispness. Together you process the 12 feet from drawing room to dining room with the solemnity of a wedding march. The dining room hits you first with temperature. It's warmer than the drawing room, warmer than anywhere else in the house. The fire here has been burning longer, and the kitchen below is radiating heat through the floorboards. But it's not uncomfortably warm. It's the kind of warmth that makes you relax slightly, loosening muscles you didn't realise you'd tensed. Then comes the light. The dining room is dimmer than you'd expect, lit primarily by candles on the table and in wall sconces. There's gaslight too, but it's been turned down low. The Victorians have discovered that dimmer light is more flattering, more mysterious, and more forgiving of imperfect household maintenance. In this light the silver gleams. The crystal catches and multiplies flame. Even the wallpaper looks richer. The table dominates the room like an altar dominates a church. It's not a large table. You're not hosting tonight, just dining en famille. But it's been set with the full formal service anyway. This is how things are done. The white tablecloth is so heavily starched it could practically stand up by itself. Later in the evening, if you accidentally brush against it, you'll hear the fabric crackle. Your place settings are elaborate enough to confuse a modern person. Multiple forks on the left, multiple knives and spoons on the right, and glasses arranged above the knives in a specific pattern. There's a logic to the arrangement, but it's not immediately obvious. You start with the outermost utensils and work inward as the courses progress. Everyone knows this, just like everyone knows you don't discuss knowing this. The rules are meant to appear natural, not learned. The china is your second best set. The actual best set only appears when you're entertaining guests who might notice the quality. Tonight's pieces are still lovely, white with a delicate floral border, but they're meant for regular use. Regular use in this context means formal family dinners. The plates are warmed. You'll discover this when you first touch one. The Victorians hate cold food with a passion that borders on irrational. Crystal water goblets stand at attention above each knife. They'll remain largely decorative. You'll drink from them sparingly if at all. Wine glasses wait nearby, different shapes for different wines. The red wine glass has a rounder bowl. The white wine glass is taller and narrower. The sherry glass is the smallest. There's a science to glassware that people study seriously. The shape apparently affects how the wine tastes. Though you suspect it's mostly about having the right equipment to demonstrate you know what the right equipment is. The centrepiece is a modest arrangement of autumn flowers, chrysanthemums and some greenery. Nothing too tall, nothing too fragrant. Tall centerpieces block conversation across the table. Fragrant ones compete with food smells. This arrangement is exactly tall enough to be decorative and exactly neutral enough to offend no one. It probably took the parlour-maid 15 minutes to arrange it this morning, adjusting and readjusting until it achieved perfect mediocrity. Silver salt cellars sit at intervals along the table. Tiny spoons rest in them. You'll use these to transfer salt to the edge of your plate, then pinch the salt from there to season your food. Shaking salt directly onto food from a cellar would be crude. These are the kinds of distinctions that separate your class from the ones below and above you. The room's wallpaper is dark red with a subtle pattern. In candlelight it looks almost burgundy. The Victorians favour dark colours in dining rooms because they don't show soot stains from candles, and they create an intimate atmosphere. The walls seem to absorb sound too, making the room feel hushed even when conversation flows. You could whisper here and be heard clearly across the table. Heavy curtains frame the windows, already drawn against the night. They're made from the same deep red fabric as the wallpaper's base colour. During the day, these curtains stay open to show the street that this is a respectable household. During dinner, they close to keep the private theatre of dining away from public eyes. The sideboard against one wall holds the evening's supporting cast of serving pieces. Covered dishes wait there, keeping food warm. A crystal decanter of wine. Extra napkins in case of spills. The butler will move between table and sideboard throughout the meal with choreographed precision. The fire in the dining room fireplace burns with a different quality than drawing room fires. It's more purposeful, more utilitarian. It's not trying to be cosy. It's trying to keep the room at the proper temperature for digestion. The Victorians have theories about digestion and temperature. Most of these theories are completely wrong, but everyone believes them with absolute confidence. Your chair waits behind you. It's a heavy piece of furniture with the arms and a padded seat. It doesn't slide easily on the carpet, which is intentional. Furniture that's difficult to move appears more permanent, more established. Light furniture that shifts around suggests you might leave at any moment, which suggests instability. The butler stands ready to assist with seating. This is a choreographed moment that happens the same way every evening. Your husband will be seated first, at the head of the table. You'll take your place at the foot. Even though you're only 2 people, you'll sit at opposite ends of this table as though commanding a dinner party of 12. The distance between you and your husband, probably 8 feet, is standard for formal dining. It allows servants to move freely around the table. It creates proper space for food presentation. It also makes conversation slightly difficult, which is either a feature or a bug depending on how you feel about your spouse on any given evening. The butler pulls out your chair. The sound of wood legs on carpet is muffled but substantial. You approach from the left side, always the left, and wait until the chair is positioned correctly before sitting. Then you sit in one smooth motion while the butler pushes the chair forward. It's a small dance you've done hundreds of times. Sometimes you wonder what would happen if you just pulled out your own chair and sat down like a normal person. But you know what would happen. The butler would be quietly horrified. The entire household would sense the disruption. The evening would feel slightly off, like a picture frame hanging crooked. Your napkin sits folded on your plate in an elaborate shape. A bishop's hat, maybe, or a fan. The parlour-maid spent actual time folding these this afternoon. You pick it up and unfold it in your lap with deliberate movements. The napkin is enormous, large enough to protect your entire dress front if necessary. It's also starched just enough to stay where you place it. Across the table, your husband is performing the same napkin ritual. His napkin is identical to yours because equality in napkin size is apparently important. You catch his eye, and he gives you a small smile. This is the moment you both acknowledge the absurdity of sitting so far apart while dining alone. But acknowledging it doesn't mean changing it. The ritual matters more than the efficiency. The first thing you notice after sitting is how different the room looks from this position. The centerpiece now blocks your direct view of your husband. You can see him around the flowers, but you have to make the effort. Every conversation across this table will require you to lean slightly to one side or the other. Your hands rest naturally on the table edge, but not too far forward. Elbows never touch the table, everyone knows this. But hands can rest lightly on the tablecloth between courses. Your posture is straight without being rigid, comfortable but not casual. You'll maintain this posture through 7 courses and roughly 90 minutes of dining. The butler has taken his position near the sideboard, standing at attention. He's not exactly watching you, but he's aware of your every movement. He'll know the instant you're ready for the next course. He'll notice if you need water. He's developed a 6th sense for anticipating needs before they are expressed. This is what makes him excellent at his job and probably exhausting to live with. The room settles into its dining configuration. The fire pops softly. Candle flames waver in some invisible draught. You can hear kitchen sounds from below, muffled clattering and a voice giving instructions. These sounds don't disturb the dining room atmosphere. They're evidence that everything's working as it should. Your husband clears his throat gently. This is the unofficial signal that dinner may begin. The butler responds by moving toward the sideboard to collect the first course. Until this moment, everyone has been in position but frozen. Now, the evening can actually start. You adjust your seating slightly, settling in for the long performance ahead. Your corset presses against your ribs at this angle. You breathe carefully, finding the rhythm that will work for the next hour and a half. Shallow breaths, but steady. You learned this years ago. Fight the corset and you'll be miserable. Work with it, and you barely notice it's there. The chair's arms provide a place to rest your wrists between courses. You'll use these strategically throughout the meal. Arms provide stability for cutting meat. They offer a resting place when conversation pauses. They're possibly the most useful part of dining room furniture, though nobody ever mentions this. Your feet touch the floor solidly. Dining chairs are lower than drawing room chairs, and the table height is calibrated exactly. Your arms can rest comfortably on the table edge. Your plate, when it arrives, will sit at the perfect distance for eating without hunching forward. Someone calculated these measurements decades ago, and everyone since has simply replicated them without question. The temperature at table level is perfect. Too high and you'd feel stuffy. Too low and the food would cool too quickly. The Victorians have worked out the thermodynamics of dining rooms, the way engineers work out bridge construction. There's an ideal temperature zone, and considerable effort goes into maintaining it. From your position, you can see the fire directly. It's been built in layers, coal on the bottom, producing heat, with some wood on top producing ambience. The flames are energetic but contained. Later in the evening, someone will add more coal. You'll barely notice when this happens. The servants are ghosts when they want to be. The butler returns from the sideboard carrying a covered silver dish. He moves with the deliberate pace of someone carrying something valuable. His footsteps on the carpet are silent. He could be floating for all the noise he makes. This is the beginning. Everything before this moment was preparation. Now you're actually dining. The butler places a small plate before you with practiced precision. The plate is warm, noticeably warm, heated in the kitchen before food touched it. On the plate sits something that looks delicate and carefully constructed. It's the first course, and first courses are always about restraint. They announce that this will be a civilized meal, not a feeding frenzy. Tonight's first course is oysters, 6 of them, arranged on the plate with geometric precision. They're sitting in their half shells, already opened in the kitchen. A small fork rests beside the plate. This wasn't part of your original place setting. It appeared with the oysters, as if by magic. The oysters glisten in the candlelight like they're made of pewter and silk. Each one is different. Slightly different size, slightly different shape, but they've been arranged to look uniform. Someone in the kitchen spent time selecting these, making sure none were too large or too small. The first course sets the tone. Nobody wants to set the tone with a massive, frightening oyster. Thin slices of lemon sit between the shells. A tiny dish of mignonette sauce, vinegar, shallots and pepper, appears at your plate's edge. The smell reaching you is mostly brine, that distinct ocean scent that means the oysters are fresh. Not yesterday fresh, today fresh, possibly this afternoon fresh. Afternoon. You pick up the small fork and look across the table at your husband. He's examining his own oyster plate with the expression of a man who would rather be eating beef. He doesn't dislike oysters exactly. He dislikes that oysters are fashionable. He dislikes that fashionable things must be eaten even when you'd prefer something else. But he'll eat them because that's what the first course is. The technique for eating oysters has been explained to you many times, though you learned it so long ago that the explanations feel like something you were born knowing. You use the small fork to detach the oyster from its shell, cutting the muscle that holds it in place. Then you're supposed to lift the shell and let the oyster slide into your mouth. You're definitely not supposed to chew it. Let it rest on your tongue, maybe compress it slightly against your palate, then swallow. Chewing oysters is what people in restaurants do. Proper people simply receive oysters. You squeeze lemon over the first one. The juice runs down into the shell's curve, mixing with the oyster's natural liquid. The smell intensifies, more citrus now, cutting through the brine. You add a tiny amount of mignonette sauce with the miniature spoon provided for this purpose. The Victorians have specific utensils for everything. Somewhere in London, there's probably a factory employing dozens of people to make nothing but tiny spoons for mignonette sauce. The shell is rough against your lips, cold from the oyster, slightly sharp along the edge. Then the oyster itself slides into your mouth and you understand why people either love these or hate them. The texture is like nothing else, silky and firm at the same time. The taste is intensely ocean, not fishy, but definitely from water. Salt, yes, but also something mineral, something that reminds you of rocks and tides. You let it rest on your tongue for a moment. The lemon brightens everything. The mignonette adds a sharp vinegar note that cuts through the richness. Then you swallow, and the oyster is gone, leaving behind just flavour and a faint memory of texture. Your husband has eaten his first oyster while you were contemplating yours. He's reaching for his second. The meal has officially begun. You're both eating now, both committed to the evening's progression. The second oyster is slightly larger than the first. More lemon this time, less sauce. The third one you eat without any additions at all, just to taste the oyster itself. It's sweet underneath the brine, almost buttery. These are good oysters. Someone at the fishmonger did their job well. Eating oysters creates a rhythm: detach, lift, receive, swallow. Detach, lift, receive, swallow. It's meditative in its way. Your mind can wander while your hands perform this simple sequence. You think about the oyster's journey to this table, harvested somewhere on the coast, probably this morning, packed in ice, transported by train to London, sold at market, carried to your kitchen, and opened by someone whose hands are probably cut from years of oyster shells. All this effort to produce 6 small bites of food that take maybe 3 minutes to eat. The butler appears silently to refill your water glass. You didn't notice it was low, he noticed. This is his gift, noticing things before anyone else realises they need noticing. 4th oyster. The rhythm continues. You're eating slowly but not too slowly. There's a pace to first courses that everyone understands without discussing. Fast enough to show you're not afraid of food, slow enough to demonstrate you're not desperately hungry. The performance of eating is sometimes more important than the eating itself. Your husband finishes his oysters before you finish yours. He sets down his fork with a soft click against his plate and waits. He could start a conversation now, but he doesn't. You're still eating. Talking while someone is eating oysters would be poor form. Oysters demand a certain amount of concentration. 5th oyster. You're developing favourites now. This one is particularly briny and particularly firm. The lemon juice you add seems to make it sparkle somehow. Chemistry you don't understand is happening on this shell. The 6th and final oyster feels almost disappointing. First courses always end too quickly. You've barely settled into the meal's rhythm, and already the opening act is over. You eat this last oyster slowly, trying to extend the experience. More lemon, more sauce. Hold it in your mouth a moment longer. Let the flavours develop fully before swallowing. Your plate is now decorated with 6 empty shells arranged in a circle around the edge. The centre is clean white porcelain. The visual effect is surprisingly pleasing. These organic, irregular shells against the perfect manufactured plate. It looks like an art installation you'd see in a gallery. If galleries existed for dinner courses, the butler has been waiting for this moment. The instant you set down your fork, he moves forward to collect your plate. Your husband's plate is lifted at the same time. Both plates disappear toward the sideboard. The oyster forks vanish too. In 10 seconds, all evidence of the first course is gone except the taste lingering in your mouth. A pause now, maybe 2 minutes of nothing. This is intentional. The break between courses gives your stomach time to register that food has arrived. It lets conversation resume if anyone has something to say. It builds anticipation for the next course. The Victorians understand that eating is about timing as much as taste. The butler returns carrying 2 plates that are noticeably larger than the first course plates. These are dinner plates, proper dinner plates, the kind that could hold a reasonable amount of food, and they do hold a reasonable amount of food. Arranged, of course, with the precision of a military formation. Your plate arrives first. On it sits a portion of a roasted lamb, sliced thin and arranged in an overlapping pattern. Beside the lamb are small roasted potatoes, their skins crisped and gleaming with butter. Green beans run alongside the potatoes, arranged in a parallel line. A small pool of gravy sits in the plate's curve, dark and glossy. Everything is positioned with geometric intentionality. The smell hits you before you've even registered all the visual details. Roasted meat, rosemary, garlic, butter, and the deep savoury scent of gravy made from pan drippings. This is the smell that makes your stomach suddenly remember it's hungry. The oysters were interesting. This is food. Your husband receives his plate simultaneously. His portion is noticeably larger than yours, about half again as much meat, more potatoes. Nobody mentions this discrepancy because the discrepancy is expected. Men get larger portions. Women get portion-sized for their supposedly smaller appetites, and definitely smaller stomachs compressed by corsets. Whether you're actually less hungry than your husband is irrelevant. New utensils have appeared beside your plate. A proper dinner knife and fork, larger and heavier than anything used in the first course. The knife has real weight to it. The fork tines are sharp. These are serious eating implements. You arrange your napkin slightly, making sure it's positioned to catch any potential drips. Gravy has a way of finding shirt fronts and dress bodices through some kind of malicious navigation system. The napkin is your primary defence. The lamb has been cooked properly, pink in the middle, grey at the edges. You can see this in the sliced portions on your plate. The outside has that desirable crust where herbs and heat combine to create something more delicious than the sum of its parts. You select a piece from the middle of the arrangement and cut it carefully. The knife slides through with just the right amount of resistance. Too easy would mean the meat is overcooked. Too difficult would mean it's tough. This is exactly right. The first bite combines lamb, gravy, and a small piece of potato. You've learned that food tastes better in combinations than in isolation. The lamb is tender and rich, with the distinctive slightly gamey flavour that separates it from beef. The gravy adds salt and depth. The potato provides textural contrast and soaks up the gravy like an edible sponge. Your mouth is suddenly very happy. Across the table, your husband is cutting his meat with the focused attention of someone performing surgery. Men are taught to cut meat decisively, one firm motion per cut. Women are taught to cut more delicately, with multiple small sawing motions if necessary. These gendered cutting techniques are apparently important enough that people write etiquette books explaining them. The green beans are still slightly crisp, dressed with butter and possibly a touch of almond. You weren't expecting the almond. That's a nice surprise. The beans taste green and fresh despite being cooked. Someone in the kitchen understands vegetables. You eat methodically, working your way around the plate. A bite of lamb, a potato, some beans, another bite of lamb with gravy. The pattern doesn't matter exactly, but having some pattern to your eating looks better than randomly attacking whatever appears closest. Even eating alone with your husband, appearances matter. The potatoes have been roasted in duck fat if your palate is correct. They have that particular richness that butter alone doesn't provide. Their outsides are crispy, their insides fluffy. They're possibly the best thing on the plate, though you'd never say this out loud. Admitting you prefer potatoes to lamb would suggest your priorities are wrong. Your husband speaks for the first time since the main course arrived. The lamb is very good tonight. You agree that the lamb is very good tonight. This exchange covers all necessary conversation about the food. Going into more detail would suggest you're overly focused on eating. Not commenting at all would suggest you're ungrateful. This brief acknowledgement is the sweet spot. You're about halfway through your portion when you realise you're eating too quickly. First courses should be eaten at a leisurely pace. Main courses should be eaten at a pace suggesting you're enjoying the food, but not obsessed with it. You deliberately slow down, setting your knife and fork on your plate between bites. This is the proper resting position. Knife and fork in an X pattern on the plate. Setting them parallel would signal you're finished, and you're definitely not finished. The wine glasses have been filled, red wine for the main course. You didn't notice when this happened. The butler is a magician when he wants to be. The wine is a Burgundy, you think, or possibly a claret. The Victorians aren't as fussy about wine as the French, but they do understand that red wine goes with red meat. You take a small sip. The wine is dry and slightly tannic, with fruit notes that complement the lamb's richness. Your husband is eating more quickly than you, but not rapidly. His larger portion requires more efficient eating to finish in a reasonable time frame. He's about 3/4 through when you're still navigating your halfway point. This is normal. These proportional timing differences work out naturally if everyone eats at their proper pace. The gravy is becoming more important as the meal progresses. It started as an accent and has now become the element that ties everything together. You find yourself deliberately saving some for the final bites. Running out of gravy before finishing your meat would be a small tragedy. The room's temperature has increased slightly from the hot plates and the continuing fire. You're warm now, but not uncomfortable. The wine helps. Everything is slightly blurred at the edges in that pleasant way that good food and low light create. A small piece of lamb resists your knife. You have to saw at it slightly more than elegantly. These moments happen. Nobody has invented meat that cuts perfectly every single time. You manage to separate the piece without anything sliding off your plate or making dramatic knife-screeching sounds. Small victories. The potatoes are gone. You ate them strategically, spreading them throughout the meal instead of consuming them all at once. Now you miss them. The plate looks emptier without their golden presence. Your husband sets down his utensils in the finished position, parallel across his plate. He's done. You're not quite done, but close enough that finishing won't take long. You work through your final few bites with the knowledge that the butler is probably preparing to clear plates. The last bite of lamb swirled through remaining gravy, accompanied by a single green bean. You chew slowly, tasting everything one last time. Then it's gone. Your plate is clean except for smears of gravy and butter. You arrange your knife and fork in the finished position. The butler materializes beside you. Both plates are lifted simultaneously. Your wine glasses remain. Wine carries through multiple courses. The empty plates vanish toward the sideboard. Another pause now, longer this time. You've eaten the substantial part of the evening's meal. What comes next is supplementary. The break after the main course feels different from the break after oysters. Your stomach is genuinely satisfied now. The slightly frantic edge that hunger creates has vanished. You're in that comfortable state where more food sounds pleasant but not necessary. Your husband adjusts his position in his chair, settling back slightly. This is as casual as he'll get during dinner. He's not sprawling or anything undignified. He's still upright, still proper, but the ramrod posture has softened. You do the same. Nobody mentioned this shift, but you both felt it happen. The wine gets attention now that food isn't competing for your focus. You lift your glass and really look at the wine, examining its colour in the candlelight. It's a deep red, almost purple at the edges. The Victorians have opinions about wine appreciation that they've absorbed from French culture. Holding wine up to the light and contemplating it seriously is part of the performance. You take a sip. The wine has opened up since you first tasted it. Whatever tannins were sharp before have mellowed. The fruit flavours are more prominent. You're not a wine expert by any stretch, but you can tell this is decent wine. Not spectacular, but certainly good enough for a family dinner. Your husband is looking at you with the expression that means he's about to start an actual conversation. The earlier comment about lamb was ritual. This will be real. I spoke with Matthews today about the property. Matthews is your solicitor. The property is a small house you're considering purchasing as an investment. This is the kind of discussion that happens during the post-main course lull. Business talk is acceptable now. It wouldn't have been during oysters, and it won't be during dessert. But right now, in this break, practical matters can emerge. You ask what Matthew said. Your husband explains some detail about deeds and surveys and structural assessments. You're listening, but also thinking about how strange it is that major financial decisions get discussed across 8 feet of dining table, over dirty plates and wine glasses. But this is when husbands and wives often have uninterrupted time together. The dining room becomes an office by default. The conversation continues for several minutes. You offer opinions about the property's location. Your husband mentions concerns about drainage. You both agree that Matthews should proceed with the structural assessment before any offer is made. This is partnership in Victorian marriage. Collaborative decision-making conducted with formal politeness. The butler is waiting somewhere in the periphery. He can hear every word of this conversation. Servants always can. Everyone pretends they can't, but they absolutely can. Your private discussions about property and money are being absorbed by a man who will repeat nothing but remember everything. You finish your wine. The butler appears instantly to refill the glass. This timing can't be coincidence. He's been watching without appearing to watch. Your glass is never empty. Your husband's glass is never empty. This is the standard the household maintains. The conversation shifts to social obligations. There's a dinner party next week at the Hendersons. You're expected to attend. Neither of you is particularly enthused about this, but attendance is mandatory. The Hendersons are connected to people who matter. Not attending would be noticed. Being noticed for absence is never good. Your husband mentions that Henderson's son is apparently courting the Thompson girl. This is gossip, which is technically beneath formal dinner conversation, but you're only 2 people and nobody's keeping score. The Thompson girl is perfectly nice but not well connected. The Hendersons can do better. You both agree on this without saying it directly. The Victorians have perfected the art of judgmental implication. More wine appears in your glass. You're surprised to realise you've finished the previous serving already. The wine is working its way through your system, creating a pleasant warmth that has nothing to do with the fire. Everything is slightly softer now. The candlelight seems warmer. Your husband's face across the table looks younger somehow. The discussion meanders to household matters. The carpets in the morning room need replacing. There's a persistent draft in the upstairs hallway that nobody can locate. The coal delivery man has started arriving at inconvenient times. These are the mundane details that fill actual marriages behind all the formality. You're not just discussing property investments and social obligations. You're figuring out how to keep a household running. Your husband smiles at something you said about the coal delivery man. A real smile, not the polite dinner smile. These moments of genuine connection happen in the spaces between formal behaviour. You're performing dinner, but you're also just two people talking about your lives. The butler shifts position slightly. This is the signal that the kitchen is ready for the next course. The social interlude is ending. You feel it without anyone announcing it. The evening's rhythm is pulling you forward. You straighten slightly in your chair. Your husband notices and does the same. The brief relaxation is over. Dessert is coming, and dessert requires its own form of attention. The butler approaches with two smaller plates. Dessert has arrived with the formality of a diplomatic envoy. The plates are clean white porcelain, different from any used so far this evening. The Victorians believe that courses deserve their own dishes. Using the same plate for multiple courses would be like wearing the same shoes to a wedding and a funeral. Tonight's dessert is trifle. You can see it constructed in a small crystal bowl. Layers of sponge cake soaked in sherry, custard, jam and whipped cream. The bowl itself is possibly more valuable than the food inside it. The cream on top has been smoothed with the flat edge of a knife, creating a pristine white surface. A single candied violet sits in the centre, purple and delicate. A dessert spoon appears beside the bowl, small and elegant with a rounded bowl instead of the oval shape of soup spoons. The Victorians have different spoons for every possible eating scenario. There's probably a specific spoon for eating trifle that's distinct from the spoon for eating custard directly, though you can't imagine what the difference would be. You lift the spoon and break through the whipped cream surface. The layers reveal themselves as you dig down. The custard is pale yellow and the jam is dark red, possibly raspberry. The cake at the bottom has absorbed sherry and turned slightly soggy in exactly the way trifle is supposed to be soggy. The first bite is intensely sweet. After the savoury lamb and mineral oysters, the sweetness is almost shocking. Your palate needs a moment to recalibrate. Then the flavours sort themselves out. The cream is rich and barely sweet. The custard is vanilla heavy. The jam provides tart fruit notes, and the sherry-soaked cake adds boozy depth. This is not subtle food. This is a celebration in a bowl. Your husband is eating his trifle with the focused attention of someone who genuinely enjoys dessert. He's not performing for enjoyment. He actually likes this. You can tell by how carefully he's constructing each spoonful, making sure to get some of every layer. The candied violet on top of your trifle turns out to be completely edible. You expected it to be decorative, but when you taste it cautiously, it's actually quite nice. Floral without being perfume-like, slightly crunchy from the sugar coating. You eat it slowly, letting it dissolve on your tongue. Eating trifle creates a kind of archaeological dig in reverse. You're deconstructing the layers with each spoonful, working your way down through cream and custard and jam, until you reach the foundation of sherry-soaked cake. The cake is almost pudding-like now, barely holding its structure. It dissolves in your mouth more than being chewed. The sherry flavour becomes more prominent as you go deeper. Someone in the kitchen was not shy with the bottle. This trifle could probably get you slightly tipsy if you ate enough of it. Combined with the wine you've been drinking all evening, you're definitely feeling warmer and more relaxed than you were at the meal's beginning. Your husband finishes his trifle before you finish yours. This is becoming a pattern. He sets his spoon in the empty bowl with a satisfied expression. You're still working through your bottom layers, savouring the last few bites. The dining room feels cosier now than it did earlier. The candles have burned down slightly, creating softer light. The fire has settled into steady warmth rather than active heat. Outside the curtained windows, London is fully dark. You're isolated in this warm bubble of food and light. The final spoonful of trifle is mostly just soaked cake and jam. The cream and custard are long gone. You eat it slowly, knowing that finishing this bite marks the end of the formal meal. Once the dessert is gone, dinner is officially over. What comes next is a different part of the evening entirely. You set your spoon in the empty bowl. The butler has been waiting for this moment. Both dessert bowls are cleared. The wine glasses remain, still half full. The table is now clear except for these glasses and the centrepiece that's been presiding over the meal like a small floral dignitary. Your husband stands first. This is the signal that dinner has concluded. You stand as well, carefully navigating the weight of your skirts and the slight wine-induced unsteadiness in your legs. You've been sitting for nearly 90 minutes. Standing feels strange. The butler has already moved to the door, ready to open it for your exit. Nobody says the meal is over. The meal is simply over because people are standing and moving toward the door. The butler understands this language perfectly. You process out of the dining room with your husband, returning to the drawing room where the evening began. The fire here has been maintained during dinner. Someone came in while you were eating and added coal and adjusted the logs. The room is warm and inviting. This is the hour for coffee and after-dinner drinks. The drawing room has been set for this purpose. A coffee service on a side table, small cups and saucers, sugar and cream. A decanter of port sits nearby for your husband. Brandy too, probably, though you can't see it from where you're standing. You settle into a chair near the fire, a different chair than before dinner. That chair was for waiting. This chair is for digesting. The distinction feels important even if you can't explain exactly why. The parlour maid appears with coffee. She pours it silently and adds sugar and cream according to your preferences without asking. Everyone in the household knows how you take coffee. This information is apparently filed away in servant memory banks and retrieved whenever necessary. The coffee is strong and hot just below scalding. You hold the cup carefully, letting the heat warm your hands. The coffee's bitterness cuts through the residual sweetness from the trifle. Your palate is resetting, preparing for the evening's next phase. Your husband takes his port to a chair across from you. Port is what gentlemen drink after dinner. It's sweet and fortified and probably completely unnecessary after wine and sherry-soaked trifle, but tradition demands it. He'll sip it slowly for the next half hour, possibly reading the newspaper again or simply staring into the fire. This post-dinner time is quieter than the meal itself. The performance pressure is eased. You fulfill the day's formal dining obligation. What you do now is more flexible. You might do needlework, read, write letters, have actual conversation, or simply sit in companionable silence, digesting and thinking about nothing in particular. The house is settling into its evening routine around you. You can hear distant sounds, servants clearing the dining room, washing dishes in the scullery, and preparing tomorrow's breakfast items. The household runs on a schedule that never stops. While you're resting, other people are working. This is simply how things function. Your corset is noticeably uncomfortable now. It was fine during dinner, fine even during dessert, but now that you're sitting quietly, it's pressing against your full stomach. You shift position carefully, trying to find an angle that provides relief without looking like you're squirming. This is the price of fashionable silhouettes. The coffee cup is empty. You consider a second cup but decide against it. Too much coffee this late will keep you awake. You have that slightly overfull feeling that comes from eating a proper multi-course meal. Not uncomfortable exactly, but definitely aware that your stomach is occupied. Your husband has set aside his port glass and picked up a book. He's not really reading it. He's just opened to a random page and is staring at words without absorbing them. This is his version of winding down. Let the food settle. Let the wine metabolize. Transition slowly from the formal evening to actual night time. The clock on the mantel shows 8:30. 2 hours ago you were upstairs dressing for dinner. Now dinner is over and the evening is settling into its final phase. In another hour you'll begin preparing for bed. The day's formal activities are complete. You close your eyes for a moment, listening to the fire crackle and the house breathe. The evening has been exactly what every evening is, a careful performance of propriety and routine. Nothing exciting happened. Nothing was supposed to happen. The success of the evening lies precisely in how ordinary it was. The drawing room fire is dying down to embers. The room has taken on that late evening stillness where even movement feels like it should be slow and deliberate. Your husband has closed his book. You've set aside your needlework. The evening is winding down through mutual unspoken agreement. This is the time when the formal parts of your personas fall away. You're both tired from the day, comfortable from the meal, and slightly fuzzy from the wine. The need to maintain perfect deportment has faded. You can slouch slightly in your chair. You can loosen his collar just a bit. Nobody's watching anymore except each other, and you've seen each other at far less dignified moments than this. The house is quieter now. The kitchen sounds have ceased. The servants have finished their dinner service duties and moved on to their own evening routines. Soon the downstairs will be locked up for the night. The routine is so established that it happens without anyone needing to coordinate it. You think about the meal in retrospect. The oysters that started everything, the lamb that formed the heart of it, the trifle that concluded it, the wine that accompanied it all. This same pattern repeats most evenings with variations. Different first courses, different meats, different desserts. But the structure remains constant. The ritual doesn't change just because the specific foods do. Your husband stands and stretches slightly. This is his signal that he's ready to retire for the evening. You stand as well, feeling the full weight of your dinner pressing against your corset. Tomorrow you'll face these same rituals again. Dressing for dinner, the procession to the dining room, the careful choreography of eating. It's exhausting in its way, all this performance, but there's also comfort in it. You know exactly what to expect. The boundaries are clear. The rules are established. You don't have to wonder what comes next or how to behave. The script is written. You just have to follow it. Together you leave the drawing room and climb the stairs to your respective dressing rooms. Tomorrow night you'll do this again. And the night after that. And the night after that. Dinner at 7. Multiple courses. Proper utensils. Perfect posture. This is life in a Victorian household. This is what dinner really feels like. The gas lights in the hallway cast long shadows as you walk. Your footsteps are muffled by carpet. The house is preparing for sleep, and so are you. Behind you, the dining room stands empty, the table already cleared and reset for tomorrow's breakfast. The cycle never stops. The performance simply pauses until the next meal. You reach your dressing room, and the woman who dressed you for dinner appears to help you undress. The buttons get unfastened in reverse order. The heavy evening dress is lifted away. The corset loosens with blessed relief. Your breathing deepens immediately. You put on your nightdress, soft cotton, comfortable, completely unpresentable. This is who you are when nobody's watching. In bed finally, the day's formal activities recede. The dinner becomes just another dinner in an endless series of dinners. But while you were in it, while you were sitting at that table with candlelight and warm plates and wine, it was the entire world. That's the strange thing about routine. Each iteration feels both insignificant and somehow important. You close your eyes and let the evening fade. Tomorrow will bring the same patterns, dressing, dining, performing, being the proper Victorian person you're supposed to be. But for now, you're just tired and full and ready for sleep. The house settles into complete quiet. Even the servants are still now. Outside, London continues its noisy existence, but in here, everything has stopped. The dining room waits in darkness for tomorrow's breakfast. The drawing room fire burns down to ash. The whole elaborate structure of Victorian domesticity pauses to catch its breath. This is what dinner really felt like. Not just the food, though the food mattered. Not just the wine, though the wine helped. It was the weight of expectation, the comfort of ritual, the performance of propriety, and underneath it all, the simple human need to eat and be together. Dinner was theatre and necessity combined. It was exhausting and reassuring in equal measure. And tomorrow evening at 7 o'clock, you'll do it all again. Imagine you're sitting around humanity's first controlled fire maybe 400,000 years ago, give or take a few millennia. You're not quite a modern human yet. Your brow ridge is more pronounced, your posture slightly different. But your brain is asking the same questions humans still ask today. What is this? How does it work? And most importantly, how can I use this to make my life better? The fire itself was already miraculous enough. Your ancestors had watched lightning strikes for generations and seen the devastating and cleansing power of wildfire. But now they could carry this elemental force in their hands, feed it, control it, and make it dance to human rhythms. The warmth alone would have been revolutionary, transforming caves from cold stone chambers into something approaching homes. But then something unexpected happened. Someone, let's call her the world's first accidental aromatherapist, threw some green wood onto the fire. Maybe it was wet sage or pine boughs, or some resinous branch that hadn't dried properly. The smoke that rose wasn't the usual grey plume. This smoke was thick and aromatic, and when it drifted past someone's face, something changed. You have to understand that these early humans had no context for what we'd call relaxation or stress relief. Life was an endless cycle of hunting, gathering, avoiding predators, and trying not to die from infected wounds or bad weather. The concept of deliberately calming yourself would have seemed as alien as quantum physics. But when that fragrant smoke passed by, muscles that had been tense for days suddenly loosened. Minds that had been vigilantly scanning for danger found themselves drifting into something approaching peace. It probably took generations to connect the dots. Fire plus certain plants equals feeling different. But humans are pattern recognition machines, and eventually someone noticed that burning juniper made the cave smell clean and left people feeling lighter. Burning certain resins made everyone drowsy and content. Burning others seemed to sharpen the mind or lift the spirits. These early experiments weren't written down. Writing wouldn't be invented for hundreds of thousands of years, but they were passed down through demonstration and experience. The knowledge became embedded in human culture so deeply that by the time we invented writing, smoking various substances for various effects was already an ancient practice. The interesting thing is that this discovery was almost certainly made independently in dozens of different locations around the world. Humans in Africa, Asia, Europe, and eventually the Americas all figured out that smoke could be more than just a byproduct of fire. It could be a tool, a medicine, a pathway to altered states of consciousness, or simply a moment of relief in otherwise relentless lives. Consider the sensory experience for these early humans. They lived in a world that was simultaneously more vivid and more limited than ours. No artificial lights meant that fire was the only thing holding back absolute darkness. No processed foods meant every meal was an adventure in wild flavours, and no air pollution meant that the smell of burning herbs was a profound departure from the normal sense of earth, animals, and unwashed humans. When aromatic smoke filled a cave, it transformed the space entirely. The flickering firelight would make the smoke visible as it rose and swirled, creating patterns that human eyes, evolved to spot predators and prey, couldn't help but follow. The smell would announce itself immediately, overwhelming the cave's normal odours with something intentional and controlled. And the taste, because smell and taste are intimately connected, would linger on the tongue, a reminder that this moment was different from normal moments. Some of these early smoke experiments probably went badly. Certain plants, when burned, produced toxic fumes that caused nausea, headaches, or worse. There must have been countless trial and error incidents that ended with everyone stumbling out of a cave, gasping for fresh air and wondering why their ancestors had recommended burning that particular plant. But the successes, those plants that produced pleasant, calming or consciousness-altering smoke, those got remembered and repeated. By the time humans were anatomically modern, roughly 300,000 years ago, the knowledge of smoke and its effects was already an established part of human culture. Archaeological evidence shows that even Neanderthals, our close cousins who died out around 40,000 years ago, used aromatic plants deliberately. We found traces of medicinal herbs in their teeth, suggesting they were either eating them or breathing their smoke for therapeutic purposes. This wasn't superstition or primitive ignorance. These early humans were conducting empirical experiments with their own consciousness, discovering that certain substances could reliably produce specific effects. They were, in their way, the world's first pharmacologists, working without laboratories or double-blind studies, but with a deep intuitive understanding of how plants and human bodies interact. The smoke itself became a teacher. Watch how it rises, always seeking the sky, never moving straight but dancing in response to air currents too subtle for human senses to detect. See how it gathers along the cave ceiling, creating a visible layer between earth and stone. Notice how it clings to hair and clothing, marking those who sat closest to the fire with a lingering reminder of the experience. These observations would later become metaphors and spiritual concepts. Smoke rises like prayers. Smoke connects earth to sky. Smoke transforms solid matter into something ethereal and temporary. But before the metaphors came the simple, physical reality. Burning certain things produces smoke that makes you feel different. And feeling different can be exactly what you need. Fast forward several 100,000 years, humans have invented agriculture, built cities, developed writing systems, and created the first civilizations. We're now in the ancient world of temples and priests, of organised religion and institutionalised ritual. And smoke, our old friend from the cave, has become absolutely central to how humans interact with the divine. Picture yourself in an ancient Egyptian temple around 2000 BCE. You've been awake since before dawn, preparing for a ceremony that will honour the gods and hopefully secure their blessings for the coming harvest. The temple itself is a marvel. Massive stone columns carved with hieroglyphs, painted in colours that would seem garish by modern standards, but that shimmer beautifully in lamplight. But what hits you first, before you even enter the inner sanctuary, is the smell. Incense has been burning in this temple for hours, maybe days. The priests know that the sacred space must be properly prepared, and preparation means filling the air with fragrance so thick you can almost see it. The ancient Egyptians took their incense seriously. And by seriously, I mean they built an entire economic system around it. They imported frankincense and myrrh from the mysterious land of Punt, probably modern Somalia or Yemen, paying enormous sums for resins that were literally worth their weight in gold. The famous reliefs at Deir el-Bahari show Queen Hatshepsut's expedition to Punt, bringing back living myrrh trees like botanical trophies. Why this obsession with aromatic smoke? The practical answer is that temples were located in hot climates, filled with animal sacrifices, and attended by crowds of people who bathed less frequently than we do. Incense was, among other things, the ancient world's most sophisticated air freshener. But that's only part of the story. The Egyptians believed that fragrant smoke was literally food for the gods. When they burned incense before a statue of Ra or Osiris, they weren't just creating a pleasant atmosphere. They were providing sustenance to divine beings who existed in a realm beyond human senses. The smoke rising from the censer was a bridge between worlds, carrying prayers and offerings to places humans couldn't reach. The physical effect of this constant incense burning would have been significant. Ancient temples used frankincense, myrrh, styrax, and other resins that we now know contain psychoactive compounds. Frankincense, for instance, contains tetrahydrocannabinol and other chemicals that can produce mild euphoria and reduce anxiety when burned in enclosed spaces. Stand in a temple filled with frankincense smoke for hours, and you're going to feel different. Calmer, more contemplative, perhaps more receptive to spiritual experiences. The priests understood this, even if they couldn't explain it in modern pharmacological terms. They knew that the right combination of incense, chanting, drumming and ritual could induce states of consciousness that felt like communication with the divine. Whether these states actually involved supernatural contact or were simply altered brain chemistry is almost beside the point. The experience was real, profound, and reliably reproducible. Now travel west to ancient Greece, around 500 BCE. You're at the Oracle of Delphi, that famous sanctuary where priestesses delivered prophecies that kings and generals would stake their fortunes on. The oracle sits in a small chamber built over a geological fault, and modern researchers have discovered something fascinating. That fault releases ethylene gas, a sweet-smelling substance that produces euphoria and dissociative states in moderate concentrations. The Greeks didn't know about ethylene chemistry, but they certainly knew that the Pythia, the priestess who served as the oracle, would breathe deeply from the vapours rising from the earth, then enter a trance state during which she would speak the words of Apollo. They burned additional substances, laurel leaves, barley and other materials, to enhance the effect and create an atmosphere thick with smoke and mystery. You can imagine standing in that sacred precinct, waiting your turn to consult the oracle. The smell of burning laurel fills your nostrils, sharp, slightly medicinal, strangely compelling. The Pythia's attendants maintain the fires, adding more leaves when the smoke begins to thin. The whole process has been refined over centuries to produce maximum psychological and pharmacological effect. When the Pythia finally speaks, her words are often cryptic and ambiguous, famously so. But in that smoke-filled chamber, with your own consciousness slightly altered by the atmospheric compounds you've been breathing, those ambiguous words seem pregnant with meaning. Your mind makes connections, sees patterns, and finds significance that might not survive exposure to clear air and sober reflection. The Romans, practical as always, took incense culture and industrialised it. They imported so much frankincense and myrrh that the trade routes carrying these materials became some of the most important economic arteries of the ancient world. Roman temples burned incense constantly, not just during special ceremonies, but as a regular offering to maintain good relations with the gods. But Romans also recognised the secular uses of aromatic smoke. Wealthy households burned incense to mask unpleasant odours and create an atmosphere of luxury. Roman physicians like Galen and Dioscorides wrote extensively about the medicinal properties of different incenses, recommending specific substances for specific conditions. Headache? Try burning willow bark. Anxiety? Chamomile smoke. Insomnia? Valerian or poppy. The censers themselves, those ornate metal containers designed to burn incense, became works of art. Some were simple clay bowls, others were elaborate bronze constructions with chains for carrying, perforated lids to control airflow, and decorative elements that showed exactly how important incense had become to Mediterranean culture. Across the Mediterranean in ancient Judea, incense played a central role in temple worship. The Book of Exodus describes a specific incense recipe: stacte, onycha, galbanum, and frankincense, mixed in precise proportions, that was so sacred that making it for any purpose other than temple worship was punishable by exile. The cloud of incense smoke in the temple's Holy of Holies was thought to veil the very presence of God, making the divine bearable to human eyes. This period, roughly 3000 BCE to 500 CE, represents the high water mark of institutional incense culture in the ancient world. Smoke had evolved from a cave discovery to a cornerstone of religious practice, from an accidental finding to a deliberate technology for altering consciousness and creating sacred space. While priests were burning incense in temples, another group of professionals was discovering that smoke could heal the body as directly as it elevated the spirit. The ancient physicians, those observers of human suffering who combined empirical observation with theoretical frameworks that seem both sophisticated and charmingly wrong by modern standards, developed an entire branch of therapeutics based on inhaling medicinal smoke. Let's visit ancient China around 200 BCE. You're suffering from a persistent cough that's been keeping you awake at night, and your family has finally scraped together enough money to consult a physician. He's a learned man who has studied the classics, understands the flow of qi through the body, and has access to the accumulated medical wisdom of centuries. After examining your tongue, checking your pulse at several points, and asking detailed questions about your diet and daily routine, he nods thoughtfully. The problem, he explains, is an imbalance of energies in your lungs, complicated by excess dampness. The treatment requires a careful combination of approaches, but one element will be therapeutic smoke. The physician produces a small bundle of dried herbs, mahuang, ephedra, some dried mulberry leaf, and other materials you don't recognise. He instructs you to burn these over charcoal and breathe the resulting smoke deeply, 3 times per day, always facing east in the morning and west in the evening. The ritual specification isn't arbitrary. Chinese medicine viewed the body as intimately connected to cosmic patterns, and timing treatments to align with daily cycles was thought to enhance their effectiveness. The herbs he's prescribed actually work, though not for the reasons he believes. Mahuang contains ephedrine, a bronchodilator that opens airways and makes breathing easier. The other herbs have antimicrobial and anti-inflammatory properties that would genuinely help a respiratory infection. The act of deliberately slowing your breathing to inhale the smoke probably helps too, inducing a relaxation response that reduces stress-related coughing. The Chinese weren't alone in developing smoke-based therapeutics. In ancient India, Ayurvedic physicians created elaborate systems of dhumapana, therapeutic smoking. The Sushruta Samhita, a medical text composed around 600 BCE, describes specific herbs to be smoked for specific conditions. Asthma, try a mixture that includes cannabis and datura. Mental disturbances, different combinations of aromatic woods and resins. Even hiccups had their own prescribed smoke treatment. These Ayurvedic physicians understood something important. Different substances produce different effects depending on how they're consumed. Cannabis eaten as food produces one set of effects. The same plant smoked produces different, faster-acting results. This wasn't superstition, it was practical pharmacology based on careful observation. The Greeks and Romans also incorporated therapeutic smoking into their medical practice. Hippocrates, the father of Western medicine, described using smoke inhalation to treat gynecological problems. His reasoning was based on the theory that the uterus could wander through the body, a delightfully wrong idea called the wandering womb, and strong-smelling smoke would drive it back to its proper position. The theory was nonsense, but some of the herbs he recommended had genuine anti-inflammatory or muscle-relaxing properties that probably provided actual relief. Galen, probably the most influential physician of the ancient world, wrote extensively about smoke therapeutics. He distinguished between different types of smoke based on their properties: hot or cold, wet or dry, subtle or thick. A physician needed to match the qualities of the therapeutic smoke to the imbalance in the patient's body. Too much heat in the lungs. Use cooling smoke from cucumber seeds or lettuce. Too much cold. Warming smoke from pepper or mustard. The interesting thing is that many of these ancient smoke remedies actually worked, even if the theoretical explanations were completely wrong. When you burn eucalyptus and breathe its vapour, your congested sinuses do clear. Not because you're balancing humours or adjusting your key, but because eucalyptol is a genuine expectorant and decongestant. Ancient physicians didn't need to understand the chemistry to observe that it worked and to incorporate it into their practice. Some ancient smoke therapies were surprisingly sophisticated. Greek and Roman physicians developed fumigation tents where patients with respiratory problems could sit surrounded by therapeutic smoke from carefully chosen herbs. The dosage could be controlled by adjusting ventilation. The duration of treatment was specified precisely, and patients were monitored for adverse reactions. In ancient Persia, physicians at the famous medical school in Gundashapur compiled extensive pharmacopoeias that included detailed descriptions of therapeutic smoking. They categorized hundreds of plants by their effects when burned and inhaled, creating reference works that physicians could consult when treating specific conditions. The sensory experience of these treatments would have been significant in itself. Imagine suffering from some chronic condition, joint pain, respiratory problems, or digestive issues, and being prescribed a treatment that involves sitting in a warm room filled with aromatic smoke while a physician monitors your response. The relaxation induced by the setting, the attention from a respected healer, and the pleasant smell of the burning herbs, all of these factors would work together to produce what modern medicine calls placebo effects, though that term doesn't quite capture the complexity of what's happening. Because here's the thing about placebo effects. They're real. When your brain believes healing is occurring, it triggers physiological processes that promote actual healing. Stress hormones decrease, immune function improves, pain perception changes. The ancient physicians may not have understood the mechanisms, but they understood that healing involved the whole person, body, mind and spirit. and that therapeutic smoke could address all three aspects simultaneously. While physicians were refining therapeutic smoke into a medical art and priests were perfecting incense rituals, merchants were creating networks that would carry aromatic substances across continents and oceans. These trade routes, particularly the famous Silk Road and the maritime spice routes, didn't just transport goods. They carried knowledge, practices and entire cultural traditions around smoke and its uses. Picture yourself as a merchant in a caravan travelling the Silk Road around 200 CE. You've been on the road for months, moving slowly from oasis to oasis across the heart of Asia. Your camels are loaded with various goods, but the most valuable items are small, light, and incredibly expensive. Resins, herbs, and aromatic woods that will eventually be burned in temples, palaces, and wealthy homes across the known world. The economics of the incense trade were fascinating and sometimes absurd. Frankincense and myrrh, harvested from trees in southern Arabia and the Horn of Africa, could increase in value by a factor of 50 or more by the time they reached Rome or Shangan. Merchants could become wealthy from a single successful caravan, though they could also lose everything to bandits, sandstorms, or simple miscalculations about market demand. But these merchants were carrying more than commodities. At each stop along the route, they shared information about how different cultures used aromatic smoke. A Buddhist technique for burning incense learned in India might be combined with Chinese theories about herbal properties and Persian aesthetic preferences to create something entirely new. The Silk Road was like a massive, slow-motion cultural blender, mixing practices and beliefs about smoke into increasingly complex combinations. Consider sandalwood, that aromatic wood from India that has been prized for thousands of years. In its homeland, sandalwood was primarily a religious substance, burned in Hindu and Buddhist temples to purify space and honour the divine. But as it travelled along trade routes, it acquired new uses and meanings. Chinese Buddhists adopted sandalwood incense but integrated it with Taoist practices and Confucian aesthetics. Japanese culture eventually transformed incense appreciation into kodo, literally the way of incense, a ceremonial art form as refined as tea ceremony. Islamic cultures incorporated sandalwood into their own devotional practices, while developing new combinations with rose, oud and other aromatics. Christian churches began using it as an alternative to frankincense. The same substance, moving through different cultural contexts, became multiple different things while remaining itself. This is one of smoke's interesting properties. It's concrete enough to be a definite substance with specific effects, but ephemeral enough to acquire whatever symbolic meanings humans want to project onto it. The maritime spice routes that connected the Indian Ocean world were equally important for spreading smoke culture. Arab traders sailing from East Africa to India to Southeast Asia carried not just cinnamon, cloves and pepper, but also knowledge about aromatics and their uses. An Indonesian method for processing benzoin resin might be combined with Indian Ayurvedic theories and Arab perfumery techniques to create new products and practices. Some of these aromatic substances travelled astonishing distances. Camphor from Borneo found its way to Chinese temples and European apothecaries. Aloes wood from Southeast Asia became prized in Middle Eastern palaces. Dragon's blood resin from the Socotra Islands off Yemen travelled to China, India, Rome, and eventually medieval Europe. Each substance carried with it stories, practices, and beliefs about smoke and its properties. The traders themselves often became experts in aromatic substances. They needed to know not just market prices, but also how to identify genuine materials versus adulterations, how to store and transport delicate resins without losing their aromatic properties, and what different customers in different regions preferred. A successful incense merchant was part chemist, part cultural anthropologist, and part logistics expert. These trade routes also spread technologies for using aromatic smoke. The sensor designs we discussed earlier, those specialised containers for burning incense, evolved through contact between different cultures. Chinese designs influenced Persian metalwork. Indian temple practices inspired Southeast Asian Buddhist rituals. Arab innovations in perfumery influenced European approaches to aromatic substances. By the medieval period, you could track cultural influence by following incense practices. When you see a particular way of blending aromatics or a specific ritual use of smoke appearing in a new region, you're usually seeing evidence of trade contact and cultural exchange. Smoke became a marker of cultural connection, a visible sign that ideas and practices were flowing between regions. The economic importance of the incense trade also shaped political relationships. Control over frankincense and myrrh-producing regions was contested by various powers throughout ancient history. The Romans even launched military expeditions into Arabia, partly to try to control incense supplies and reduce the enormous costs they were paying to Arabian merchants. The expeditions failed. Desert warfare is hard, but the attempt shows just how valuable these aromatic substances had become. What's remarkable is that this vast, complex trade system existed primarily to serve human desires for pleasant smells and altered consciousness. Yes, some aromatic substances had important medicinal uses, and yes, incense played crucial roles in religious practices. But at its core, the incense trade existed because humans across cultures agreed that filling the air with fragrant smoke was worth enormous effort and expense. This tells us something about human priorities. We're not purely practical creatures focused only on immediate survival needs. We're also aesthetic beings who value beauty, pleasure, and experiences that transport us beyond ordinary consciousness. The ancient incense trade served these deeper human needs, and merchants became wealthy because they understood something essential about what humans want from life. By now, several thousand years into humanity's relationship with aromatic smoke, something interesting had happened. Smoke hadn't just become a tool or commodity, it had become a language, a system of symbols through which humans expressed ideas about the sacred, the mysterious, and the boundaries between different realms of existence. Let's explore how different cultures turn this physical phenomenon into metaphor, and how those metaphors shaped human understanding of consciousness, divinity, and the structure of reality itself. Start in ancient Mesopotamia, that cradle of civilization between the Tigris and Euphrates rivers. The Babylonians and Assyrians burned incense in their temples, but they also carefully observed the patterns smoke made as it rose. Specialized priests, Baru they were called, practiced divination by smoke, reading messages from the gods in how incense smoke curled, drifted, or suddenly changed direction. This wasn't as arbitrary as it might sound. Smoke is exquisitely sensitive to air currents, temperature gradients, and subtle environmental factors that human senses can't directly detect. The Baru were essentially using smoke as a visualization tool for invisible atmospheric conditions, then interpreting these patterns according to complex symbolic systems that had been refined over generations. They were wrong about the god sending messages, but right that smoke reveals information about the environment that would otherwise be hidden. The symbolism was clear. Smoke connects the visible and invisible, the known and unknown. It emerges from the solid matter of incense or herbs, transforms into something ethereal, and disappears into air, travelling perhaps to realms beyond human perception. This made smoke a perfect metaphor for the soul's journey after death, for prayers seeking divine attention, and for any movement between material and spiritual realms. In ancient China, smoke took on different but related meanings. Taoist philosophers watched incense smoke rising in temples and saw lessons about the nature of reality. The smoke follows its nature, they noted. It doesn't try to be anything other than what it is, doesn't resist its own transformation from visible to invisible, and doesn't cling to any particular form or place. This made smoke a teaching tool about wu wei, effortless action, and about accepting change rather than fighting it. Chinese poets wrote extensively about incense smoke, using it as a metaphor for everything from romantic longing to political frustration to the transience of life itself. Li Bai, one of China's greatest poets, wrote about smoke from his incense burner twisting like dragon shapes, connecting his writing desk to the realm of immortals. The smoke wasn't just decoration. It was a visual representation of the connection between mundane reality and transcendent experience that poetry sought to capture. In India, smoke symbolism became deeply embedded in both Hindu and Buddhist practice. The Sanskrit word dhuma, smoke, appears in countless religious texts, usually associated with transformation, purification, and the transition between states. When a Hindu cremation releases smoke into the sky, that smoke represents the deceased's essence beginning its journey to whatever comes next. When Buddhist monks burn incense, the rising smoke visualizes the rise of merit from good actions, the dispersion of negative karma, and the movement of consciousness toward enlightenment. The Buddha himself apparently used smoke as a teaching metaphor. In various sutras, he compared clinging to impermanent things to trying to grasp smoke. The harder you squeeze, the faster it escapes, and you're left with nothing but perhaps a lingering smell on your hands. The lesson was about non-attachment, about recognizing that everything like smoke is temporary and cannot be possessed. Native American cultures developed their own rich smoke symbolism, though we should be careful here about generalizing across hundreds of distinct cultures. Many groups use smoke from sacred plants, tobacco, sage, sweetgrass, in ways that combined practical purposes with deep symbolic meaning. Smoke might purify a space, carry prayers to the spirit world, mark the boundaries of sacred ground, or seal agreements between peoples. The peace pipe, sage, and/or ceremonial pipe. Traditions found in many North American cultures treated smoke as a covenant mediator. When former enemies shared smoke from the same pipe, they were creating a physical and symbolic bond. The smoke they exhaled had been inside their bodies, mingling with their breath and blood. Sharing that smoke meant sharing something essential. Breaking an agreement made over the pipe wasn't just political betrayal, it was spiritual violation. In Islamic cultures, smoke acquired meanings related to both beauty and transcendence. Persian poetry frequently mentioned incense smoke as a symbol of devotion, longing, and the attempt to reach beyond material limitations. Sufi mystics sometimes used aromatic smoke as part of their practices, seeing in its rising movement an image of the soul's aspiration toward God. The best smoke, pure, fragrant, rising straight and true, represented the ideal spiritual state. Medieval European Christianity inherited its smoke symbolism, partly from Jewish temple traditions and partly from broader Mediterranean cultures. The smoke of incense in a cathedral represented prayers rising to heaven, but it also had more practical symbolic functions. It marked sacred space as distinct from ordinary space, created an atmosphere for experiences of the numinous, and literally illustrated theological concepts about mediation between human and divine realms. The writers of medieval mystical texts often used smoke as a metaphor for spiritual experiences that couldn't be captured in ordinary language. How do you describe a vision of God? It's like seeing through smoke. You perceive something. You know something is there, but you can't make out clear details and the experience is inherently transitory. Smoke became the language for describing encounters with the ineffable. What's interesting across all these traditions is how smoke's physical properties, its visibility combined with intangibility, its upward movement, and its gradual dissolution, made it almost universally available as a metaphor for similar concepts. Different cultures didn't arrive at identical smoke symbolism, but there are striking parallels in how humans have interpreted this phenomenon. The colour of smoke also acquired symbolic meanings. White smoke was generally positive, pure, clean, auspicious. Black smoke suggested something wrong, dangerous, or malevolent. Grey smoke was ambiguous, neither clearly good nor bad. These colour associations weren't arbitrary. They related to what actually produces different coloured smoke. White smoke comes from clean burning aromatics, and black smoke from incomplete combustion or impure materials. Humans turned these practical observations into symbolic systems. Even the smell of smoke carried symbolic weight. Sweet smoke suggested divine presence, spiritual purity, or successful ritual. Acrid smoke indicated something gone wrong, either in the physical preparation of materials or, metaphorically, in the spiritual state of the people involved. Smell, that most primal and emotionally evocative of senses, became a way of evaluating the quality and success of smoke-based practices. While temples filled with incense smoke and physicians prescribed therapeutic fumigations, another tradition was developing, one more personal, more intimate, and more focused on individual consciousness than collective ritual. This was the tradition of smoking from pipes, a practice that would eventually circle the globe and become one of humanity's most widespread ways of altering consciousness. The earliest pipes we know about come from various places and probably represent independent invention rather than diffusion from a single source. Ancient peoples in Africa, Asia, and the Americas all developed pipe technologies, though they used them for different substances and invested them with different meanings. Let's start in the Americas, where tobacco was first domesticated and smoking first became a complex cultural practice. Long before Europeans arrived, indigenous peoples throughout North and South America were cultivating tobacco and developing elaborate technologies and rituals around smoking it. But here's something that often gets misunderstood. These weren't casual recreational practices. When a Mayan priest smoked tobacco through a long reed tube, or when a Cherokee elder filled a ceremonial pipe with sacred tobacco mixed with other herbs, they were engaging in religious practice as serious as any temple ceremony. The smoke from these pipes was medicine, sacrament, and diplomatic tool all rolled into one. The physical experience of smoking tobacco through a pipe would have been intense, far more so than modern cigarettes. Ancient tobacco varieties were significantly stronger than modern breeds, and pipe smoking delivers nicotine more efficiently than modern smoking methods. The immediate effects, mild euphoria, slight nausea, dizziness, altered perception, would have reinforced the sense that something spiritually significant was occurring. Native American pipe traditions often treated the pipe itself as sacred. Materials were chosen carefully, certain woods, specific stones, and decorations that carried symbolic meaning. The process of filling, lighting, and smoking the pipe followed prescribed patterns. Smoke might be offered to the four directions, to the earth and sky, or to ancestors or spirits. The entire practice was choreographed to create an experience that was simultaneously physical, the nicotine effects, social, pipes were often smoked communally, and spiritual, the ceremonial context provided meaning. In Asia, different pipe traditions developed around different substances. Chinese and Southeast Asian opium pipes represented a fascinating case study in how substance, technology, and culture interact. Opium smoking, which became widespread in China during the 17th and 18th centuries, required specialized equipment and technique. The pipes were often works of art, bamboo stems with ceramic bowls, sometimes decorated with intricate carvings or inlays. The opium smoking ritual was elaborate. The opium had to be prepared, cooked, cleaned, formed into pills. The pipe had to be held at the correct angle over a lamp. The smoker had to know exactly how to heat the opium pill and when to inhale. Done correctly, the process produced a distinctive sweet smell and a wave of relaxation that opium users described as like floating on a warm sea. We should note here that opium addiction became a severe social problem in 19th century China, with devastating consequences for individuals and society. But understanding the appeal requires acknowledging the sensory and psychological attractions of the practice, the ritual, the taste, the immediate relief from pain or anxiety, and cleaned, and the temporary escape from difficult lives. In the Middle East and Central Asia, water pipes, hookahs or nargilas, evolved as a way to smoke tobacco and other substances with some of the harshness filtered out. The hookah represents sophisticated engineering. Smoke is drawn through water, which cools it and removes some irritants, then through a long tube to the smoker's mouth. Multiple people can smoke from the same hookah simultaneously, making it a social technology as much as a drug delivery system. Hookah smoking in traditional Middle Eastern culture was a leisurely practice associated with coffee houses, intellectual discussion, and unhurried socializing. You didn't just smoke a hookah, you spent an evening at a hookah lounge talking philosophy or politics or everyday concerns with friends while sharing flavoured tobacco smoke that tasted of apple, rose, or other aromatics. The practice created a specific kind of social space, slightly removed from ordinary time, where conversation could wander and people could relax. European and American pipe smoking traditions, which developed primarily in the 16th through 19th centuries, created their own cultures around the practice. Clay pipes, then briar pipes, became technologies of contemplation. The ritual of choosing a tobacco blend, filling the pipe properly, lighting it with care and maintaining the burn through strategic puffing. These actions required attention and provided structure for thinking. Many scholars, writers, and artists described pipe smoking as an aid to concentration and creativity. The gentle stimulation from nicotine, combined with the meditative quality of the ritual and the pleasant taste of good tobacco, created conditions that many found conducive to intellectual work. This wasn't just justification for a habit. There's evidence that moderate nicotine intake can enhance certain cognitive functions, particularly sustained attention. The pipe itself became a symbol in European and American culture of masculinity, intellectuality, leisure, or contemplation, depending on context. Sherlock Holmes's pipe suggested his analytical mind. Father Christmas's pipe represented jolly contentment. The pipe-smoking professor became such a cultural archetype that even people who never smoked recognized the stereotype. What united all these different pipe traditions, from Amazonian tobacco to Asian opium to European briar pipes, was the intimate, personal quality of the experience. Unlike temple incense that filled a large space for many people, unlike physicians' fumigations administered as treatment, pipe smoking was about individual consciousness, personal ritual, and chosen moments of altered awareness. The pipe created a small, immediate relationship between a person and smoke. You controlled every aspect: what you smoked, when you smoked, and how much you smoked. The smoke filled your mouth, touched your tongue, and entered your lungs, or in some traditions was only taken into the mouth. It was yours in a way that communal smoke wasn't. This personal quality made pipes attractive for contemplation, for marking transitions between activities, and for creating small islands of ritual in otherwise unstructured time. You could smoke a pipe while thinking through a problem, while grieving a loss, while celebrating a success, or while simply watching the sunset. The smoke became a companion to your thoughts, a physical manifestation of the moment you were inhabiting. Different cultures developed different etiquettes around pipe smoking. In some Native American traditions, interrupting someone who was smoking would be deeply disrespectful. The act demanded its own time and space. In Victorian England, pipe smoking was gendered male and confined to specific rooms or times, creating a whole architecture of social rules about where and when smoke was appropriate. In Middle Eastern coffee houses, hookah smoking was communal and conversational. The pipe passed between friends as freely as words. The sensory experience of pipe smoking varied enormously, depending on what was being smoked and how. Tobacco could be sweet or harsh, smooth or biting, aromatic or plain. Opium produced a distinctive smell that became associated with relaxation and escape. Cannabis, which has been smoked in various forms for thousands of years, offered yet another sensory profile, earthier and more pungent than tobacco, with quite different effects on consciousness. What's interesting is how quickly pipe smoking spread once global trade networks emerged in the 16th and 17th centuries. Tobacco, which was completely unknown outside the Americas before 1492, had reached every inhabited continent within a century of European contact with the New World. Pipes appeared in Africa, Asia, Europe and Oceania with remarkable speed, suggesting that the practice answered some widespread human need or desire. This rapid spread wasn't just about nicotine addiction, though that certainly played a role. It was also about the appeal of a personal ritual that could create moments of calm in increasingly complex, connected and demanding societies. As the world modernized, as traditional rhythms of agricultural life gave way to urban industrial time, the pipe offered a portable, personal technology for creating small moments of peace. Now we approach more recent history, that period from roughly 1700 to 1900, when the practices we've been discussing underwent significant transformation. The scientific revolution was changing how educated people understood smoke and its effects. Industrialization was changing how aromatic substances were produced and distributed. Colonialism was disrupting traditional practices while spreading them to new contexts. Let's consider how European expansion affected incense traditions worldwide. When Portuguese traders reached India and Southeast Asia, when Spanish conquistadors encountered American civilizations, and when Dutch merchants established themselves in Indonesia, they found elaborate, sophisticated traditions around aromatic smoke. Some of these traditions they adopted, others they disrupted, and still others they tried to suppress. Christian missionaries, for instance, often viewed indigenous smoking practices with deep suspicion. Shamanic tobacco use in the Americas looked disturbingly like religious ritual, which of course it was, and missionaries worked to suppress it as paganism. But they had no problem with incense in their own churches, which was also a religious smoke ritual, but properly Christian and therefore acceptable. This selective acceptance and rejection created interesting hybrid practices. In Latin America, indigenous smoking traditions mixed with Catholic incense used to create something new. In India, Hindu incense practices continued but also influenced British colonial culture. By the Victorian era, wealthy British homes routinely burned Indian incense, though usually stripped of their original religious meanings and appreciated primarily for their exotic fragrance. The scientific study of smoke and its effects began in earnest during this period. Chemists started analysing the compounds in various aromatic substances, identifying specific molecules responsible for particular smells or effects. Physicians began conducting something resembling clinical trials, testing whether therapeutic smoking actually worked for the conditions it was prescribed to treat. Some traditional smoke remedies held up reasonably well under scientific scrutiny. Yes, eucalyptus smoke does help respiratory problems. We can now explain exactly why in terms of chemical constituents and their interactions with human respiratory tissues. Other traditional practices didn't fare as well. No, smoke from burnt goat hair will not cure epilepsy, regardless of what ancient physicians believed. But this scientific understanding also stripped smoke of much of its mystery and symbolic power. When aromatic smoke becomes merely a delivery mechanism for specific chemical compounds, it loses something of its capacity to carry meanings beyond the physical. The rationalization of smoke knowledge made practices more effective in some ways, while making them less meaningful in others. Industrialization changed the incense trade dramatically. Instead of rare resins carried across continents by caravan, aromatic substances could be synthesized in factories, or at least mass-produced from plantation-grown materials. This made incense much cheaper and more widely available, which was good for access, but not so good for the sense of precious rarity that had surrounded aromatics for thousands of years. The 19th century also saw increasing concerns about smoking's health effects. Physicians who had once prescribed therapeutic smoking began noticing that heavy smokers seemed to develop distinctive health problems. The connection between tobacco and various diseases was beginning to be recognized, though it would take until the mid-20th century before the full scope of smoking's health impacts became clear. This created an interesting divergence. Temple incense and aromatic smoke for atmosphere remained relatively uncontroversial. People recognized you weren't inhaling enough smoke in these contexts to cause health problems. But pipe smoking, and especially cigarette smoking, came under increasing scrutiny, as evidence mounted that regular smoke inhalation damaged lungs and contributed to various diseases. The cigarette, which became dominant in the 20th century, represented a departure from older smoking traditions in important ways. Cigarettes were industrial products, uniform, mass-produced, and designed for quick consumption rather than contemplative ritual. The cigarette break replaced the pipe smoking session. Same basic activity, but compressed, hurried, and stripped of most ceremonial elements. Where pipe smoking had required some skill and attention, you had to pack the pipe properly, keep it lit, and manage the ash. Cigarette smoking was nearly effortless. Strike a match, inhale, exhale, repeat. This ease of use contributed to much higher consumption rates and consequently much worse health outcomes. The cigarette was smoke practice optimized for nicotine delivery, rather than for ritual, contemplation, or social bonding. Yet even cigarettes acquired their own rituals and meanings. The sharing of cigarettes between soldiers created bonds. The offered cigarette became a social gesture. The lighting of someone else's cigarette had its own etiquette, and even romantic connotations. Humans, it seems, will create ritual around any repeated practice, even industrial ones. Meanwhile, incense traditions continue to evolve in various directions. In Japan, kodo, the way of incense, became increasingly refined as an aesthetic practice, separate from religious contexts. Practitioners learned to distinguish hundreds of different aromatic woods, to appreciate subtle differences in fragrance, and to use incense as a focus for meditation and mindfulness. It was like wine tasting, but for smoke, and equally sophisticated. In India, the ancient traditions of incense making continued, but also adapted to modern commerce. Factories in cities like Bangalore produced incense sticks in enormous quantities, maintaining traditional formulations while using modern manufacturing techniques. The smell of jasmine or sandalwood incense became associated with Indian culture generally. Carried worldwide by the Indian diaspora, Western counterculture movements in the 1960s and 70s rediscovered incense and brought it into mainstream Euro-American culture. Young people burning nag champa in their apartments were participating, often unknowingly, in smoke traditions that stretched back thousands of years. The context had changed, Bohemian flats rather than ancient temples, but the basic practice of filling a space with aromatic smoke remained the same. This period also saw renewed interest in indigenous smoking practices, particularly ayahuasca ceremonies and similar traditions. Some of this interest was respectful and carefully conducted. Some of it amounted to cultural appropriation, with sacred practices stripped from their original context and treated as recreational drug use. The distinction matters. There's a difference between participating meaningfully in a tradition and simply consuming exotic experiences. As you nestle deeper into your blankets and perhaps notice how your own breathing has slowed while reading this story, let's turn to what modern science has discovered about why smoke-based practices affect us the way they do. Understanding the mechanisms doesn't diminish the experience. If anything, it reveals how intuitive our ancestors were in their observations. The human olfactory system, your sense of smell, is directly connected to the limbic system, those ancient structures deep in your brain that process emotion and memory. This is why certain smells can instantly transport you to childhood, evoke powerful emotional responses, or create immediate feelings of calm or anxiety. When you smell incense or aromatic smoke, the molecules trigger not just sensory perception, but emotional and memory responses that bypass conscious reasoning. Ancient peoples didn't know about the limbic system, but they certainly knew that certain smells made them feel certain ways. They were working with the same neurological architecture we have today, conducting empirical experiments and altering their own consciousness and carefully noting which plants produced which effects. Modern chemistry has identified the specific compounds responsible for many traditional incense effects. Frankincense contains boswellic acids and other molecules that have genuine anti-inflammatory and anxiolytic, anxiety-reducing properties. When burned, frankincense releases these compounds in a form that can be absorbed through the respiratory system, producing measurable effects on brain chemistry and emotional state. Lavender smoke contains linalool and linaloyl acetate, compounds that have been shown in laboratory studies to reduce stress hormones and promote relaxation. The Greeks and Romans, who burned lavender to promote calmness, weren't just engaging in superstition. They were using a substance that genuinely affects human neurobiology in ways that reduce anxiety. Similarly, the therapeutic smoking practices of ancient physicians often prescribed genuinely effective substances. When Chinese doctors recommended smoking mahuang for respiratory problems, they were unknowingly prescribing ephedrine, a powerful bronchodilator. When Indian Ayurvedic physicians prescribed cannabis smoke for various conditions, they were using a substance with documented effects on pain, nausea, and several other symptoms. Modern neuroscience has also helped explain why ritual and setting matter so much for smoke-based practices. The brain doesn't just respond to chemical compounds, it responds to expectations, context, and meaning. When you burn incense in a context you've learned to associate with relaxation or spiritual experience, your brain begins producing the associated response before you've even inhaled any smoke. This isn't just psychological, by the way. The expectation of relaxation triggers real, measurable changes in brain chemistry, increased serotonin and dopamine, and decreased cortisol and adrenaline. The chemical compounds in the smoke then enhance and extend these changes, creating a synergistic effect that's more powerful than either context or chemistry alone. Breathing patterns matter too, and this is something ancient practitioners understood intuitively. When you deliberately slow and deepen your breathing to inhale aromatic smoke, you're activating your parasympathetic nervous system, the rest and digest mode that counteracts stress responses. The compounds in the smoke enhance this effect, but the breathing pattern itself is doing significant work. This explains why similar practices emerged in different cultures. Humans everywhere have the same basic neurobiology, the same limbic system responses to aromatic compounds, and the same parasympathetic relaxation response to slow breathing. Ancient peoples in China, India, Rome, and the Americas independently discovered that burning certain plants and breathing the smoke deeply produced specific desirable effects because they were all working with the same human hardware. Modern research has also revealed some unexpected benefits of certain aromatic compounds. Rosemary smoke, for instance, contains molecules that appear to enhance memory and cognitive function. Studies have shown that people performing memory tasks in rooms scented with rosemary perform better than control groups. Ancient peoples who burned rosemary while studying or before important meetings may have been unwittingly using a genuine cognitive enhancer. Interestingly, the communal aspects of smoke practices also have measurable effects. When people participate in shared rituals, whether religious incense ceremonies or communal pipe smoking, their stress hormones decrease, their sense of social connection increases, and various measures of well-being improve. The smoke is part of this, but so is the ritual itself, the shared experience, and the sense of participating in something larger than yourself. The placebo effects we mentioned earlier turn out to be far more complex and interesting than once thought. Modern research shows that placebo responses involve genuine changes in neurotransmitter levels, immune function, and even gene expression. When ancient healers conducted elaborate smoke rituals for sick patients, they were triggering healing responses that were as real as any pharmaceutical effect, even if the mechanisms were completely different from what the healers believed. There are also risks, and modern science has made these clearer than ever. Regular smoke inhalation, regardless of the substance, damages respiratory tissues and increases risks of various cancers and lung diseases. The difference between occasional ceremonial incense exposure and daily tobacco smoking is enormous in terms of health outcomes. But even aromatic smoke in high concentrations can be problematic for people with respiratory conditions. This creates an interesting tension. The practices we've been discussing do have genuine effects, psychological, neurological, and social. But they also carry risks that increase with frequency and intensity of use. Ancient peoples generally used these practices more sparingly than modern recreational smokers, which likely limited health impacts while preserving the ritual and psychological benefits. The modern scientific understanding of smoke and its effects suggests that our ancestors were remarkably sophisticated observers of human consciousness and the substances that alter it. They couldn't explain the mechanisms in terms of neurotransmitters and receptor sites, but they could reliably predict that burning substance X in context Y would produce effect Z. That's empirical science, even without the theoretical frameworks we've added. Now, as we move into the present day, the story of smoke becomes more personal and immediate. You might have your own experiences with incense, with the smell of wood smoke from a fireplace, with the lingering aroma of sage or sweet grass, or with memories attached to particular scents that rise in curling wisps. The relationship between modern people and aromatic smoke is complicated, full of contradictions that would have baffled our ancestors. We know more about the chemistry and health effects than any previous generation, yet we often use this knowledge poorly. We have access to aromatics from around the world at prices that would astound ancient merchants, yet we often fail to appreciate the depth of traditions behind them. Walk into most metaphysical bookstores, yoga studios or wellness centres in the Western world, and you'll find incense for sale, often Nag Champa from India, but also white sage bundles, Palo Santo sticks, copal resin, and various other aromatics from traditions worldwide. This represents unprecedented access to global smoke traditions, but also raises questions about cultural appropriation, sustainable harvesting, and whether transplanted practices retain their meaning outside their original contexts. The white sage situation is particularly instructive. White sage is sacred to various Native American peoples, particularly in California and the Southwest. Smudging with white sage, burning bundles of the dried herb to purify spaces, is an important practice in these traditions. But commercial harvesting has put white sage populations under pressure, and seeing their sacred plants sold in every New Age shop understandably bothers many Native Americans. This is the smoke tradition encountering globalization, and it's complicated. On one hand, people worldwide seeking calm and purification through aromatic smoke are participating in fundamentally human practices that transcend culture. On the other hand, there's something troubling about sacred traditions being commodified and stripped of their contexts. The smoke remains the same, but the meanings change in translation. Meanwhile, incense traditions in their homelands continue to evolve. Visit a Buddhist temple in Taiwan, Thailand, or Japan, and you'll find practices that combine ancient formulations with modern sensibilities. The incense might be made using traditional recipes, but manufactured in climate-controlled facilities, with quality testing that ensures consistent products. The rituals continue, but in buildings that have electric lights, air conditioning, and live stream services for distant devotees. In India, the incense industry has become a significant economic sector, employing thousands of people in traditional craft manufacturing that's been modernised without being completely industrialised. Families that have made incense for generations now export their products globally, while maintaining recipes and techniques passed down through the centuries. It's tradition adapting to modernity, finding ways to continue that don't require rejecting change entirely. The medical use of aromatic smoke has largely disappeared in developed countries, replaced by more reliable pharmaceutical approaches. Your doctor isn't going to prescribe therapeutic fumigation for your respiratory infection. They'll give you antibiotics or antivirals. But aromatherapy, the use of essential oils and aromatic compounds for psychological and mild physical benefits, has found a niche as complementary medicine. Essential oil diffusers represent an interesting evolution of smoke practice. Instead of burning aromatic substances, these devices vaporize essential oils in water, creating a fragrant mist that disperses through a room. It's smoke without combustion, aromatics without ash, and a sanitized version of ancient practices adapted for modern homes that have smoke detectors and fire codes. Does it work? Yes and no. The aromatic compounds still affect the limbic system, still produce psychological responses, and still create pleasant environments. But something is lost when you remove the visual element of smoke rising, the slight edge of danger from working with fire, and the ritualized aspects of preparing and lighting incense. The diffuser is more convenient and probably safer, but convenience and safety aren't the only values that matter. The cigarette culture that dominated much of the 20th century is finally declining as health consequences become undeniable, and social acceptance evaporates. Fewer people smoke cigarettes now than at any time since the 1920s in most developed countries. This is undoubtedly good for public health, but it's also removed one of the few remaining widespread smoke practices from everyday life. Some of this void is being filled by cannabis legalization in various jurisdictions. As cannabis becomes legal for recreational use, new traditions and practices are emerging around its consumption. Some of these echo older traditions. The past joint as a social bonding ritual has parallels to past pipes in various cultures. Others are distinctly modern. vaporizers and edibles representing approaches to cannabis consumption that minimize or eliminate smoke entirely. The use of incense in religious and spiritual contexts continues worldwide, relatively unchanged by modernity's other transformations. Walk into a Catholic church during High Mass, visit a Hindu temple during puja, or attend a Buddhist meditation session. You'll encounter aromatic smoke being used for purposes that would be instantly recognizable to practitioners from centuries ago. This continuity is remarkable given how much else has changed. Interestingly, there's been a modern revival of interest in contemplative practices generally, and incense has followed along. Mindfulness meditation, which has become surprisingly mainstream in secular Western culture, often incorporates incense as a focus for attention or simply as atmosphere. The practice has been stripped of religious associations, but retains the basic insight that aromatic smoke can help create mental states conducive to calm awareness. The Japanese incense ceremony, Kodo, has even found adherents outside Japan, though whether these practitioners fully appreciate the aesthetic and philosophical depths of the tradition is debatable. Still, the fact that people are willing to spend hours learning to distinguish subtle differences in aromatic woods suggests that ancient approaches to smoke appreciation can still resonate with modern sensibilities. Environmental concerns are adding new dimensions to how we think about smoke. Burning incense or anything else releases particulate matter and various chemicals into the air. Indoor air quality has become a recognised health concern, and burning substances indoors regularly isn't great for it. This creates another tension. The practices that brought calm to countless generations now face questions about whether they're worth the environmental and health costs. There's also the simple fact that many modern people don't know how to safely work with fire. We've outsourced flame to gas stoves, furnaces and pilot lights, controlled, automatic, requiring no attention. The idea of deliberately lighting something on fire and managing it while it burns is foreign to people who've grown up with smoke detectors that sound at the first hint of combustion. Ancient practices assume a comfort level with fire that many modern people simply lack, yet the fundamental human responses to aromatic smoke haven't changed. When you smell sandalwood or frankincense, your brain processes it using the same neural pathways that lit up in an ancient Egyptian's brain. When you watch smoke curl and rise, you're seeing the same patterns that fascinated Mesopotamian diviners. When you associate certain smells with calm or contemplation, you're participating in conditioning processes that humans have been using for millennia. As we approach the end of our journey through smoke's history, it's worth pausing to reflect on why this matters, why the story of humanity's relationship with aromatic smoke deserves telling, and what it reveals about who we are as a species. At the most basic level, the story of smoke is a story about human curiosity and experimentation. Our ancestors didn't have to figure out that burning certain plants produced pleasant or interesting effects. They could have just burned whatever wood was convenient and been content with warmth and light. But humans don't work that way. We experiment, observe, remember, and refine. We notice patterns and explore possibilities. We turn accidental discoveries into deliberate practices. The fact that humans in wildly different cultures independently discovered similar uses for aromatic smoke tells us something about universal human needs. Across every continent, in climates from Arctic to tropical, people sought ways to alter consciousness, create sacred space, mark important moments, find relief from pain or anxiety, and connect with something beyond everyday reality. Smoke became one tool among many for meeting these needs. This suggests that the desire for altered consciousness isn't a pathology or a weakness, but a fundamental aspect of human psychology. We're not meant to exist in one constant state. We need variety in our experiences, access to different modes of consciousness, and ways to step outside ordinary perception and see from different angles. Aromatic smoke provided this for most of human history, which is why its practices spread so widely and persisted so long. The story of smoke is also a story about the tension between material and meaning. Smoke is a physical phenomenon, combustion, producing particulate matter suspended in air. But humans have never been content to treat it as merely physical. We've invested smoke with meanings, used it as a language for concepts that can't be expressed in words alone, and made it carry our hopes and prayers to realms we can't directly perceive. This capacity to see beyond the purely physical, to find meaning in natural phenomena, to create symbol systems that let us think about abstract concepts, this is distinctly human. Other animals might enjoy pleasant smells, but only humans burn aromatics in specific contexts to deliberately alter their mental states, while simultaneously expressing spiritual beliefs through the act itself. The global spread of smoke traditions through trade routes tells us something about human connectivity. We tend to think of ancient peoples as isolated in their own cultures, but the fact that frankincense from southern Arabia ended up in Chinese temples, that tobacco from the Americas reached Asia within decades, and that incense formulas spread across continents, all this reveals networks of human connection that were surprisingly robust and far-reaching. These trade networks weren't just about economics, they were about shared human experiences, about the recognition that people in distant lands were seeking similar things: calm, transcendence, healing, and connection to the divine. The merchant who carried frankincense from Arabia to Rome was carrying more than a commodity. They were carrying one culture's approach to these universal needs and introducing it to people who would adapt it to their own purposes. The evolution of smoke practices over time shows human creativity and adaptability. The same basic principle, burning aromatic substances and breathing or being present with the smoke, has been endlessly varied and refined. From cave fires to temple censers to ceremonial pipes to modern incense sticks. Humans have found countless ways to engage with this simple practice, each variation reflecting different values, technologies, and cultural contexts. There's something deeply democratic about smoke practices. Unlike some technologies that require rare materials or expert knowledge, almost anyone can burn aromatic substances and benefit from the experience. Yes, there are elaborate traditions that require years to master, but the basic practice is accessible to everyone. This accessibility helps explain why smoke practices spread so widely and persisted across huge differences in wealth, power, and social organisation. The modern decline of some smoke traditions raises questions about what we're losing. Not just specific practices, but a whole way of engaging with consciousness, ritual, and the material world. When we replace incense with room deodorizers, when we substitute essential oil diffusers for censers, when we eliminate smoke practices entirely due to health concerns, what are we giving up along with what we gain? This isn't a call to reject modernity or ignore legitimate health concerns. But it is worth recognizing that our ancestors' smoke practices emerged from and spoke to genuine human needs that don't disappear just because we've developed new technologies. The need for ritual, for moments of deliberate calm, for sensory experiences that anchor us in the present, these persist whether we acknowledge them or not. Perhaps what's most remarkable is how such a simple thing, aromatic smoke, could carry so much weight across so many cultures and so many centuries. We've developed incredibly sophisticated technologies, mapped the human genome, and sent probes to the edge of the solar system. Yet something as basic as burning aromatic resins and breathing the smoke can still produce experiences that modern science fully explains, but can't quite replicate through any other means. The smell of frankincense or sandalwood, the sight of smoke curling upward, the taste of aromatic vapour on your tongue. These experiences connect you directly to humans who lived thousands of years ago, who found in these same smells and sights access to states of consciousness they valued. It's a form of time travel, not through technology, but through shared experience across the centuries. As you finish this story and prepare for sleep, you might be more aware of the air you're breathing, the way scents linger in your room, and the quality of stillness that can settle over a space in the evening. These awarenesses are part of what smoke practices cultivated. Attention to subtle sensory experiences, recognition that the invisible can be as important as the visible, an understanding that consciousness is not fixed but fluid. The story of smoke is, in the end, your story too. Whether you've ever burned incense or not, whether you have any personal smoke practices or not, you're part of a species that has been exploring consciousness, seeking calm and finding meaning in rising wisps for hundreds of thousands of years. That's worth remembering as you drift towards sleep. You're not separate from this history. You're its latest chapter, carrying forward patterns of human experience that stretch back to those first cave dwellers who threw aromatic branches on their fires and discovered that the world could suddenly seem different, more spacious and more full of possibility. The practices change, the substances vary, and the cultural context shift, but the underlying human impulses remain constant. We seek moments of peace in difficult times. We create rituals to mark the sacred and separate it from the mundane. We use our senses to anchor ourselves in the present moment. We explore altered states of consciousness because ordinary consciousness, while necessary, is not sufficient for a fully human life. Smoke, visible breath, transformation made tangible, the boundary between solid and air, serves all these purposes and more. It's been medicine and sacrament, recreation and therapy, art form and spiritual practice. It's linked distant cultures and revealed common humanity. It's been studied by scientists and mystics, sought by kings and available to peasants. Tomorrow you might smell wood smoke from a neighbour's fireplace, or incense from a nearby temple, or simply the lingering aroma of your evening tea. When you do, you might remember this story and recognise that you're experiencing something humans have found meaningful for longer than we've had written language. You might notice how the smell affects your mood, how your breathing changes, and how the moment feels slightly different from moments without that aromatic presence. Or you might not. You might simply go about your day, unaware of the ancient traditions playing out in the background of modern life. Either way, the smoke will continue to rise, carrying with it meanings and memories accumulated across millennia. The practices we've discussed face an uncertain future. Climate change, urbanization, health concerns and cultural shifts all challenge traditional smoke practices. Some will adapt and continue, others will fade, and new forms will emerge that we can't yet predict. But the human needs these practices address aren't going anywhere, which suggests that some form of smoke tradition will persist as long as humans do. Perhaps future historians will look back at our era as the moment when humanity's ancient relationship with aromatic smoke underwent its most dramatic transformation. Or perhaps they'll see our time as just another adaptation in an ongoing story that continues to unfold in ways both familiar and surprising. What we can say with certainty is that smoke has been a faithful companion to human consciousness for longer than any other deliberately sought-altered state. Before alcohol fermentation, before plant cultivation, before writing or wheels or cities, humans were burning aromatic substances and discovering that the right smoke at the right time could open doors to experiences that made life more bearable and sometimes transcendent. That's not a small thing. That's evidence that humans have always been more than just survival machines focused on food, shelter, and reproduction. We're meaning-making creatures, consciousness-exploring animals, beings who seek not just to live but to experience living fully in all its varieties and depths. As you close your eyes and feel yourself beginning to drift into sleep, imagine for a moment all the people across all the centuries who have lain down at day's end with the smell of aromatic smoke still lingering in their awareness. Roman priestesses after a day of temple service, Chinese scholars after evening study sessions, Native American elders after ceremonial pipe sharing, medieval monks after evensong, Victorian gentlemen after contemplative pipe smoking. You're part of that vast, invisible community. All the humans who have sought and found moments of peace, insight, or transcendence through the simple act of being present with aromatic smoke. The specific practices differ, the beliefs vary, and the cultural contexts shift. But the experience connects you across time to countless others who breathed deeply, watched smoke rise, and felt something shift in their awareness. Sleep well, knowing that the air you breathe has carried not just oxygen, but meaning for as long as humans have existed. The darkness that gathers around you as you sleep once glowed with firelight, and the stillness you enter was filled with the scent of sacred smoke. You're not alone in this moment. You're accompanied by ancestors beyond counting who found in smoke something worth preserving and passing down. Tomorrow will bring its own challenges and joys, its own moments of stress and peace. But you'll carry with you now this story, this awareness that calm has always been available, that humans have always found ways to create space for reflection and renewal, and that something as simple as aromatic smoke has served as a bridge to better states of mind for longer than we can fully comprehend. And if you choose to light incense or simply notice the scent of wood smoke drifting past your window, you'll do so with deeper understanding of what you're participating in. Not just a personal preference or a pleasant smell, but a practice that connects you to the oldest, most persistent human traditions. The last ember glows, fades, and finally goes dark. The smoke rises one last time, thinning as it climbs, becoming invisible as it joins the air. The story continues, even as this telling ends. Rest now.